Good morning, El Dorado County. It is Tuesday, May 6th, 2023. And once again, it is snowing in El Dorado County. So happy spring. Thank you all for being with us in the audience today, as well as those that are here online. It is my pleasure to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And so with that, we'd like to invite Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church. Thank you so much for being with us. And if you would graciously lead us in the invocation, we'd be grateful.
Prepare to launch.
All right.
We pause, Lord, this morning at the beginning of this session to especially express our gratitude for your goodness and love, for your provision, for all that we need. Every drop of rain and every ray of sunshine speaks to your provision for life and health and strength for us. And as we even become a little inconvenienced at times by either one, we recognize the blessing and your graciousness toward us. We're thankful for the wisdom that we can tap into in sessions like this to accomplish the things that can be confusing and difficult, and know that your presence with us will give us all we need. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Thank you for those reminders.
Thank you.
Have a blessed
Thank you.
day. Thank you. And with that, Supervisor Lane, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Sure. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We move on to the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. At this point, do any supervisors have any comments or changes to the consent calendar? And I'll start with my right, Supervisor Lane.
I have none, thank you.
No
Supervisor
changes.
White?
No
Supervisor
changes.
Jones? Supervisor Preble?
Yeah, on item number 27, it's on consent, and it can stay on consent is my understanding, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from that item. There's a project in there that's kind of close to my house, and that's, the impacts are not clear, so just being cautious.
Sounds great. Perfect. And I have no changes as well. So at this point, we'll move on to public comments on the consent calendar. And we appreciate when you come up, let us know which items on the consent calendar, which numbers you are talking about. So Kim, would you like to lead us off?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Chris Payne, Devon Springs. Supervisor Parlin kind of gave me a heads up to 27 by her talking about it. I just wanted to say that 27, which is having to do with the Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act, that it's critically important. We understand as a county that this is the money that goes to maintenance. Comes in different forms sometimes, but because we're going into the budget process, we have started it actually, and we'll continue it into June. I just wanted to highlight the fact that that 27 is critically important to us. It's the way we can get funding for maintenance, which is always difficult. So just wanted to give everybody heads up. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan Carter, City of Placerville. I have 2 items I'd like to make a comment on today. The first is item number 18. I have a couple of specific questions about this item. First is why. The state and the feds have both ended their states of emergency in regards to COVID. The world has moved on. Why are we keeping this alive in El Dorado County? Second, exactly how much additional money will El Dorado County receive from this extension? And third, what specifically will we be spending this additional money on? My next item is item number 21. This is in regards to a mobile laboratory that's coming back to you due to costs of the conversion services that were not included in the prior board approved amount. Looking at these estimates, here's my specific question. The original estimate that came to you guys dated February 15th is for $162,442. The revised estimate dated March 28th is for $157,042. So the cost actually went down. My question is that what am I missing here? Why are we being asked to spend more money when the current estimate is lower than the one previously provided? And if there are associated costs not included in this estimate, why are they not being provided to the public? Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else in the boardroom have any comments on the consent calendar? All right, let's go online.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll at this point close public comment. And let's go see our CAO for any comments on the questions
Emma.
asked by Mr. Card.
Yeah.
Thank you. So clarification on 18 and 21.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. On item 18, the extension of the epidemiology and laboratory capacity funding. It's purely an extension, so there's no additional funding coming to the county for the cover of additional costs. The board approved the spending plan for the ELC project back in 2021, I believe. And this doesn't change that spending plan. And of course, at the top of my head, I don't have that, but primarily it's for public health staffing. Public health continue to need to monitor things related to the pandemic and adapt services related to the pandemic. And so that helps fund for those services ongoing.
And thank you, Emma.
And then item 21, it was in the original quote that was attached to the prior board item, it had a total amount, but did not include sales tax. And so they missed the sales tax on the conversion services. So the new quote it states that sales tax is not included, and the amount that the board approving includes that sales tax amount. So that's why the amount that the board approving doesn't perfectly match the quote, because they didn't want to assume the wrong amount of sales tax on the quote, because sales tax is calculated a little differently by where the services are conducted.
Right, Emma, thank you. We certainly appreciate those clarifications. All right, and I do have one more comment before we move on to the adoption of the agenda and approval. I just wanted to comment on item 15 and let folks know that there's a proclamation in the consent calendar celebrating Imagination Theater's 75th performance in our community. And they are just such an amazing community asset, and want to congratulate them on making high quality local theater available to folks in our community to participate, as well as to enjoy high quality performances. So congratulations, Imagination Theater. So with that, do I have any motion for approval?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with no changes. Supervisor Parlin will be recusing herself from item number 27.
Perfect. Thank you, Kim.
I'll move approval.
Second, approval by Heidel, second by Supervisor Parlin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to our 9 a.m. Number 44, our hearing for the 2023 TIF annual schedule update. Kim.
Item 44 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the 2023 traffic impact fee schedule annual update.
And with that, I will open the public hearing. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. Zach Oates with Department of Transportation. Back with you today to discuss our annual update to the traffic impact fee program. This update is required by General Plan Policy TCXB and Ordinance 5173 that was just adopted this past February, which states that the TIF amounts shall be adjusted for inflation no later than the end of the third fiscal quarter of each year in accordance with the percentage change published by Engineering News Records Construction Cost Index. The cost index was what was adopted in February. We previously used the building cost index. We changed to the construction cost index after some fairly significant increases over the past couple of years. So that being said, this year, the construction cost index resulted in a 4.9% increase for project costs, projects that are in those 10 to 20-year timeframes. Projects that are in that 5-year range are adjusted by the design team when they go through an update, excuse me, cost based on recent projects and trends they're seeing. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Zach. As you said, this is a fairly routine item based on prior board action.
Sure.
Any comments or questions by my colleagues?
Um,
Go ahead. Norm.
Yeah, just, I wanted to clarify, because I read this over the weekend and I can't remember exactly. So just for clarity, the Latrobe Road widening is not included right now, correct?
That's correct.
And that's going to get analyzed and come back later.
Correct. Yep.
What about other projects that we've talked about over the years that we think are important that should be in the CIP and still aren't? You know, like Bass Lake Road widening and all that. When do we get to talk about those again?
Sure. So the overall program, every 5 years, we do the major update where we'll update our travel demand model with any changes, land use changes that have taken place. And we'll rerun the model based on those and identify any future deficiencies that might need to be included in the fee program.
Very good. And that's coming.
So the last update was adopted in 2020, December of 2020.
Okay.
So we're year 3 here. So it's a longer process. So we're probably going to be getting started here within the next year.
Yeah, that's my guess. You'll be starting on it very soon. So very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Parlin. And it's
Yeah.
helpful for the public to know that we do have this built-in process that, because things change and every 5 years we are required to look at that and make the necessary adjustments
Yep.
to our CIP.
Definitely.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So at this point, let's take a public comment on the hearing on item number 44.
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate your desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Earlier, I talked about SB1. This also is important to the Department of Transportation and to the county related to this annual update. One of the things that I've talked to the director about is some type of a workshop that explains exactly how projects get on the annual update and and how projects certainly don't get on it. Zach just spoke to the fact that the 5-year will be due on the 2025. But the point that I'm trying to raise is that the travel demand model, which essentially is a driver of the projects list, not many people know about it. They don't know how hard it is sometimes to do the analytical part. That's what Zach's responsible for, is running the model, making sure when a project comes up, how does it fit within the scheme of other capital projects. Supervisor Parlin has talked about projects that are not on it right now. Certainly they may have been on it at one time, but from year to year, it changes depending upon the growth in the county, the residential growth mostly, but also pass through and other things are factors in how we do the modeling and also the analytical part. So I just wanted to also bring it to your attention that I think through a workshop process, which Raphael has said that he will do this year, we're going to get some good educational experience in determining how this all works. And I think it's going to be timely and it'll help a lot of people that have stepped up this year, showing some interest in what projects come on to the annual update. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris, for your comments. Good morning, Mr. Harn.
Good morning.
Happy to have you
Sorry,
with us.
well, I've got a lot of excuses for a lot of things, but I only have 3 minutes.
That's
Supervisor Parlin has triggered me this morning again. And I want to let's review some history. I mean, if you wanted to complain about the Bass Lake specific plan when it was being approved, if you wanted to complain, you said, oh, there's going to be too much traffic on Bass Lake Road. Only an obstructionist would have complained, because the Bass Lake Road was supposed to be 4 lanes. It was in the fee program for 4 lanes. So if you were going to complain about the Bass Lake specific plan because of traffic, you'd be an unreasonable individual. Wilson Estates. When Wilson Estates was approved, Green Valley Road, that portion of Green Valley Road was in the TIM fee program for four lanes. So again, if you were complaining about Wilson Estates, said it's going to add too much traffic to Green Valley Road, the comeback was, but we have a funding plan to widen the road. We could say the same thing about Serrano and the El Dorado Hills specific plan. In 2016, a prior board, and back when John Heidel was a great guy, he was there in the audience with me because he was just a citizen, saying, what are you guys doing pulling these projects? Especially, I have a different view of development in Cool and Pollock Pines, because I question whether we can ever levy enough impact fees that we're going to make an improvement to mitigate the problem caused by some family that's owned a lot for 40 years and they're finally pulling a building permit to build their home. If the TIM fee is too low in Pollock Pines, I don't lose sleep over that. But I do have insomnia, probably because of my age. But a big mistake was made in December of 2016 to pull a bunch of these projects out of the TIM fee program. And I really disagree with what Chris Payne said. The Mitigation Fee Act's pretty simple, 6601. Your board just has to find there's a reasonable development. There's a reasonable relationship between the type of development and the type of improvements that go into the fee program. I've had arguments in here and lost. I usually lose about whether a left turn pocket or an acceleration lane or a deceleration lane can be added to the TIM fee program on Bass Lake. When the growth was approved, it was supposed to be a 4-lane road. So I think you should have a workshop with your county council about the Mitigation Fee Act and the TIM fee program, not with DOT, because there's a reluctance in DOT to add projects on the west end of the TIM fee program that frankly, the public in some cases was promised 40 years ago. And a prior board made a decision based on bad advice to pull these projects out of the TIM fee program. And it's extremely rare that Supervisor Parlin is right, but we all witnessed it this morning.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Joe. Appreciate you coming over and sharing your wisdom with us. Appreciate it.
I will never trigger Joe again. Sorry.
But you were right this morning, so yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, Joe. All right. Any other public comments on this item?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I think we've been illegally approving projects on Bass Lake because the county has not been requiring them to actually put in the necessary roads. And there was supervisors that knew this that are now on the board that Roger Trout said the first person that pulls the permit out there is going to have to replace that interchange, and it's still not happening, and they're still building, and you still haven't required the required infrastructure. So some of that is just the county's not doing their job. But the other thing, I'm looking at this TIM fee, and it actually says on line R17, Latrobe Road widening. So the one that was pulled from the agenda, I mean, from the schedule is on R15, but now you have an R17 that's listing the widening for Latrobe. So I'm not sure if that's, is this a double switch? Was that already on there? What is that? Because that's a 6.7 allocation for that. And ironically, when you put we're back to paper roads. I mean, a lot of us worked really hard to not have that happen, but we have a policy in the general plan that basically says if you put the roads in the 20-year CIP, then the developer only has to pay a small percentage. If you don't put it in that CIP to be approved, you are requiring them to facilitate the entire project. For all discretionary projects that worsen, which we know the definition is in there, traffic on county road system, the county shall do one of the following: condition the project to construct all road improvements necessary to maintain or obtain level of service standards detailed in the transportation and circulation element, or to ensure the construction of the necessary road improvements are included in the 20-year CIP. So option number 2, if it's in there, they don't really have to do much except file a, pay a small fee, which puts us back at paper roads because the project will never happen because you will never gather enough funds from the developers to build that infrastructure. And sometimes the infrastructure to expand the capacity for the necessary traffic is impossible. And I'll bring that up later when I have more time, but I was looking at the proposal for the Frontier project. The mitigation they have getting those trucks out is having them turn right into the retail center at Rayleigh's. So I think you better step back, and I don't know why you're pushing this project so hard, and I hope you don't get us in a lawsuit for proposing things that are impossible to implement. So I would check on what is R17 and why is Latrobe widening back in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawala.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hi. First of all, I echo everything Sue Taylor just said, so I'm not gonna take a lot of time on that. I do think we deserve, if not today, a public answer for this to be suspended, to clarify the question of the Latrobe expansion, because I too see that and find that to be either very misleading or very confusing on what exactly that entails and what the rationalization for that is at this time. I also just want to take a minute for the many people who I'm sure are listening and every day engaging in this process. And it's so exciting again to see that happen. Thank you, Joe Harn. I admire you, and I know exactly your intentions for today. I want people to know that Joe Harn could easily sit down and request a meeting with any of these people at any time. He is our controller. He is an elected official. What he did today was he let you hear what he has to say so that publicly it's on the record, the things that he is pointing out for us to start to learn and to understand and to be part of the process. And unfortunately, this messy stuff of CIPs and TIMs and all that is so new to people that I look forward to continuing education with people. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Susan Webb.
Hi there. I'm pretty new to all of this local government, and I'm trying to read through R17, and it's really confusing, but what it kind of looks like it's boiling down to, and again, echoing Kelly and Sue, it just sounds like there's a lot of pork added onto this. And again, why is Latrobe on this? And I'm just putting on my record for public comment, just please suspend this. It's really very confusing, and it just sounds like this has just got it added onto something kind of slipping in the middle of it, so the public won't notice it. That's basically all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We'll get some clarification when we're done with public comment.
Now taking public comment from Marcus Worthington.
Good morning, Marcus.
Hi, my name is Marcus Worthington. I also want to call for us a tabling of this item until clarification can be made. I've been to a number of meetings now where it's been indicated that the Latrobe widening project would not be included in this, and it apparently is, or there's been some kind of mistake, and it's certainly confusing for the public, and considering that the county is having such issues right now with transparency, and that's one of the biggest issues that the community as a whole is so upset with, that a simple answer to that question today would not be sufficient to resolve the community's concerns, and that this needs to be tabled so that it can be further explained, so that it can be rectified if it is an error. But we've been told repeatedly that the Latrobe widening was not going to be included in this. It appears to be included in this. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcus.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. At this point, I will close the public hearing, and Raphael's already on his way up. And can you please help clarify what's going on with
Of course I
R15
can.
and R17?
Yes, most
Thank
definitely.
you.
And I'll probably rely a little bit on the assistance of my staff. But good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So the project that was in question that Supervisor Parlin is speaking about was the widening on the southern portion of Latrobe. There was a southerly portion of Latrobe Road that the Department of Transportation was attempting to be proactive, looking to find ways of finding additional funding so that when the time was necessary and we had to build any additional infrastructure within that corridor, that we had the funding there to build as much as we could with what we had. Unfortunately, because we were going out of order, it wasn't the proper timeline, and out of over conservative concern for the public that was wanting to have more clarity as to how the process works, possible potential future projects that were coming into the area, we felt it was conservative for us to remove it, wait for the appropriate timing to occur for us to then include that widening back into the program when it was more appropriate, although we would be losing out on funding that would benefit the county and the department. We felt it was more appropriate at the time due to the circumstances for us to remove it and just wait for the process to work itself out. Although that process sometimes could take several months to a year, but we felt it was nonetheless, it was better for transparency and better for a better public understanding of how the program works. Now that other Latrobe Road widening, I believe it's the interchange. Is it not? What is that other Latrobe portion? Oh, the White Rock section that goes to Foothill. So
Is that R16?
R17.
R17, okay, yes, that was, R17 was a confusing one.
So yes, so there, and as well as the interchange is also on the CIP as well. So Latrobe Road has many different sections that pertain to it. So the one that was in question approximately 3 months ago, when we brought this up before the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission, was the southerly section near investment. Was investment? And so then this other section is between White Rock and Golden Foothill. And so then that is the section that is part of the program that at one point was going to be developed or widened by a development that was coming in, but the development has slowed down. And so then now the Department of Transportation has decided to make sure that we move forward so that this portion can be incorporated into a CIP. So once again, we can move forward with starting to collect funding for that project, as well as the interchange is also on the CIP. That is an additional $6 million that we need to fund to finish off the last phase of the interchange project that has been overdue now for approximately 5 years. So there are multiple areas of the CIP that either have entirety of corridors or sections or intersections that are incorporated into the CIP, and dependent on the need, when the time comes, the Department of Transportation feels we bring it up before the board, we have the discussion, and we decide whether it is appropriate to bring it forward based on traffic volumes and counts. Now, to address Mr. Harn's concern, the Department of Transportation would love to collect as much money as possible, whenever as possible, to build our infrastructure. That is our purpose in life, is to build as much roads and bridges as we possibly can. In order to do that, we need as much funding as we possibly can. And so the only problem with that is the fact that in order for this program to be defensible, we have to find a nexus. And I explained that with, at the time, the supervising traffic engineer, Natalie Porter, is the fact that this program has to be defensible. We have to have a nexus. There has to be a reason, clear justification, calculation showing why Bass Lake is going to be 4 lanes, or White Rock is going to be 4 lanes, or Green Valley is going to be 4 lanes. We can't just say arbitrarily, you know what, we feel this should be 4 lanes. Well, then for that case, why don't we just say it's going to be 8 lanes? Let's say it's going to be 10 lanes. Let's start collecting as much money now as we possibly can. Oh, it ended up being only 2 lanes. Well, then now it's not a defensible program. Now anybody could say, wait a minute, you just did that as extortion to get as much money from us development projects that were coming in. And actually you didn't need that. There was no reason, there was no justification or calculation for that need. You just took money out of our pocket so that you can fund a program that wasn't properly needed. So we have to provide that in a calculation, in a standard, in a policy, and it has to be defensible. So every 5 years, we come back and we redo our numbers. We check our calculations, we check our estimates. Back in 2016, yes, they did remove that portion out of Green Valley, out of Bass Lake. And it was because the numbers weren't justifying that need. We redid the numbers again back in 2020. And sure enough, it says that we don't need the numbers. We don't have the justification for 4 lanes on that roadway. Now, do we have the easement? Do we have the footprint? If in fact, something came out that was an amendment to the general plan that triggers that, hey, guess what? Now the numbers are showing that this does need 4 lanes. We have the easement. We can build it. It's going to be more complicated for us now because now I haven't been collecting. Joe is right. I haven't been collecting for that, but I don't have the calculation. Give me the 2 + 2 that tells me I will get 4 here. Right now I only have, our calculations is saying that 1 + 1 is equaling 2. And if I could, I would. That would benefit us. It would benefit the community because that's what they're asking for. But our standards that are based off of level of service, that is a state and federal standards, say that it's not as of yet. Now, once again, that's why we check it every 5 years. And every time somebody asks us, hey, there was an accident here, can you please look at that again? We do. Hey, we feel that there's more traffic here now because of this one school that just opened up. Can you look at it? We do. And if we see something, a red flag that pops up, okay, you know what? There's something we need to take a look at. We bring it back to TAC. We bring it sometimes to the board. Sometimes it gets on the unfunded list because we say, you know, this is a good program. This is a good project that we should have, but there's no nexus. So we'll put it on the unfunded list, and maybe we can get a private partnership with a developer to put it into our funded list. But that's as far as we can do until we get those 2 numbers that tell us that 2 + 2 = 4. We can't do that. So when it comes to right now, Latrobe Road, that southerly portion, currently without any amendments, without any future projects, 1 + 1 is equaling 2. So we're only doing 2 lanes on Latrobe Road on the southerly portion. Now, the northerly portion, we've already been noticing the impacts and the increase in traffic volume. So we have been including that as part of our implementation to start collecting for that funding for that portion. If not us, then the development that is right there on the corner of Montano, they're going to be proposing that with the development when it comes in. But either way, one of us is going to have to make those improvements at that location because that portion of Latrobe is already showing the calculation that it is needed.
So what you're saying, Raphael, is R15, which is the southern portion of Latrobe, has been taken out of the CIP.
Yes,
And current conditions that we're currently experiencing are supporting R17, which is the northerly portion of Latrobe widening.
yes,
So it's not the same project.
it's not the same project.
And its current impacts that are driving R17 and future impacts that were potentially needing R15 have been taken out.
Yes,
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation.
Sure.
And you just gave us a mini workshop
thank you.
on how projects do the CIP is. So we can check that off the box.
And so,
I got a question for Raphael.
Sure.
What I explain this. When these developers have a development agreement, especially when it comes to widen these roads, how come they're not held accountable for it? Especially when it comes to Bass Lake Road, for example, when it was supposed to be 4 lanes and was put into that, and that was part of the development agreement. How come that ever happened? Can you explain that to me?
yes, I can. And that's a very common question. And I'm glad you're asking that again, Supervisor. And it's because back several decades ago, when they first came up with this program, they were overly conservative as to how many parcels and how many developments they can have in a particular area. So they said, hey, we're going to build out to a, let's just say 8% growth factor. It's conservative, overly conservative, abundantly conservative. And it wasn't based off of any engineering parameters. So then we were showing an existential amount of volume on that road. Therefore, the footprint and the need was identified. Once we started saying, hey, we need to rely our decision-making not on, okay, let's throw a dart on the wall or pick a number that makes us feel good. We have to base it off of engineering standards, parameters, policies, and manuals that then give us the defensibility for a program to be legally defensible. We said, okay, now it's a more reasonable number. We still put some level of contingency into it, but it's a reasonable number that we say, okay, this is going to be a better number because we know we're basing it off of not just feeling or hope and anticipation. We're basing it off of engineering parameters and calculations that say that this is not going to be 4 lanes, that it's only going to be 2 lanes. But we look at it every 5 years to confirm, okay, were we right? Because I mean, it's looking into a crystal ball. We're saying, okay, what's the numbers going to be in 5 years from now? I don't know what's the stock market going to do in 5 years from now. Heck, what's the weather going to do in 5 days from now? Whoever knows what's going to happen. And so then we say every 5 years, we need to recheck it. And so then in 2016, they took it out. In 2020, we looked at it again and we said, oh, you know what? They were right. We don't need it. It's right there based off of our current general plan. Now, if there is an amendment to that general plan, yes, all bets are off. Now, either that project, that developer that is changing that amendment to the general plan, they're going to have to fix it. Hands down, no doubt about it. Now, the development that's in front of Latrobe, Montano, they haven't developed. They pulled their permit, they're ready to go, but they haven't started construction. So until they start construction, we can't force them. We can't tell them, oh, you need to put it in before you start your project. So when they do, then they are required to build it to the footprint that we have requested them to do so. So that's where we can't force somebody to build something if they're not moving forward with their project. Similar to, we can't tell somebody to put in a second story into their home until they're ready to pull the permit to do so. And then they are required to abide by our requirements. That's why back in 2016, they took it out. 2020, we checked it. And in 2025, when we come back to this board, we will check it again and let the board know whether our calculations and our forecastings were correct. And to allude to what Chris Payne said, we're not only going to give this presentation similar to what I'm saying here right now to the Planning Commission. I'm going to also give the same presentation that I'm going to give to the Planning Commission to this board as well on the entitlement process, how it works, how projects, not only infrastructure projects, but development projects come in, come out, are then required to mitigate, not required to mitigate, what are the parameters, the thresholds, the metrics that we use so that we can properly defend a program from being taken to court.
Thank you.
I have a couple other comments based upon history of watching this happen in El Dorado Hills for well over 40 years. One of the things that I think we need to really understand is growth rate. At one point in time, El Dorado Hills was growing tremendously with Serrano development, a lot of other developments. The growth rates were substantial. And when you have high growth rates, you need to provide infrastructure based upon the added traffic. We're now at a very relatively low county level growth rate, and we've had a reduction in growth rate. So this is like a throttling process. You forecast where you are based upon what growth is, and then you find, well, the growth has dropped off because the economy, whatever, interest rates. And so you have to back off of that a little bit. But it's always been my belief, it's better to leave things in the CIP once they get there and just change the timing, the phasing, but don't put them into an unfunded category. I mean, you can get into some philosophy on all this, but growth rate highly affects the need for infrastructure. The second thing that I think isn't recognized is our ability to do the analytical part of it, the traffic demand model. The ability to now take sections of roads and understand based upon traffic measurements what the forecast is with the new developments. Years ago, it was kind of a, let's do one of these. It looks like this based upon highway manuals and standards, and there were guesstimations of what we thought the traffic demand was going to be.
20 years ago, yes, that's exactly what it was.
We've refined the ability to do that analysis,
Yes, we
which
have.
is now saying in a lot of cases, we don't need to build as fast and as much as we thought. The other major constraint we need to recognize is the state of California really doesn't want to help us fund road capacity. That's not their motivation. They want to fund every other form of transportation, whether it be rails, bikes, anything that gets you out of your vehicle using transit, right? So recognizing there's a limitation and a reducing factor that goes along with a reduction in the funding to do road expansions, and things like the Mitigation Fee Act are the one single source of funding to accomplish the demand based upon growth. But it's a balancing act, and it's very difficult to balance all those things. But again, the difficult thing to me is once something gets in there and it stretches out, I'm not an advocate of taking it out and putting it in an unfunded list and moving it back and forth. That just creates a lot of consternation and confusion and public view that, all right, we're taking away the project that's been promised for years and years. So again, it gets to philosophical, and we can have those discussions later on as to how we approach it. But you cannot just say, we're going to speculate on what growth is going to be, and we're going to put all these things into a program, and we're going to make the cost of each individual housing permit jump 35 or 40% because we'd like to have the funding to build it someday.
Yeah.
That isn't going to pass the test. So we will have litigation and stuff. But so it is a balancing sequence of things. You have to look at all the parameters involved and then make the decisions of when it's appropriate to do the appropriate steps, take the appropriate steps. But the biggest part of this that really concerns me is the reimbursement part of it in a lot of cases. And I think we need to work on that as well, because in a lot of cases, when it's not just fronting of money, but getting a project built that was a needed infrastructure, and there is a portion of it that was associated with that actual growth element, to say we're going to reimburse 100% and reduce the amounts of money that we have in the TIF fund to do that, just as inconsistent with what I think the pay your fair share philosophy is that's in the general plan. So I've done a lot of philosophizing. I'm going to stop there, but there's a number of different things at play that you have to understand all of those different parameters and the mix of them and how it really comes out. So I'm looking forward to the workshop to see how well you can convey it, because it's a fairly complex subject when you get into it. So thank you, Raphael.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. And County Council like to weigh in on this.
Yeah, thank you. And frankly, before our auditor stepped foot back in the room, I was hoping to add some clarity, because I'm a little fearful that some of the comments made by Mr. Martinez may have further triggered our auditor. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, I was wondering who else triggered him.
Let's do this time.
So not speaking about any specific projects, I do just want to talk a little bit generally about the requirements under the Mitigation Fee Act, because while Mr. Martinez is correct, the decisions of the board with respect to imposing a mitigation fee cannot be arbitrary. And, the Nexus study is what we use to support the fee. I do want to make clear, to the auditor's point earlier, that the standard adopted by the Mitigation Fee Act for legislatively adopted fees such as this is that there be a reasonable relationship. So it's a reasonable relationship between the fees use and the type of development project, a reasonable relationship between the need for the public facility and the type of development project. Now, again, I'm not saying that to indicate that you have extraordinarily broad discretion to, again, make arbitrary choices about what must go into the CIP and the fee. But I do think it's important to distinguish that from the other standard that we may be accustomed to in a development context, that being of a strict nexus. So that is a term that we hear, and we do toss it about when we're talking about impact fees. We talk about a nexus study. But in legal terms, a strict nexus test is one that is far more rigorous than the reasonable relationship test that the legislature has adopted for purposes of a mitigation fee. So I just want to make sure that that distinction is clear. Again, I'm not saying this to suggest that you have unfettered discretion to add projects in and out to impose a fee as you see fit. The engineering studies that DOT prepares is what supports the decision. It provides the evidence to support your imposition of a mitigation fee. But I think this was the point the auditor was trying to make earlier. It is a reasonable relationship standard that we are utilizing when we determine whether or not it is appropriate to levy a fee and on particular projects and the improvements that are going to be funded by that.
Thank you so much for that helpful, additional clarification. And I'd like to offer our auditor, would you like to have any more concluding comments at this point?
Concluding?
Additional comments.
In 2005, I endorsed the general plan. I'm on the 460s. I wrote a personal check to support Measure B, the 2004 general plan, because I wanted the Board of Supervisors to have land use authority. So in 2005, the general plan passed by less than 51%. It was 50.9. Measure B passed by 50.9. Well, the title of the general plan was open traffic relief. Traffic relief, something about open road. It's a very small font on the ballot. In 2004 through 2006, we had a bunch of people that came to the county, and they've since left the county. And what they did is they changed the way we do TIM fees, and they changed the way we made developers pay for roads. We used to make developers pay for roads. So I was 100% having the board. I didn't want the board to continue not to have land use authority. So I got 60 emails criticizing me for endorsing the general plan. And I would not have endorsed the general plan if I would have known that we were going to have people come in from, frankly, Sacramento County and Amador County and change the way we finance road improvements. And if I knew that we were going to change our mind and decide Bass Lake Road doesn't need to be 4 lanes, Green Valley Road doesn't need to be 4 lanes in front of Wilson Estates. So I really, again, it's rare that I say anything complimentary about the county council, but you have the discretion. I agree with county council. I'm sure of it because I've become an expert on the Mitigation Fee Act for a variety of reasons. You have the discretion to put in the TIM fee program an acceleration lane on Bass Lake Road, because there's as the Bass Lake specific plan builds out, I don't care about traffic stand, as it builds out, it's reasonable to have a deceleration lane to go up Hollow Oak Road, because it's dangerous right now. And as the county grows, it becomes more and more dangerous to make a right turn up Hollow Oak on Bass Lake Road. And so you have the discretion to do that because there's a reasonable relationship between growth and the need for an acceleration lane and a deceleration lane. So I appreciate, thank you very much, Chair Thomas, for letting me vent again, because again, the county council knows me well, and Raphael did trigger me.
So
We appreciate your comments,
for
Joe.
clarity, Joe, you're referring to county employees who were hired from out of the area who took over the planning
Yeah.
process. You're not talking about large developers coming in and then leaving, right?
No, I'm talking about county employees.
Yes.
I have a lot of respect for you. You are gonna go, you want to be able to buy groceries in El Dorado Hills 10 years from now and say, I did not betray the community. I want to be able to buy groceries at Bel Air and Cameron Park 10 years from now. Hopefully I'll be alive. And at least have my neighbors respect for what I tried to do while I was here. And I respect what you've tried to do here. But I think we need to add some of these projects. It's me. I can't turn off the phone. It's probably the Building Industry Association. But I think we need to add some of these projects back into the TIF program. And I strongly disagree with Raphael. You have the discretion to add those projects.
All right, thank you, Joe. Appreciate you coming back. All right, so we'll bring this back to my colleagues. What is your will today?
I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this.
And we got clarity with the public comment that we received. So we clarified
Our
that.
15 and 17, I think was very clear. I hope that was, yeah.
I hope that was clear.
Good
enough for everybody.
explanation.
Yeah.
Seemed like it was straightforward.
And now we have,
Right.
So I'll second it with that clarification. Thank you.
okay, perfect. And it sounds like we have some additional workshops coming up where we can dig into this. And
Right.
we've got a lot of food for thought today. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Appreciate everyone with this very thorough and robust discussion. This is a important program and it's also confusing. So more later, more to come. So thank you, Raphael. All right, so we have 10 minutes before our 10 a.m. time allocation. I think let's go ahead and do item number 43. At this point, I believe, is Joey going to be with us for this? Okay, thank you. I know he's really close.
Item 43 comes from Supervisor Thomas and Human Resources Department, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 7th through the 13th of 2023 as Public Service Recognition Week in the County of El Dorado.
Sorry to do this to you, Joey. I appreciate, and you are the closest office that we have to this board, so.
No
I
problem.
knew
I
you
can
could do
get here
it.
quickly.
Thank you for being with us on this important item.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kim. Good morning, Board. Joey Caresco, HR Director. I'm here to talk a little bit about Public Service Recognition Week. And just by way of history, this is something that's been around since 1985, and it's celebrated the first full week of May. And I'll just read a very brief bit of information about it. It's a time set aside to honor those who serve our nation as federal, state, county, and local government employees. Throughout the nation and the world, public servants use this occasion to educate others about the work they do and why they have chosen public service careers, as well as the many ways government services make life better for all of us. So I think it's very important for the county to recognize all of our employees here who are public servants, from accountants to social workers to our law enforcement brothers and sisters. We're all it's nice to be recognized. So next week is officially Public Service Recognition Week. And we are planning in HR through the Wellness Committee, several events, upcoming events, staff barbecue, and some other things that the board members have suggested to me. We're going to put the wheels in motion for those things. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you bringing this forward because public servants often, public service employees often get a bad rap. They're the first to be criticized. And yet, especially at this county level, our public service employees are such dedicated people to our community, to the work they do. And each and every one of us rely on them. We rely on their expertise and their professionalism, to help us with our daily lives, whether it's our law enforcement officers or whether it's those in building and planning to help you with a permit for your pool, or whether, you need a pothole filled, on a route that you regularly drive by DOT. Just people that are dedicated to our county just do a yeoman's job. And it's very, very important that we recognize them, thank them, and also to recognize what a wonderful career path public services, because we need dedicated people to choose this for their lives and their career. And we welcome them with open arms. So with that, it is my pleasure to read the proclamation. So a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado, recognizing May 7th through the 13th, 2023, as Public Service Recognition Week. Whereas El Dorado County has over 1,900 employees. And whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation working. And whereas public employees take not only jobs, but oaths. And whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, border patrol officers, embassy employees, healthcare professionals, and others, risk their lives every day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas public servants include teachers, doctors, scientists, train conductors, and astronauts, nurses and safety inspectors, laborers, computer technicians, and social workers, and countless other occupations. Day in and day out, they provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in the democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that May 7th through the 13th, 2023, is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contribution of government at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular said meeting held the 2nd day of May, 2023. And it's my privilege to sign this. So thank you very much, Joey. And I'd like to present this to you on behalf of all of our employees. Any comments by my colleagues?
We'll wait till after public
Oh,
comment.
that's right. Thank you for that. Yes. At this point, Kim, let's open public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating via Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'll bring this back to the board for any additional comments.
I'd like to just give a big shout out to all of our employees, as you mentioned. They're the lifeblood of providing services. Our volunteers are the other complement to that, to be able to make sure that we get as much interaction, as much connection with the public as we can to provide the needed services. But public service is a life commitment, in my opinion. You don't just do it as a casual venture. It's a dedication in life, so to speak. And I think it's an important dedication for people to step up and be willing to put others ahead of themselves at times to make that happen. So just a huge shout out to all of our employees who've gotten into that public service mode and have done an excellent job of providing the needed services and facilities and resources to make people's lives better.
Well said.
I just want to say the same thing as John is, but I also want to recognize a lot of the people that are on these committees and commissions. They volunteer their efforts to help us out. So I want to thank them too.
That is certainly a form of public service. Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and just to echo what everybody's saying, sometimes it feels kind of thankless. And I hope that all our employees know that we recognize the hard work you do, especially, the board members mostly get complaints. And then we turn around and ask staff to help us resolve these issues. I know that on occasion, when we do get thank you notes, I try really hard to pass them on to the staff that help me resolve something, because it's so important. And I think that a lot of folks don't realize the scope of services that counties really do provide. And we have families, we have residents out there, businesses that rely on us to provide those services. So thank you all for what you do.
Excellent. All right. With that, may I have a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for bringing this forward. We look forward to celebrating our employees officially next week and all those who serve El Dorado County and our nation. And with that, it is 10 o'clock. So let's move on to our long anticipated VHR update, item number 45, Kim.
Item number 45 comes from Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning, Stormwater and Vacation Home Rental Division, recommending the board receive and file a presentation on a vacation home rental program update and provide direction to staff regarding potential program adjustments.
And Brendan, it is so nice to see you here on the West Slope.
I know.
I usually just see you on Zoom.
Did you ski down the hill to get here?
So welcome to you and Linda. Really appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you for having me. We actually did get a snowstorm last night appropriately. Even though this item was continued from March 7th due to a massive snowstorm. On May 2nd, we got another one. So
go figure.
But I was able to make it down and I'm happy to be here. And it's nice to see you all. Yes, Kim, that would be great. Thank you. There's a few different ones attached, but it should be the last revised May 2nd. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and get started. So my name is Brendan Ferry. I'm a deputy director in the Tahoe Planning Office with the county. Very happy to be here this morning. We're going to provide an update to the board on the county's vacation home rental program. Going to use the acronym VHR quite a bit this morning, so hopefully everyone's comfortable with that. As I said, this item is continued from March 7th, so we're here to discuss it this morning. I do have a few staff joining me. Since this is a multi-departmental program, I thought it was important to kind of have all the facets of our program represented. So I work on the planning side of things and really the administrative side of things. To my right, we have Linda Jorgensen, who's the supervisor of our code enforcement staff. I know she's a familiar face for you. And in the audience, we have Karen Coleman and Jennifer Stebbins from our Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So I'll be asking each of them to present just a short slide just to talk about their components of the program, just so the board can get that full picture of everything that we're working on. It is really important that we're all coordinating amongst our departments, and that's a really important aspect of what we're trying to do here. But I know we can continue to tighten that up, and we're looking for board feedback on that. I also want to mention that we did have a public meeting on April 19th in the Tahoe Basin. It was hosted by Supervisor Lane. Also Supervisor Parlin joined us. About 100 people in the audience roughly, not sure, but we did hear lots of important feedback from the community. And I think today I want to continue on that discussion path and hopefully hear, additional feedback from the public, but obviously also board direction. So that hopefully this turns into a conversation. We have a relatively short presentation for you and then really want to engage with the board. So next slide, Kim. First, quickly, just really basic. I'm not going to read this, but let's talk about what a VHR is. This is focused on short-term rentals, less than 30 days. Another term for this could be a short-term rental. That's the term that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency uses in all their code is a STR. VHR, same thing. One important note here is that this does not apply to hosted rentals, and we will be talking about hosted rentals quite a bit later in the presentation, so I'm just going to leave it there. Next slide, Kim. Moving on to just some highlights in our ordinance, just so I can provide some clarification to the board on what this ordinance has. The first bullet here is critically important, and I just want to enforce this. In order for a VHR to be legally existing in our county, They need to have three things. The first is a vacation home rental permit that comes from the planning division. They also need a business license and a transient occupancy tax certificate, and both of those are obtained from the treasurer tax collector's office. They need all three of those pieces to be a legally existing VHR. Our ordinance does apply only to the unincorporated portion of our county, so not either of our cities. We do have a cap in the Tahoe Basin, our ordinance of 900 permits. We also have a county-wide clustering policy that the board adopted in August of 2021. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. We limit occupancy to 2 per bedroom plus 2, and that excludes children 5 and under. So if you have a 4-bedroom house, that would be 2 times 4, 8 plus 2, 10 occupants would be allowed in that VHR. We require a local contact person, and that person needs to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and within a 30-minute response time of that VHR. It's a really important part of our ordinance. We require notification to occupants on things like local laws, solid waste, noise, parking, occupancy, all those things. So there's supposed to be that education component from the local contact to the renters. We set forth monetary penalties for violations. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later as well. And we do require TOT payments. In order for a VHR to be renewed, the owner must demonstrate that it was rented in the prior year. And the board specifically wanted that policy in August so that folks actually use their VHR permits and they don't just get tied up. Okay, next slide, Kim. Thank you. Just a little on our program status. As I already mentioned, we are a multi-departmental program, but it's just critically important that I reiterate that. That's a big part of our program and how we interact and work and try to coordinate. And I know it can be confusing for the public because they see us as the county, and I think they should see us as the county. It doesn't matter what department we work in, we should all be speaking with the same voice, same information, that kind of thing. So we continue to work on that. We did transition our program into a new database platform last year called HDL. It's actually the same platform that the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office uses. So it provides nice consistency for the public when they're going to renew their VHR permit. They can conduct a similar transaction within the same program to renew their business license and pay TOT, et cetera. So that's been a nice tool for us. It has been more efficient for the public. Payments are pretty easy online. We can send auto-generated emails and renewals. It's more of a licensing platform rather than track it. So that's been a great efficiency step for us, and the board supported us in that contract. So thank you. Our current application turnaround time is about 4 weeks, and I think that's pretty good. That's kind of what we're shooting for, is that month or a little less window. We definitely want to renew permits before they expire, as long as paperwork is in on time. Permits are required to be renewed annually. We're going through a little staff transition, but we will be fully staffed again next week. HR really helped us out, and we have a quick hiring process going on. So I'm really happy about that.
Nice.
So hopefully we won't skip a beat there and we can stick to that timeline. Last bullet here talks about potential permit fee increases. We are doing a fee study in our department. The board knows about that. I believe you'll be hearing about that later this year. But we have been in our continued efforts to recover revenue for our services provided. We have been doing some time studies and things with our consultant and hope to, fully recover our services that we provide. In other words, be reimbursed for the services that we provide. And so we are, the current data I'm seeing is that we probably will see relatively minor permit fee increases. If the board chooses to approve our fee study that you'll hear later.
Okay.
So that's just something for the public to be aware of. We're not talking about huge jumps, but probably fee increases. And next slide, Kim. Thank you. All right, a little VHR data here for you. Hopefully you can read this. I know it's a little small. I apologize about that. So in the Tahoe Basin, currently we have 827 VHRs. 109 of those are in Tahoma, and then for the rest of the county moving south, 718. So again, I mentioned that cap of 900. We did hit 900 permits when the board instituted the cap in 2020. The board then instituted the clustering policy in August of 2021, and that eliminates VHRs from being within 500 feet of each other. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. Pretty quickly thereafter, actually in October of 2021, we started to drop below the cap of 900. And that's because folks that are seeking a new permit typically are within a buffer in the Tahoe Basin. There are some spots where there aren't buffers, but all the folks on our waiting list, which I'll mention here in a second, are currently in buffers of a legally existing VHR. So when a property sells, for instance, that VHR permit is not transferable, which is a really important aspect of our program. And so say, for instance, someone buys that home and looks to reestablish it as a VHR, more than likely in the Tahoe Basin, it is currently within a buffer. And so we would put them on a waiting list and they would not be allowed to apply for that VHR permit until they are outside of that buffer. Say their neighbor sells their home, something like that. On the West Slope, we have 122 permits active, so quite a bit less. You know, we are seeing most of the VHR activity still currently in the Tahoe Basin. Again, the clustering policy, I think the board made a really wise decision in your effort to space VHRs out and seek neighborhood compatibility with locals. The board did decide to make the clustering policy county-wide. And I think that's great policy on the West Slope because it is a relatively newer, it's not actually newer, the program has been there, but people haven't taken advantage of it like they have in Tahoe. And so we are able to really space those VHRs out on the West Slope. And I think it is meeting the board's intentions. I'll just mention too, in the Tahoe Basin, VHRs that are within buffers that were legally existing when the board adopted the clustering policy are able to remain. We're not taking people's permits away as long as they're in good standing. And so you do see still large clusters of VHRs in the Tahoe Basin. So through attrition over time, the hope is that they will spread out. Hopefully that's clear. On the wait list, you can see the numbers there. We have slightly over 200 folks on the wait list. My staff does regularly audit the wait list, looking for folks who are not in buffers. And we do invite people off the waiting list to apply for permits. We have done several in Tahoe this year and several on the West Slope. It does happen. It's just not a large number of them. We have a mapping tool, I'll just mention too, online. Hopefully the public's aware of that. They can zoom in real time. We work with our surveyor's office. It's linked to HDL. The data should be current and they can, zoom in and see where the VHRs are and see where the buffers are and all those kind of things. So it's a pretty helpful tool. Last bullet here is on hosted rentals, and my number is slightly out of date. I got new information actually this morning. So thank you, Jennifer. There's actually about 114 countywide now, hosted rentals. And I believe Jennifer is going to speak a little bit more about hosted rentals when she comes up. So I'll just leave it there. And Kim, next slide, please. This is on the clustering policy. I thought I should just highlight it since it was such an important policy adoption that the board made. This does establish a 500-foot radius around the property line of legally existing VHRs. It is beginning to space VHRs out, like I mentioned. The wait list is governed by the clustering policy now in the Tahoe Basin and not the cap. I just want to make that clarification. And it does not apply to hosted rentals. So I just wanted to highlight those things on the clustering policy. And next slide, Kim, I'm going to turn this over to Linda, and she's going to talk about code enforcement.
Good morning, Linda Jorgensen, Code Enforcement Supervisor. So the year 2022, we had 212 total complaints for VHR. That was both for the Basin and for the West Slope. Out of those complaints, 97 cases were opened, meaning that only 97 of the complaints, and the complaints included sheriff's reports, were found to have violations for cases to be opened. Out of those cases, there were 15 that were administrative, and that covers like local contact not being available. We had 42 for noise. We had 2 for over occupancy. We had 7 for signs, and typically those are exterior signs. We had 31 for unpermitted. Out of those cases, we collected $36,250. Now, it says for 71 cases, and where we had 97 opened, that's because typically a lot of the VHR violations happen during the winter season. So if we opened up a case in December, we didn't get the payment until January, so the fines were not covered for 2022. One of the benefits that we have had this last year is we now have a code enforcement officer stationed in the basin. So we're fully staffed now, and having that officer in the Tahoe Basin has been a very critical point for our compliance efforts, especially from not only Tahoma, but also down to a little bit west of where the where you first come up into Tahoe. So it also covers down to Fresh Pond, a little bit east of that.
So Linda, for clarification, the coverage that you have is 5 days a week and not nights. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So a lot of the violations, I'm sure, happen on the weekends, which is what the board addressed and talked about getting some additional staffing for. But so when you say you're fully staffed, it sounds good, but there are some gaps in terms of the coverage, and when a VHR could have a violation and not be responded to in a timely manner. There could be a follow-up, obviously. But yeah.
That is correct. But out of the 97 cases that were opened, 31 were unpermitted. And
Okay.
typically that isn't something that we would really discover during nighttime or weekends.
Yep.
Same with the signs. Occupancy, yes. Noise, yes. And administrative, yes.
Thank you.
One of the programs that we have available to us is called Host Compliance. Host Compliance is a company that we've contracted with along with Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. It has provided us many benefits over the last year, especially. One of those being that we now have a hotline, so customers can contact the Host Compliance hotline if they choose not to call the sheriff or if they choose not to call the local contact. It could be that they don't know to contact local contact or the sheriff. And so this is another option for them that has proved very well for us. Another one of the benefits for Host Compliance is we have recently discovered that we can run reports on unpermitted vacation home rentals. Now, to give you a snapshot into that, there were 31 unpermitted cases opened up in 2022. Because of the reporting that we have available to us, 39 cases have been opened so far this year for unpermitted. So that's been a real benefit for us. Another one of the benefits that we have available is hearings to help determine when a violation has been substantiated and the property owner is challenging that. Typically, the hearings are requested by the customers when it's an unpermitted vacation home rental, or when their permit is at risk, such as having 3 verified violations in 18 months period of time, and their permit has been suspended. I don't believe that we have had a single hearing be found in the favor of the appellant in about 1.5 years. So we've been able to use that as a tool. The amount of hearings have decreased tremendously. Last year, I believe for VHR hearings, we may have had 3 or 4 compared to the year before when we had 2 to 3 on hearing days, which was held twice a month. So we had dozens of hearings the year before. One of the aspects that we've had available to us is a settlement. A settlement will come in, we still charge a fine, and we still preclude them from applying for a VHR permit. But the whole purpose of us is being able to gain compliance. So what we're doing is we're helping to educate the customers primarily on unpermitted VHRs and offering options such as long-term rental or a shorter term rental than full long-term to seasonal workers, especially in the Basin Highway 50. There's a tremendous need, as everybody knows, for long-term rentals. And so what we try to do is offer options for these folks when they say, what do? I have, this this house that we need to rent. So we try to find options for them, and that has worked very well for us.
Were you gonna leave this slide? Because I want to ask a question before you leave this slide. I just wanted to check. Are we?
Absolutely.
Okay. So at the public forum, learned a lot that day, by the way. It was great. So thank you, Supervisor Lane, for extending that invitation. I just want some clarity on the total complaints there at the top, the 212. My understanding, if I understood all of this correctly, was that these are the complaints that the county received, but the local contacts, they receive phone calls and are contacted. And then how is that number of complaints, or is it rolled into this 212? Because I got the feeling from the public comments up there that there's far more complaints than reflected here. And that's a level of frustration. And so can you explain that number more, please?
This number, the 212, is only what code enforcement has received. So there's a requirement in the ordinance for local contacts to self-report. And that says what the complaint was that was received, when it was, what the actual complaint was, and how it was taken care of.
Okay.
And so they usually will send an email to us.
Do we have that information somewhere pulled together? Because I really think that we're missing part of the picture without those numbers. I mean, 212 is a lot by itself, but the fact that we have this whole other group that, people complain to, and that data is not reflected here, is a little bit concerning. I feel like we're not getting the full picture of the public's frustrations. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And we had probably about 3 or 4, maybe 5 of the local contacts self-reporting. If they don't self-report and we don't get a complaint from a citizen, we're unable to verify that the local contact is not doing their job.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we really don't have any way of verifying this.
Okay. And so that's something I think that we'll want to explore.
Yes. And now I believe that if I'm remembering correctly, probably a very small handful of those 212 complaints were from citizens that local contacts did not contact us.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Linda.
I had a question as well. I'm surprised I don't see parking on the list of violations, because I know historically, particularly on weekends, when all the people who are renting invite all their friends up to party, you have a parking problem that's just huge in some of these VHRs. That's been my personal experience, having been up there a few times. But we didn't list parking as a separate item like noise. Is there a reason for that?
We no longer have authority to enforce parking, and it was very difficult to enforce.
Okay.
The parking that we do enforce is for snow removal equipment, but again, it has to be verified. Typically, that would be a report, say, from Department of Transportation or for the sheriff. One of the things I did hear last year is that Department of Transportation really didn't have that much trouble, except during the really bad storms, with people parking and interfering with their snow removal equipment.
All right, so it's a jurisdictional thing that code enforcement can't, but obviously CHP or somebody else, our sheriff's department could enforce a parking provision consistent with the ordinance, but you wouldn't be carrying those numbers because it's not a complaint for parking.
That is correct.
So there's another complementary list of complaints out here that the sheriff's office may have that we're not seeing as well. So like the self-reporting aspect, how do we tap into getting those numbers so we get a complete picture? Is there a way to do that?
Typically, the sheriffs will forward any reports that they get to us. And I don't believe that there was that many that sheriffs actually responded to last year.
Okay.
That I am aware of.
Maybe people are getting more disciplined in the summer months, but okay.
Good question. Good question. All right. Any other questions at this before we move on to this slide?
No, I'll
We'll
wait until
Okay,
later. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
There we go. Thank you, Linda. All right, Jennifer, are you ready for next slide there, Kim? Thank you. I'm going to invite Jennifer Stebbins from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office up just to speak a little bit about their process and hosted rentals.
Welcome, Jennifer. Glad you're with us today.
Thank you, thank you. Jennifer Stebbins, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. So in our office, the business license and TOT remittance, we have 868 homes currently with all three business license, TOT, and a VHR permit. We have about 72 that are, the applications are in or the renewals are in. So there's 72 of those that are in process. So of the 868, 790 are on the west slope, on the east slope, 78 are on the west slope. And then for the 72 that are in process, 36 on the east, 36 on the west, so about even. We also have about 35 that are, the permits have either been denied, suspended, expired, but we still are getting TOT. So they've remitted a TOT return in the last 6 months and their business license is still active. So we're trying to get them aligned so that when they issue a permit, we issue a business license and that the timing is done, but we're a little bit off for about 35 of them. We also just get a lot of returns that they have been suspended, they've been withdrawn, their permit has been withdrawn, but they still want to remit TOT. And so we're keeping those open because they are renting, they're actively renting. Airbnb is paying us. And so they submit returns. They're those also. Regarding hosted rentals, as Brendan said, we have 114, 45 on the east and 69 on the west. Of those, 60 of those properties have homeowners exemptions in El Dorado County. So 54 do not have the homeowners exemption on their property tax bill.
Jennifer, can you clarify what a hosted rental is?
So a hosted rental is that someone is staying in the home. It's the primary, it's supposed to be the primary owner, and they're staying in the home and renting out either a portion of the home or a room.
Would that include an ADU?
That's a code enforcement question.
No.
No, okay, all right.
VHRs are not allowed in accessory dwelling units.
Good. That's, I think, an important clarification.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer.
And before you leave that,
yes,
let's dive into that, what you said about the homeowner's exemption, because I think I'm reading between the lines and I want to understand it better. So tell me the numbers again, and some of them don't have it, which indicates they don't actually live there.
Yes.
There it is, you guys, right there. This is the problem with hosted rentals. I'm just throwing it out there in front of everyone.
Yes. So 114 are hosted rentals. Of those 114, 60 of them have homeowners exemptions on their property tax bill that are El Dorado County. 54 do not. So we did a little bit more research. 9 of them that we could find have homeowners exemptions in other counties.
And can you explain what a homeowner's exemption is?
A homeowner's exemption is that it reduces your property tax by a certain amount, $7,000 typically. Not the tax, but the value of the property by $7,000. It's not a huge exemption, but a lot of people who live in their homes get a homeowner exemption. You can only have one homeowner's exemption in the county that is your primary residence.
Is it a possibility that homeowners don't know this exemption exists?
Could
Okay,
be.
so that could be an
Yes.
explanation too.
Yes.
All
But the ones that have a homeowner's exemption in another county, unless they've recently moved into their El Dorado County property, they have it in another county.
Okay.
So
just a follow-up question on that. So what are you doing about that?
we just discovered that. So we'll start looking.
What
into
will
it.
you do about that?
I don't know. It's up to Karen.
Honest answer.
That's part of our discussion today, I think.
And, you know, I have to tell you guys that I want to be here in support of both Brendan and Linda, because this program used to be in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And if you don't have the resources and the tools to take care of all of these idiosyncrasies that continue to pop up, it's very difficult. So they're doing a good job, and having the HDL and the host compliance and all of us working together, I'm sure it's made a huge difference. Anyway, so what we're going to do about this is we're going to start, we have other software in our department and we're going to start using it. We have DMV and we have another program called LexisNexis, where we're going to start diving down into finding out where these people actually live. And then those that don't, we are going to let them know that they're not in compliance. Well, they will have to do that. Well, no, it's our business license, that they're not following the rules and that we're going to revoke their business license.
You won't be
Any further
popular.
But I'm
it's the right thing to do.
not popular anyway, John, so that's never been my problem.
Understand.
Obviously, there is an educational component to
It
that,
is,
of course.
yes, but we also know that there are people that are doing that to circumvent the ordinances.
Yep. Okay.
And all, I think that there's a general problem with the fact that there are multiple departments involved in this, and I'm not sure that the communication is all that great, but I know that everyone's working on it, so I appreciate that. Why is it that the tax collector department continues to accept TOT payments and from properties that don't have a VHR permit?
So we do work in conjunction with these other two departments, just so that you know. But do you want the revenue or not?
Not if
We
it's
take it.
illegal.
Okay.
I mean, what's the point of a program if the
Because
money is
people are gonna
what's
still
the
do
bottom
it.
line and
They're
they're just,
still going to do it though. How are we going to stop them from doing it?
well, we have 735 VHRs that are legally permitted within the basin. And we think we have about 400 illegal VHRs. Some of whom aren't even giving TOT, aren't collecting TOT, and they're just operating illegally. And if you're going to have a successful permitted program, you have to stop the illegal part of it. That's just my opinion.
Well,
but
I
it's
agree
out of
with that,
control.
but I don't think that we should stop taking the money from the people that are doing it illegally.
I completely, I can't even wrap my brain around that comment.
Well, I can't
do
wrap
we
mine
even-
around yours.
Why do we even have a permitted program if all you need to do is send money to the tax collector every month or every quarter?
Well, it would be just like people who cheat on their income taxes. I mean, there's cheaters all through the tax system, correct? You take the money when you can. That's my approach. That seems to be my duty, to collect the taxes. So that's what I do. I did it when the cannabis program started, when the permits weren't valid, but I told those people they still needed to pay their taxes if they were operating in our county.
Perhaps what we need to do is move through the presentation and make this as a point of discussion for further board discussion with our staff to see. to
I mean,
explore
because
options.
if you stop collecting the money, then you're probably going to have more people doing it illegally, because now they're really going to be benefiting from it, right?
We know this is an issue that we will revisit. So perfect. I have that on the list.
So
Yes,
sorry,
please
can I
go
just
ahead,
make one other
Jennifer.
comment? The other problem with us collecting TOT for unpermitted properties is Airbnb contract. If they're going through Airbnb, they're collecting it. And we have no visibility into what the Airbnb houses are. They give us a check for the east slope, they give us a check for the west slope with no details. So if they are unpermitted, we don't even know through Airbnb that they're remitting the tax. And a lot of them are probably doing that.
Okay. So complicating factor.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Is there anything else from the treasurer tax collector before we move on? Yes? Okay, so that's an important item we will review. Okay, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much to my colleagues. Back to me. This is my final slide, by the way, and there's quite a bit on here. So let me go through these one by one. These are, and I want to just highlight, first of all, this is not an exhaustive list. These are just some concepts. Almost every day, every week, we come up with something, wouldn't it be nice to, or if we, right? That's how programs work. So we're always trying to adaptively manage this program, continue to improve as issues come up. We try to identify them and seek solutions, and obviously seek board direction in doing that. So let me go through our list here of what just concepts I'd like the board to consider as we then enter into our discussion to see how the board would like to steer this program. The first is we're recommending including compliance with the county's vegetation management ordinance in order to have a VHR permit or in order to renew a VHR permit. Little context here. I have been participating on the defensible space working group that the county's hosting. They've been meeting bi-weekly. Many of the fire captains, chiefs are participating in that group. And I know they're reworking our ordinance. As the board knows, I believe we do require fire inspections every other year for VHR renewals. Those inspections, there's a fee paid to the respective fire districts. And then they conduct those inspections on our behalf and tell us if the property passes or not. And that allows them to move through our permitting process internally. They the fire districts primarily focus inside the home for safety. They do look at things outside like the barbecue location, the fire pit, but they are not looking at defensible space and requiring compliance with that prior to signing off on the permit. So our recommendation and the fire chief's recommendations is they would like to see this incorporated into our program to further strengthen that compliance piece, where we know we have a lot of properties in the county, obviously, that need to comply with the vegetation management ordinance. And we think it only makes sense that these vacation homes be as safe as possible, including compliance with defensible space outside of the home.
So I think what I'd like to do on this is let's have Brendan go through this list of possible amendments. And then we'll bring this back to the board and maybe we'll go through them one at a time and get kind of board direction on each of them, as well as have discussions on further amendments that this board might like before we take public comment. How does that sound for a process?
Sounds good.
Sure. Does that sound okay? Okay, great.
Okay.
So you don't want questions at this point? Just keep going down to the list, right?
Questions, yes. If you want to have questions on that topic, but
So
let's not weigh in on.
It's this
yeah,
topic.
sure.
Would you require then an annual inspection in June or something or other? And if you found that they didn't have defensible space, then the permit would be revoked? Is that kind of the consequence?
So there'd be some nuances here because picture Tahoe in February, right?
Yeah.
10 feet of snow in the backyard, trying to do an inspection to see if there's shrubs or something. So that's a challenge that we've identified. So for renewals, I think we've talked about kind of this, maybe a 1-year concept. So if someone say their renewal is up in February, the fire department may go out and do an inspection and they'll do the best they can. I've talked to, say, Martin Goldberg at Lake Valley. He's their inspector. And he says he generally thinks he can do a decent job, even if there is snow on the ground, to identify needs, say, dense trees close to a house, using Google Street Maps, those kind of things. The concept, and this needs to be flushed out more, is that they would note that on the fire inspection, and we would renew as long as they complied with the internal fire components, we'd renew the permit, but we would say by the following year, you would have to comply with defensible space. And so there probably would be some interim inspection that would be required, like in the fall, when they could see the ground. And that work, we'd give ample time to conduct the work, because some of this stuff can be expensive. If trees need to be removed and things, identifying a contractor. So we've kind of factored in this year concept. We'd notify them that at their next renewal, they would need to be signed off for defensible space.
If they're adjacent to a vacant lot and the vacant lot isn't maintained and they can't get their defensible space because they're so close to the adjacent lot, would that be an exception? Because it's very difficult without a vacant lot ordinance for vegetation management to force an owner who may be an out of state, out of country, whatever owner to do cleanup on their property. It just doesn't happen unless somebody comes in and does it, and then they lien the property or whatever you have to do to try to collect for the costs of doing the abatement.
Yeah, I think we would only focus on the parcel in question and we
Okay.
couldn't factor in adjacent parcels that really they have no control over.
Okay,
I mean, that's a separate issue. I agree it needs to be handled, but I don't think we would hold the VHR permit because.
that's a
of
good
the-
interpretation. I like that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the vegetation management ordinance?
No.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so there's some nuances to be worked out there. We know there's some limitations due to the weather with that piece and cost. But I think it is important. So, okay, on to the next, potentially reducing the cap in the Tahoe Basin. As I mentioned before, the clustering policy now is governing the wait list. And it has reduced the number of permits in the Tahoe Basin from 900 down to, what did I say, 825? Sorry.
827.
827.
827, thank you. So we're below that 900.
Mhm.
And it has continually gone down very steadily. So one concept the board could consider, and this certainly doesn't need to happen, is reducing the cap.
Mhm.
I just have a question. Do you need the cap if the clustering policy is what's governing it?
I'm just gonna chime in that there were some comments made up at the public forum that there are a few neighborhoods that don't have a VHR right now, and they kind of would like to keep some neighborhoods free of VHRs if possible. So
Okay, I see.
I would kind of lean towards just reducing the cap, seeing, that was kind of the goal of the clustering and the cap in the first place was to lessen the impacts. And it's slowly working. So I think the cap's important, and plus it gives the community a sense of.
Peace of mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
very much so.
Yeah, well said.
Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Next one, potentially increasing fine amounts for health and safety violations. And this would be in line with a new Senate bill, which is Senate Bill 60. The local governments do have the opportunity to increase fines from what we have now, which is 500 first violation, 750 second violation, 1,000 third and subsequent violations, to increase penalty amounts, which I think are more along the line of 3,000, 5,000 types of fines per Senate Bill 60 for health and safety violations of a vacation home rental ordinance. So health and safety could, that could be like non-compliance with fire, perhaps occupancy. We would have to perhaps work with county council on an interpretation of what in our ordinance exactly is health and safety, so that we could then apply those higher fine amounts to violations of those particular sections of our ordinance.
Are you seeing today a lot of violations of that type or very, very small? I got to believe it's pretty small, right?
So Linda highlighted on her slide the number of different types of violations.
Right.
So the majority are for noise.
Right.
So is noise health and safety? Perhaps not, maybe mental health
That's a
for
stretch.
neighbors. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Occupancy, there's two. I think occupancy is definitely health and safety.
Yeah.
I mean, you could even argue that signs could be because there's not current information to make an emergency call. Unpermitted, I would say definitely, because they have not been inspected for fire. So that's the
Oh,
type of
okay.
interpretation we'd have to work out and
Right.
establish a defined policy that these are and these are not.
Yep. Very
So
good.
it's clear.
Yep.
Okay. On to the next, and here we're going to dive in a little bit on hosted rentals. So we just had a little conversation about hosted rentals. We know there's an issue with some homeowners taking advantage of the fact that a VHR permit is not needed if there's a hosted rental. And a hosted rental is where an owner resides during the rental period. So they must be present at all times, except to go to the grocery store or something, right? There's a loophole, I think, that some folks are taking advantage of. Now, on the flip side of that, many folks are complying and are doing this perfectly legally. So I want to highlight that too. And we even had folks at the town hall meeting come up and say, I'm helping to pay for my mortgage by having a hosted rental because it's very expensive to live in Tahoe and when people do not make living wages and affordable housing is a huge issue. So this is an important piece of revenue for some residents. I just want to make that really clear. So without, perhaps throwing this completely out, we feel at the staff level that we need to tighten up the hosted rental situation. And I just listed some concepts there. Perhaps we require a permit, perhaps we require a fee. Those could be lesser fees. Perhaps we require inspections, perhaps we set occupancy, perhaps we make them subject to the cap and the clustering policy. And that's something I would need to speak more about with council as well as, could we issue a permit for a hosted rental and not make it subject to the clustering policy, say? Because that may not make sense if the board wants VHR spaced out. In theory, if there's a resident, at home, the entire rental period, there should not be a wild party going on, for instance. I live next door to a hosted rental and it is fairly tame, luckily.
Yeah. Do we want to chit chat about this one at all, Supervisor Lane? Because this is kind of this is a big one.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Ferry's representation that there are some really good ones out there, but this is definitely an area that we're seeing as a workaround. And it's creating, illegal VHRs again, and that we don't really seem to be grappling with. So I like the ideas that you've come up with, and I think we need to work with county council and figure out how we can do this better. But at the end of the day, my position will always be, if you have rules that you're not enforcing, don't even have a rule. What's the point? And we're not doing a good job of enforcement, not because we don't want to, but certainly cost is prohibited. We need a lot more people. The officer that works up in Tahoe, she works Tuesday through Friday. She doesn't even get reports from anybody until Tuesday following a weekend. And we know that that's when the VHRs are wildly used. So there's just a lot of work that needs to be done. This is just one area.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask a really, I hope it's a simple question, but it won't be, me. Do we need to actually differentiate between a VHR and a hosted rental? Can we just say anybody that wants to have a short-term rental, has to follow the same rules? You're more than welcome to be hosted. You know what I mean? But as far as the county is concerned, do we have to have a different type of permit? If somebody's supposedly living there? This is a big one, and it goes back to how much do you want the government in your business? Quite honestly, do you want the government having to knock on the door to say, "Hey, are you there today?" People, this is a messy one. I don't like it at all, quite honestly. And so it's like, can we just say you're a VHR, period, end of story. You're more than welcome to be there and live there and rent out your room and advertise it that way, because some people like that. But do we have to differentiate? Have you done that research yet, Brendan? Do we know this?
And I'm going to piggyback that question that you can answer together.
Yeah.
Are hosted rentals, are they also governed by the clustering policy or not? Are they outside of it?
They're outside of it
So
currently.
That's another issue
That's the difference
too.
too.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just would really like to not differentiate and just make them the same. If the people want to live there, for rent their mortgage income, more power to them. But the abuses are just too great. And if they want to supplement their income, they need to have the same business type permits and stuff that everybody else does. So I don't know if you thought about that yet. Supervisor Lane is an option. Just say permit, make them all the same. I don't know.
It's an interesting concept for sure. I think
Yeah.
it should be considered. Yeah.
Okay.
It would simplify
Quite
the
yeah.
issue. But they are operated quite differently. The concerns are very different.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about.
Okay.
Good
I got a question. What about workforce housing? It's been a big issue in Tahoe for a long, long time. And especially when people have the right to rent out one of the bedrooms and stuff, to be able to support somebody working at some of these casinos or some of these hotels and stuff like that. And that's been a big issue in Tahoe because people can't even afford to even rent up there. So I don't know. We need to work on this a little bit more, especially when it comes to that, especially being able to rent out a room, especially if somebody wants to work up in that particular area and stuff. So workforce housing is very, very critical to me.
It's a very different issue. We have a prototype, the city of
Yeah.
South Lake Tahoe has banned vacation home rentals within the city limits, with the exception of the tourist core area. And there's some other little nuances also, but it's not important to discuss. When they did that, we had 1,400 vacation home rentals within the city when they were banned. Now there's probably 400 in the tourist core area, but not anywhere else. And we did not see affordable housing did not get more affordable. And there isn't a plethora of rentals available as a result of banning vacation home rentals. So although housing seems to be the big umbrella, it really didn't affect the affordability of housing in the basin when we banned them, nor did it necessarily make housing available for renters as a result. There were some, but it was like maybe 100 units became available for long-term rentals. So we didn't see the correlation there.
Clearly, this is a complicated, this one issue is a sticky, complicated issue. So, I mean, what will be our process to determine what the appropriate amendments are, especially for the hosted rental? I mean, are you expecting us to flush that out today?
I think I'll have some comments at the end that maybe will help with that.
Okay, great. All right.
I don't think we have to necessarily come
So
up with
this is a
answers.
sticky wicket. This
Yeah.
one is a sticky wicket. Okay.
I have a clarifying question, just came to bed and breakfast. It's not a VHR, it's not a hosted rental, right? So that's a separate category.
It is, and we actually specifically call out bed and breakfasts right in the first paragraph of our ordinance and applicability. It says this section does not apply to bed and breakfast.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was just trying to reflect back on.
That's
way
in the
it was set up.
lodging facility section. Those are regulated in Title 130.
Yep, okay, thank you.
In the zoning ordinance. And just a comment to Supervisor Turnbull about of workforce housing. It's absolutely a great point. One thing just to remember is that we're focused on short-term rentals less than 30 days. So someone is allowed to rent out a room to someone, say, longer than that without being subject to our ordinance.
Okay, that's
So,
good.
so long-term rentals, the county is not involved in. That's a private party
Mhm.
transaction. And that's certainly a huge piece of the affordable housing picture in Tahoe.
Yeah.
Because most locals cannot afford to buy a home.
That's correct.
Okay.
Let me ask, and ADUs are still excluded from this hosted rental? aspect of it,
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Should I continue
Yes,
down my
please
list?
continue. Please
Okay.
continue.
And I think the rest should be shorter. Concept on additional permit suspension options. Mr. Runkle, who I believe had an appointment and may not be joined us yet, but he does plan to be here. He had, concepts for perhaps expanding the board or code enforcement's options for, say, if someone got 2 violations within a 6-month period, we could then suspend their permit. Right now, it's only after the 3rd violation within a 18-month period.
Okay.
So we could lessen that as a further incentive for folks not to violate our ordinance.
Yeah. And just to throw it in at this particular point, it also, the language says that they may revoke the license, and that has been a bone of contention with
As
regards
opposed to shall or something.
Right, and we have one vacation rental that had 83 violations in about 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Why wasn't their permit revoked?
Got it.
May.
Yeah, it
needs
says
to say shall.
may be suspended.
Nebulous. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So perhaps tweaks like that. Thank you, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you.
On to the next, this is on local contacts. I described those earlier. We do unfortunately have some local contacts that are bad actors and are not following what they're required to do. We do require them to take an exam online and pass that test to be certified. Again, they have to be 24/7 present and within a 30-minute response time. And that is the first line of attack supposedly for a complaint, is that the local contact can then go and address it, right? Show up at the VHR. I'm the local contact. Many of them are paid employees, if you will, of the VHR. They show up and address noise or whatever's happening, right? Some of them are not performing their duties. Our ordinance currently does not allow for any type of decertification. And so we're recommending that for those that are not acting per their duties, that we allow them to be decertified. And that would then render the VHR non-compliant. They need to get a new local contact. repass the exam, et cetera.
Makes sense.
Okay.
That was huge.
Makes sense, yeah.
Huge at the forum. And it seemed like the paid professionals were on it and really good. So I don't know if we want to go a step further and maybe having a list of people that are qualified to do it and say, you must use one of these. Because I think there was even an example of an owner, they owned the VHR and they also lived in the basin. So they were their own self-contact or something, and that wasn't working. I mean, that's like the Fox, garden and hen house,
right.
quite honestly. So we need to really tighten this up. And I don't know where you were thinking, but some of those agencies that were paid were very professional, and they took it so seriously. I appreciated hearing from them. So it's a thought.
Yeah.
Do we have the ability to have a preferred vendors list? And I mean,
I don't believe so.
I think that's been problematic in other issues that we've looked at that. I don't know if that's a possibility.
I mean, we can certainly look at it further. I know, by way of example, planning may have certain vendors that they've pre-approved for use of preparation of EIRs, but that's gone through a kind of a qualification process. So we could certainly explore that. I don't want to say, no, it's expressly prohibited, but I do appreciate you acknowledging that it can create some.
It can be
Yes,
problematic. Yeah, it can be
absolutely.
problematic.
But we definitely need to tighten it up.
Okay,
no matter
yes,
what.
that sounds good. Okay.
Yeah. All right, great. Thank you. All right, next bullet is very broad, and this could mean a lot of things, but enhancing the code enforcement program. And I think the board has talked about this. You mentioned, Supervisor Parlin mentioned at the TOT hearing, perhaps adding officers, perhaps expanding work hours. This could mean a whole number of things. I thought it was just important to put it on here for the board to consider what options they may want in order to strengthen our code enforcement part of our program. So that could turn into a whole large discussion. I don't know if you want to do that now, or if I could, maybe I'll finish the last and then we can.
Finish it, yeah.
Okay.
Because
Thank
that's
you.
a big one.
Yes.
Okay. Last bullet here is just clarification on TOT payment responsibility. As I mentioned earlier, our ordinance does state if it's not obvious in the TOT returns that a rental has been used in the prior year, the owner must demonstrate it in some form. And it's fairly ambiguous. Sometimes that's beneficial, sometimes not. Staff is feeling like it may help us to have more black and white there, where the board could consider something like a minimum number of nights that a VHR must be rented in order to be renewed. Now, there can be problems with that too, because say we make it at 10 and they only have 9, and they say, well, my uncle got sick in Georgia and I had to go back, and we hear all those kind of things, and all those things do happen. Do we then not renew their permit? So I just want to put that out there for the board to consider. Sometimes a black and white line can be challenging as well. It's just something to consider, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that finishes that slide. And again, that's not an exhaustive list. There's many other things that we could talk about. Branch marketing, coordination, I'm sorry. All kinds of things.
All right.
And my last slide is to turn it back to the board and say thank you. And we look forward to the discussion.
Excellent presentation. What looked like a fairly simple presentation, we realized it is a very, very complex issue. So actually, I'd like to let Supervisor Lane have some comments, and then maybe we go to public comment first and then bring it back to the board and we go through those items or decide which way we want to go as a board. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Sure. I'm going to turn it over to you, Supervisor Lane.
I want to also thank staff for being here today and for putting so much work and attention to this. Thank you for presenting to the public a couple weeks ago. It went over very well. And the public is anxious to be a part of this process. I'm going to be asking the Board of Supervisors to support an idea to have an advisory group of stakeholders that would provide input as to where they see opportunities and how we think we can build a better program. And they would be reporting directly to me. I would like for that to be quasi-public. I would like for them to have some public sessions, but I'd also like for them to have some very private sessions to really hash out what's going on here. And so I'll be asking for that support at the conclusion of this presentation. I think The bottom line is, and we heard in our public forum, we heard people that absolutely hate vacation home rentals. We heard from other people that absolutely depend on vacation home rentals for their income. And we heard everything in between. But what we did hear that I really want to thank the community for was their civility. They all understand it at a different level, depending on how they interact with vacation home rentals. But we do know that we are a tourist-based economy, and there's a desire for that. We also know that within our communities, they're disruptive. And there is a very difficult balance between quality of life for the people that live in and around them. We have some communities that are really bogged down in vacation home rentals. We have the Golden Bear, which I've heard the estimate of 75% of this neighborhood is rentals, vacation home rentals. And there's, one road in and one road out. So is there a way that maybe we can accelerate the decline in some of these saturated neighborhoods? Is there a way to do that? I don't know. I do want to hear from my colleagues. I definitely want to hear from the public. I'm sure that they will weigh in today as well. The program, if I had to say whether or not it was working, I would say it's very broken. And it's not any one person's fault, but it needs to be addressed, or I have a feeling that, the outcry will be, rather loud, and people are going to want to look at, can we get rid of them? So it was confirmed to me today just by our interaction, and thank you, Ms. Coleman, for being here and for being honest about what's going on. I really appreciate that. But the philosophy of the basin residents is that the county just wants the TOT and they don't care about the program. And I heard a little bit of that today. So I think what I'm trying to bring to the forefront, and the reason why I asked for this presentation, and I know that the board asked to have this brought back as well, to see at the year and a half point or 2-year point, is it working? So we're doing that, and I really appreciate it. But this is the biggest problem in the basin right now. And to the degree that the Board of Supervisors would take this on seriously as to how we can fix some of it, it's going to require money. Quite frankly, it's going to require money, and we're generating a lot of it. That's what the basin resident would tell you. We're delivering, almost $10 million in transient occupancy taxes. Not all of that is from the basin, but the vast majority is. And yet we have a program that, is way underfunded. So maybe the transient occupancy tax needs to be a part of the equation on solving code enforcement. And I do believe if we're going to have a program written down in an ordinance that has rules, it has to be enforced. So you can tell I'm not very passionate about it.
Yes.
But I really appreciate the board taking the time to engage in this. And I, again, would like to ask for your support in putting together an advisory group of stakeholders that can have a say as to what they think might or might not work, understanding that it would just be a recommendation to this body. We know you're not going to get everything you ask for, but if they could just have a place at the table, I think that would go a long way. And they would appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lane.
Can I
Sure.
ask are you thinking of creating this group and getting their inputs first before tackling any changes? Or are you thinking there's some easy schmeasy 'cause some of these are easy and some aren't. Are you thinking there should be board direction on some of the more simple, straightforward ones today? Because I think staff is looking for board direction. So I feel like there could be two different paths for certain items, or have you thought about that part yet?
Right, good question. So I think that they could parallel. There
Okay.
could be a parallel path there.
Okay.
I think that there is some direction that the Board of Soups might give that the basin would be very supportive of. So I think we could go down both lanes at the same time.
Okay. When we go down our checklist after public comment, we'll probably have to.
Yeah, we'll weigh in on
Go
that.
through it
Okay,
that
that was gonna
way.
be my
Okay.
question too. All right, any further board comments before we turn this
Not
over
yet.
to public comment? Okay, great. Let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I've talked to you about my son living in Incline Village, which is on the north shore of Lake Tahoe. I think it'd be clear that what we're talking about is the unincorporated area of El Dorado County.
Yeah.
That needs to be clear. Tahoe City, over on the west shore. I think they all have some interest in the subject. You may know that kind of collaborative effort that may be going on right now that hasn't been discussed today, but needs to be brought into the discussion. The part that I was concerned about, which we've talked about on many, many subjects, is once you make something governmental or county, then you're locked into certain rules. You talked about having maybe public sessions, but not having public sessions. I don't think you have the discretion to decide what is going to be a public session and what's going to be a confidential session without the publics. You just don't have that discretion. You have to follow what the law says and essentially do what's right by what your program requires. Even though in your heart, you know, that's going to be more difficult maybe because you can't talk about a subject in a more confidential setting. I just want you, so my general comments today are just to be careful and be very deliberative in terms of what you want to do today. Because I think there is something, I go along with Supervisor Parlin. There may be some things that, hey, that all they need to do is for you to say, yes, go forth and do this. Where others may take a little bit of time in order to be able to do. So that's my comments today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Unity Sakamoto, and I'm here on behalf of my partner, John Dilly, who formerly had a VHR permit in the Tahoe Basin. And in the years when this permit program was changed between 2018 and 2020, he inadvertently lost his permit through what I would describe as no fault of his own. About 6 or 8 weeks ago, we sent the board a very lengthy letter describing all of the facts surrounding his particular story. And when the 900 cap was implemented in 2020, he was in the process of trying to get his permit back on track. He did not realize that it had expired. When the cap was reached, no further assistance was provided to him. He still does not have a permit. When the buffer was put into place, he was still trying to get his permit reinstated. It still has not been reinstated. I would like to draw the board's attention to a couple of very interesting facts that I discovered when I was looking into the changes that this program has undergone. I have scoured agendas from previous board meetings dating all the way back to 2008. I have read through the ordinances, and I feel like I probably know them backwards and forwards by now. I know that I don't. But In a board agenda that I came across in 2008, there were some changes made to the VHR ordinance 5.56. And according to the language that I saw being instituted in that meeting, and again, this is 2008, the language regarding the requirement of a business license or any other certificate or permit that the county may require has been the same. It has not changed since at least 2008. And that, according to the agenda that I found, it doesn't appear to have changed since probably the 90s. And so when our incumbent tax collector came into office, which I believe is 2020, all of a sudden the renewal had one word changed on the face of it. And the renewal says this business license, blah, blah, blah. Very small print underneath the renewal item. Before that, in all of the years before 2020, it was clearly stated that it was a permit. When our incumbent tax collector came in is when there began to be an enforcement of a business license requirement. And yet the ordinance language has not changed in very likely 20 or more years. I would like to suggest to the board that the VHR program as it is written in the ordinance today has outgrown its permit or its purpose, or rather that the VHR process and rentals have outgrown what the ordinances currently expect.
Thank you so much, Unity. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom?
So I just
Hello,
want to
Karen.
do a quick math problem with you all. So Linda has indicated that there's about 4% of the total illegal VHRs or short-term rentals. And if I just apply 4% to the total TOT that we collect, that would take approximately $400,000 out of our TOT. So that's a lot of money. And it would take approximately, if I do a quick calculation on what I think the new proposition for the roads, it would probably take $80,000 out of that. So that's just the math. And I do not care, I just want to put it on the record, more about the TOT than about the neighborhoods in our community. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you for that context, Karen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or
Board of
good morning still.
Supervisors.
Still
Say what?
good morning.
Good
I
morning.
love it.
Either way, thank you so very much for having me. My name is John Dilly. I am Unity's partner, so I'm gonna use my extra 3 minutes to continue down the path. First and foremost, we are super blessed to have Ms. Lane jump on board here because there has been some serious problems that have taken place through the implementation of the past VHR program. And it's really driven a wedge. And I think Ms. Parlin would point to, there's a wedge between current homeowners who deserve respect from their VHR program. And there's a need to have a VHR program in the Tahoe Basin. And in seeing how everything has been implemented over the last 3 years, and quite frankly, I believe illegally, it has caused a big problem between everybody. But there is a way to make secondary homeowners and locals actually feel like a community together. And that's why I actually like the committee process of how, instead of driving a wedge, do we bring everyone back together? How do we, me as an old VHR homeowner, where I didn't even know I lost my permit because quite frankly, it was never told to the public of current mom and pops, it wasn't. I was paying my TOT taxes for years. So when we're talking about 400 units not paying their TOT taxes, I was paying it. And I didn't even know I didn't have a permit. I had one, according to your county treasurer's office, because they didn't know the difference either. So in essence, there's a way this staff works crazy hard. We know that. I've been dealing with them a lot and they're amazing. They definitely need a little bit of help, probably a lot, in order to make this right. But more importantly, you do need to come up with a one-stop process to be able to stop the wedge and bring everybody back together. And it's possible. And other counties actually are, bringing those together.
I think it's worth looking into that process, although you're understaffed already, but there's some other counties that actually bring them together. I think it's very important to work together and have homeowners with second homeowners and locals be able to work together. And it's possible. I could tell you when I did have a permit, if I ever got a complaint from my neighbor, guess what I did? I literally went and bought them dinner. I said, this is my fault and I don't want this for you because I'm part of your neighbors. I want my kids to be here forever. We're here forever. We're here for my family and we want to do the right things. There's a way to make that happen again. So I will conclude with this. You truly are blessed to have Miss Lane on here because I believe what has happened prior to this has been a big mess. And I believe she sees it. I know Brendan sees it. And there's a way to correct this. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your comments. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Bruce. I've been a local in Tahoe for 37 years. I'm hoping to try and strike more of a balance here because I see a lot of people that are local that are so unhappy with the tourism that they kind of take it out on them. And what I'm seeing happen is tourists are just feeling unwelcome. They come here and they just get slapped with restrictions, regulations, and fees, and they're just being the beast of burden. And so they get treated worse and worse because of different people having problems with it. So they attack the whole tourism industry and want to enforce more rules, more regulations, and more, just more, I would say, outrageous fees, really. So what I am trying to see is to strike a balance because I agree. I think we need to work in harmony with this and find a way to work together rather than, as he said, putting a wedge. I think there are a lot of things we could do to make their stay more pleasant, as well as find a happy medium for the people who are very unhappy with the VHRs. I think that it is the wave of the future. VHRs are all over the world. It's not just Tahoe. Even when I vacation, and I just got back from Hawaii and we stayed in Airbnbs and VHRs, that's what most everybody does. I'm in the entertainment business. I've been sending dancers to parties for years. We're seeing more shows go to North Shore because they're so sick and tired of the regulations and the way they get treated when they come here. I put it to the forum when I went to that, and I pointed out that when you went to Hawaii, you used to get greeted with a lei when you came off the plane. It was like, hey, it's nice to have you. We're glad to share a beautiful place with you. Here, it's just kind of like, all I hear is how much people hate and can't stand them. And I'm trying to really get to strike this balance here where we can work in harmony and we can get this done together in a way that doesn't make them feel so uncomfortable they don't want to come back, or they're just going to go to North Shore because they're so sick of it. I would rather them say, wow, we had a great time and we enjoyed our neighbors. And I want to find more pleasant ways to work with the discord instead of punitive ways. That's my goal. So I would like to be on the advisory board. I really think that is a way to work with both sides and kind of come up with some more functional, effective ways to work with this than just continuously restricting and just regulating and punishing and burdening them with fees. Thank you.
Roxanne. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you for making the trip down here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that for all of you that came down from Tahoe, really appreciate it. Yes.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Doug Coatney.
Good morning, Doug.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Oh, excellent. I just wanted to refer the board to the minutes of the board meeting that occurred on August 24th, 2021, where Brendan came and presented it was actually the board was going to vote on the amendment to do the, oh God.
500 foot.
Yeah, the 500 foot, yeah, whatever we're calling that. And there were 4 action items that Brendan and the staff was directed to take out of that. One was that it was continued to have the vote on the, buffer zone moved out then the next one was to direct the staff of the board with suggestions and or solutions about how to handle owners who had issues with the changes in the vacation home rental permitting process and were on the wait list when it moved from the tax collector to the planning department. So this is to Mr. Dilly's concern about situations where owners that were in this nebulous situation where, hey, we're, had a permit, we were trying to sell, run a VHR, everything was okay. Things changed. We didn't get a permit. We ran into the same situation. There were a number of us in that wait zone. And I was one of those situations, owners that was affected as well. Since I can relate to the early 1990s when I first had a permit with the county and first had a business license and was running through that, that the challenge was that you needed to jump through a bunch of hoops. We tried. I actually had the newest VHR permit in 2020, and unfortunately, that permit lapsed in November of 2020. I continued to pay the TOT tax to the county, just as the Coleman mentioned that they were still accepting the payments, but didn't get any notification. At that point in time, I could have renewed the VHR permit easily, but didn't have the opportunity to know that I'd screwed up. Then June rolls around and we pass the notion of a cap. Now we're underneath the cap. We're all on the waiting list. And then on the August timeframe, we get another August timeframe, the buffer zone gets passed. But I'd just like to return to asking the board to follow up on the minute items of what to do with those people that were caught in the middle, that had a permit for 20 plus years, didn't have any, issues associated with it, like myself and Mr. Dilly, and we're stuck not able to rent. Yet all these other people do rent and don't get fined for it or anything like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Caleb Fry.
Good morning, Caleb.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Please go right ahead.
Thank you so much for having me today and for all of the attention to this matter. I know it's difficult. I'm a professional manager here in South Lake Tahoe and have been so for about 15 years. I like a lot of the discussion that I'm hearing today, including from you, Supervisor Lane. I love the idea of a stakeholder committee. To me, it sounds like VHRs and this El Dorado County program are kind of a problem. And in my mind, if it's a problem, then the solution to it should start by kind of assessing all the facts. I would implore a deeper dive of data assessment. The data here sounds fragmented and disconnected, or perhaps incomplete. I think it'd be really cool to look at data, look at policy changes, look at correlation. A stakeholder committee of professional managers, governmental individuals, and disrupted neighbors. It'd be so helpful to just get everyone in this roundtable discussion, hear what people have to say, understand, why are complaints being made on illegal rentals, recourse is not being taken. Just get communication going. And I would implore doing so ahead of making direction on this program. It seems backwards to do otherwise. So on the discussion of enforcement, caps, clustering, all these restrictive measures, they don't solve the disruptive rental that's next door to a resident that's getting no relief. I think one enforcement officer is not enough. I think this whole program needs to just kind of be rethought and refreshed. To hear there's 400 illegal rentals out of 775 is deeply alarming. To hear that we are complicitly taking tax knowing these bad actors are operating is really concerning. I totally align with you there, Supervisor Lane. How do we know that these bad rentals are a huge source of this problem and we're complacent with them? What are we doing about these several hundred? that seem to be kind of ruining a lot of stuff for the rest. Can TOT go to this? Can TOT not be fixing potholes and go to the program to help refine it, improve it, strengthen enforcement? Do police officers need to be our primary response team? I love the idea of a complete thinking and assessment here, and appreciate the effort to do so. Thank you all for the time.
For your comments. Appreciate them.
Now taking public comment from Leona.
Good morning.
Can you hear
Leona.
me?
We sure can. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you and good morning. Just two brief comments. The first is regarding the defensible space requirement, and I believe that this is a big issue after the Caldor fire. When a residential property owner is given an inspection, they don't have a year to gain compliance, but rather more like 3 months. In addition, every house in Tahoe has received an inspection, including the VHRs. So they already know the requirements and what they need to do to gain compliance. So my recommendation is that VHRs be required to meet the law prior to receiving or renewing their permit. And secondly, accepting tax from illegal VHRs and allowing them to operate is the definition of bribery, I think. So I would suggest that you fine them and put them out of business instead of encouraging their bad behavior. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Lauren.
Good morning, Lauren.
Lauren, can you unmute yourself?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
We certainly can, Lauren. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Lauren Gresh. I'm the Director of Property Management with R&R Vacation Rentals here in South Lake Tahoe. Thank you for everyone's comments. We definitely echo Caleb's comments. I was going to say just about everything that he said. Just a couple other things I wanted to add to that. You know, the workforce came up a lot today, and a large part of that workforce, including myself, depends on this industry. You know, house cleaners, electricians, plumbers, restaurant workers, landscapers, and so on, is just such a vital part of our economy that it would be so important for us to really come together to make sure that we can have a program that works for everybody. Supervisor Lane really hit it on the head with the need for funding and enforcement. We're all about more enforcement. Love the idea of an advisory group. There's communities all over the country who are doing this successfully, like other people have said, and welcome tourism. And I know that this community can too. I moved here in '96, worked at Heavenly was my first job. You know, I've been a tourist in communities like this, and it's a beautiful place and people want to come to, and I think we can come together to create something that works for everyone. I know the cap was talked about briefly. I just want to mention that if a cap is going to be considered, we don't recommend dropping it below 600, the estimated max based on the 500-foot buffer. We definitely recommend utilizing the company, you know, code enforcements and host compliance reporting and dispatch system for more rapid response by local contacts and enforcement. Really get the stats about the complaints. Look for trends in regards to the complaints, such as size of home. Is it professionally managed versus owner management? What's the size of the lot? Proximity to the complaint source. And from that, make appropriate recommendations for enhancements to the ordinance, you know, that really address the big problems. So also in regards to the, one last thing, in regards to kids 5 and under don't count, we think we should just make that the number of people applicable 24/7. It just doesn't really make sense to us. Those are some of our recommendations. Really, thank you so much for your service and consideration.
Appreciate your comments, Lauren. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Stu.
Good morning, Stu.
Good morning. Thank you, Lauren, for beating me to the punch, and Caleb as well. I'm a resident and business owner in South Lake Tahoe. We own R&R Vacation Rentals. We employ about 25 people, and we manage 33 homes in the county. My message, I'll echo what other people said, but on top of that, my recommendation for the committee to look at is simplification. The first thing, as Lauren had pointed out, is occupancy. We don't have to do a lot of study to know that neighbors don't like noise. Noise is generated with more people. More people generates maybe an undesirable guest. We don't want to host, no one that has a vacation rental wants to host parties. It's hard on everybody. So when we look at the occupancy, if you've got a 4-bedroom home, which allows 10 people, but you don't count any kids, that's room for people to violate the rule. Make it simple. It's, if you've got a 4-bedroom home, you can have 10 people. We don't care what age they are, no more than 10 people at any time during the day or night. That will simplify it. It makes it a lot easier to enforce as well. Simplify the permit processing. Right now, you can probably ask every member of the team, the staff that's working on that. There's 3 different permits, licenses, or certificates needed. A business license, a TOT certificate, and then the actual VHR permit. And they're being handled by multiple departments. South Lake Tahoe, you went to one department, you still do. You go to one department, they take care of everything. That keeps your cost structure down. You can keep the money to use for other things such as enforcement. And on the simplification, I do think there are things that could be done in parallel. As much as I want to wait until you get our input and for the neighbors' input, there are some real simple things. And I think addressing occupancy, just canceling permits. If someone's operating illegally, just don't let them, and don't let them ever get a permit again. So I do think there's immediate things that will benefit the residents who are looking for action. And then we can make further enhancements as we get down the road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stu. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning, Sue.
Morning. So I'm not, first I want to make it really clear that I'm only referring to the West Slope. I feel like Tahoe is a whole different program and they should be addressed separately. I've not really paid attention to the VHR program on the West Slope, but I have a huge concern for the well-being of healthy communities and the impact when you drop many hotel stays into our existing communities. This is the first time I've listened to it, so my comments are they changed as I was listening. But anyway, if I had my wish, there would only be hosted rentals and no VHRs. I think you could simplify the whole thing on the West Slope if only hosted rentals, that the property owner would have to live on that property and must be using the housing exemption. If not, then you need to penalize them. You have in section 124.010, you have the ability to penalize those that aren't following the ordinance of the county. And you can apply a misdemeanor. It's punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for up to you can't exceed 6 months, or a fine of $1,000. But each infraction counts as another violation. So you have an arm in which to enforce these policies. And I think you need to simplify this, and you've made it almost too complicated. And when there's so much openness for bad players, then it harms the whole program. But as far as the West Slope, I think they should only be, I don't think we should have VHRs. I think hosted rentals are okay if the property owner is there who's vested in that community. Right now, you have the opportunity to prevent what has happened to Tahoe and from happening on our West Slope. And I add that what's hard is when you allow these in our communities, you lose families and schools because of the loss of residents that are now no longer in our communities. And when there's a need, when there's such a need for housing in the county, to lose housing stock to many hotels only inflates the cost of homes and further prevents families from coming here. So I just ask that you look at, if you're going to do something and keep the rest of the county from turning into what's happened to Tahoe, consider just doing hosted rentals on the West Slope, and then enforce the law that you have already in place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawala.
Hello again, Kelly.
Again, I just was really trying to be an overall county advocate and not just what affects me in my backyard. I want to say I really understand and appreciate you, Supervisor Lane. My parents live in Half Moon Bay, and let me tell you, they have been in the vacation rental home hell out there, where she lives near the golf course. So I can understand where we use this word progress a lot, and my area has been accused lately a lot of not being open to progress. And it makes you think, what is progress? And I think it's interesting that on your own website on vacation home rentals, which I was reading while I was waiting, it's very clear that it says balancing an owner's ability to rent out their home with neighboring desire to keep the peaceful residential character of their neighborhood. And that is foundational. And we are seeing this more and more in our county, with different things coming in the name of progress. What is progress? 20 years ago, I don't think very many of us had ever heard of an Airbnb or that option to vacation in that kind of setting. So I guess you could call vacation home rentals progress, bringing an industry or businesses to a community that otherwise was rural, to that rural and quality of life in the name of progress seems a little counterproductive to me. So I'm just wanting to give my branch of support as a county member on always remembering that our quality of life is very important while balancing this new phenomenon of progress. And I really appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Emily Aldridge.
Good morning, Emily.
Good morning. Thank you. One issue that I have not heard addressed yet is the idea of an ultimate cap on the number of people who can stay in a VHR house. And I'm in Tahoma on the west shore of Tahoe, and this issue has been raised because there's a very large house that is being built near mine that will essentially function as an Airbnb. There's two properties next to each other, and I believe there are 13 bedrooms between the two properties, which, I think the number of people who would legally be permitted to stay there is about the same size as the Sunnyside Lodge, a real hotel on the West Shore. And I think that there needs to be a discussion about what is the line between a single family home that can legally have a VHR permit and, essentially opening a hotel in a residential neighborhood and having a commercial enterprise where it is not, it's not zoned to be that. One other issue related to this also is that it seems like it's unclear whether there is a parking requirement for VHRs. And if there is, I think that my neighbors and I have heard different things about the parking. And for a house like this, one of the houses, the bigger of between the two properties, has 9 bedrooms. So, what is the requirement for where all the cars of those guests need to go? And I think that's a huge safety concern as well. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate your comments. And that Cheryl be the last one.
Now taking public comment from Cheryl.
Good morning, Cheryl.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right
Great.
ahead.
Thank you. I would like to comment on a couple of different things that were brought up. First would be the reporting options for neighbors. It seems to me that there aren't, that it's required that the local contact report back to VHR, and that seems to be the only way that the VHR department is able to get these comments. And we lived next door to a property for 12 years that was cycling through every 2 nights. It seemed people staying, large parties. And we finally figured out, and did find out later, that the contact person was actually being paid by the owner not to report the complaints. And I realize that's a tough thing to track, but I feel like underneath the contact number, there should be something on their permit that states that when you call a local contact, please also call this line, which is a line that is put up by the VHR department so that they can report both places, so that we know that any complaints going into the local contact are also being recorded with the VHR department. I also am curious as to whether or not the sheriff calls. We all learned that our local contact was not reporting these frat parties, which there seemed to be a lot of during the summer. So we ended up calling the sheriff's department also. And as other people have stated, because the compliance officer is only Tuesday through Friday, I have to believe 80 to 90% of complaints come in over the weekend. So in order to get any response, you pretty much have to call the sheriff. So I'm wondering if VHR also communicates with the sheriff's department to find out what complaints they've received, because I think complaints are very underreported to VHR, as somebody else stated. The other question I have ties in also with what Emily said, and it ties into that, in that the clustering, the size of a VHR home restriction, I think should be considered by the VHR department. We had 2 beautiful small historic properties torn down that had 4 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms respectively, I think, and 2 huge combined properties now. Somebody bought both of them, with the 5-bedroom home on one and the 9-bedroom on the other. So it's a completely different property from that standpoint. And the thought of it having a VHR license is so out of character with the neighborhood. It's just crazy. And at a minimum, if those large homes are considered, then there should be 1,000-foot radius. That's, I think, I wish the VHR department would consider that. That's primarily my comments. Thank you all for letting us address these.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. Interesting consideration. That was our last online commenter. So this is actually a lot more questions than the very complex issue. So we have a lot of other items to attend to today, and I know this is a critically important issue. Supervisor Lane, how would you like to go about this? Do you want to try to knock a few off, or do you wish to establish your idea of an advisory group and then come back to the board with recommendations on everything before us?
Well, I would definitely like the latter. But I would, I would turn to my colleagues if they have real hard, real specific feelings about
Any of the
topics.
items before us.
Yeah, then
Brendan, perhaps, or Kim, can we get the slide up on the potential amendments to the VHR, the last slide? Second to last slide. Yeah, slide 9 of 10. Just for the board to refer to.
And I think we're going to add some based on the comments.
All right, so like I said, what I would like to do is I would like to get to our mental health awareness, and boy, I don't know if we're going to get to the DOT. I know we have people in the audience for item number 39, as well as our 11 a.m. 46. So what is the board's pleasure on this?
Well, we got to do this. I mean, this
absolutely.
is super duper important, and we already put it off because of the snowstorm. So you want to start just going down the list, and we'll say, figure out if you want to try to give direction on some today, and then others say, let's defer that to the committee perhaps. Do you think that's a good plan, or?
Yeah, I mean, in the interest of time, we could just take it from here. and come back with some.
That's what I'm
Want
wondering.
to do the whole
I,
thing?
I think that's probably a better idea
Okay,
because the board may decide on something, but then another consideration comes up
yeah.
as the community wrestles with this. Right. That I think that might be a better course forward.
So for the veg management, that seems like a no-brainer.
That seems like a no-brainer.
That one,
Yes.
everybody seemed to agree is,
But the likelihood, I mean, code enforcement is that we're not going to amend the ordinance and bring that back and put the
No.
vegetation management in it without having these other items addressed, right? So,
Ideally, that would be nice for staff to not come back many
right,
times.
so better
with
to do
lots
it
of
all at
different
once, but I
amendments.
think the board is
Do it as a
clarity that
package. That's the right way to
we're
do
in
it.
full favor of the vegetation management to protect the community.
can we give some guidance on a few of these though? I
Sure.
mean,
If you want-
because,
Absolutely.
you know, well, we kind of did talk about them as we went, but definitely the hosted. I would love it if the group would explore, and county council will have to weigh in, I'm sure. Legally, do we have to have hosteds? I think they're causing a lot of grief, and they should be included in the clustering even because they're a part of the equation. They should be included in the cap. I don't think they should be treated any different. I just don't.
I'm going to play devil's advocate on this one because
Yeah.
it's obviously as a lot of the comments were brought forward as well as our board discussion, it's a complicated issue.
It is.
So I would like the community to wrestle with that to see what our options are.
Oh,
on
of
that.
course. I'm just saying that I would like to explore not having though in this
Okay.
with this group.
Certainly put that on the list as a
Yeah.
potential, but as Supervisor Turnbull brought up, if they are used,
Right.
as-
especially
Well, but he
workforce
was talking
housing.
about long-term,
Well-
that,
If
which
it's
is
only a
not,
month long,
yeah, I mean,
but are there
yeah,
times where that's a needed benefit to the community? I don't know.
Right.
So
that's a separate issue,
we all agree
actually.
that the hosted rentals
Yeah.
needs to be explored and come back with what all our full range of our options are.
Mhm. I would like better data. I would like the data. I really think that what we saw was underreported. We need to know what's really going on, and a lot of the public comments also talked about that. So I don't know how that's doable. I also would like the group to explore, and I know this is a touchy one, but I agree with Supervisor Lane. I don't think we should be collecting money from units that are operating illegally without a permit. And instead, we should really increase our enforcement and violations and all of that and make it real. This needs to be real. And the reason that we have to do all this is because unfortunately, not everybody is respectful to others. I hate saying it like that, but I know when I go on vacation, I'm very thoughtful of the people that live there, but not everybody is. So that's why we have to do this. And then, I don't know, Brendan, did you kind of like, or who took notes over there to kind of go talk about what we're going to explore? Will staff be part of your group even?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so that might help too.
Absolutely.
If you guys took good notes about what we talked about to explore, plus you have your video.
Absolutely.
And I like the idea of the cap total for a unit. We shouldn't let it go just because some of these places are being built are mega mansions, and I like that idea of having just a cap, not excluding children also, because they're the ones that are kind of loud. So those are all the things I think that the group should really take a good look at and see what's fair. And then the one that they were talking about combining units, to me, that doesn't make sense because we have the cluster thing. So that needs to be explored also. I don't see how we can combine two units that are next to each other. We have the anti-clustering 500-foot thing, so that shouldn't be happening, but maybe we're missing something there. Did that make sense? I didn't understand how that could even happen.
Because it's in existing.
The two of
So it
them?
was in existence at the time that the rules were applied. And so as long as ownership doesn't change, that's how that happens.
It can continue.
Okay. Oh, it sounded like they were talking about a new one was being built though, and that part
They are.
didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no,
So
there's, what happened, my understanding is that the owners bought these two little cabins. One, the same owner bought both of them and had existing, maybe had them at the time that the cap and the radius went into effect, already owned them, and has completely changed the footprint of both of those homes and has enlarged them, and the permit is therefore a question. We don't address if you drastically change the VHR condition of your property,
like adding more rooms on kind of
Added
thing?
many,
Oh.
yes. And so we're working on that one.
This
Okay,
idea of a mini hotel in a residential neighborhood, I definitely think is
yeah.
something that needs to be looked at. That was an interesting consideration.
Okay, so that's what it, adding on to an existing, okay, that needs to be, your group needs to look at that too then for sure. Okay. Is there anything else that you thought about Supervisor Lane, or you feel good about it?
Let me get other
Mm-hmm.
board comments. Supervisor Turnbull or Heidel, do you
Yeah,
have
I just,
anything else to
one of the,
add?
one of the
George
things
has
that I
some.
want to talk about is property management agencies. I mean, these requirements, especially with these people that don't live around here or maybe have these vacation homes, and I think it should definitely go through a property management agency, you know, especially because contact is one of the biggest things they have up there. One of the other issues is parking. And I can tell you, I got a lot of family who live up there. And that's been one of the big issues when they have these big parties, parking out in the street where they can't even pull out of their driveways. So parking should be a big issue there, and garbage, because of the bears getting into these dumpsters and getting in these garbage cans. They leave the trash outside, even outside the dumpster, because the dumpster's full. So that needs to be addressed too, especially that. Are they required to have bear boxes on these
Yes.
facilities? They are. But the biggest thing is it should be a violation, because I know my brother-in-law, he's had garbage trash spread all over his yard, and then he has to go and clean it up. And it's very disgusting. They should be held accountable. That's one of the violations that I think that needs to be put in there in the ordinance. So anyway.
Okay, good considerations.
Yeah.
Supervisor Heidel?
So I can go through this list and say yes to all of these very simply. It's the devil's in the detail.
Right,
So
right.
how do we do it is the key operative term for me. So this is going to take a lot more discussion.
Right. Agree.
The advisory group, I think, is essential. But if you do it under the board's direction, it requires Brown Act compliance, and those things take a long time, public notices. And I'm guessing to get through a reasonable review of these is at least 6 months. Maybe your expectations better than that. But I could see this not coming back for 6 months to a year. And the question is, are we doing harm in this interim period to the extent we're worsening things when we really should take incremental corrective actions on some things? And the number one to me, it's really a no-brainer, is vegetation management. We need to impose that as quickly as we can, get it enforced, because the fire risks in the basin, as we know, as based upon Caldor and other things, is perpetually there. It comes back every season, and you have to address it properly. And so some of these, I just like to say, let's move forward and get them done now, and let's deal with the other ones that take more time. But I also respect staff's position. It'd be nice to deal with one package, but I'm thinking we're talking a long time till we get the package. So I guess my question is really to staff. How urgent do you think some of these items are? And for instance, increasing the fine amounts consistent with SB 60. To me, that's again, almost a no-brainer. If we're not collecting sufficient fines to help pay for the enforcement costs, this is an opportunity to do it. Why wouldn't we put that forward as part of the initial package with a subsequent, adjustment or amendment coming later? So
Phase two.
that's kind of the between and betwixt I am. I'd like to move forward on some of these very quickly, but if we do it in one, it's going to probably be an extended period. So what's the consequence of that?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think an advisory committee done right will take time, obviously. So I think that's an important consideration. The Defensible Space Working Group has not finalized their recommended amendments.
Okay, so we have time on that.
So we have a little bit of time, but I do want to make sure that we're consistent with their timelines too. So I need to check in with that group. I mean, some of those are relatively easy wording fix in the ordinance, right? We can add a section and there's some nuance to the 1 year and the snow and exactly how we kind of get that right. But we could work through some of those simpler ones. I think, as the board knows, ordinance amendments requires 2 hearings. Second one is just on consent, but we would come back and present based on your direction today, what the board would like on this shorter timeline for that first hearing. So if you'd like to go that way, we can try to work with that, knowing that, like I said, the Defensible Space Group is still working, so I need to be consistent with them, et cetera.
That's helpful. Okay, and let's get clarity from county council on the development of a stakeholder group. How does that work? What are their rules of engagement, if you will? Just provide some clarity on that, please.
Yeah, thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about it. As I understand what Supervisor Lane is proposing, it's more along the lines of an advisory group that is advisory to a single decision maker, Supervisor Lane. As such, that type of advisory group would not be formally created by the board and thus not be required to comply with the Brown Act. However, it's my understanding that Supervisor Lane does intend to, to the extent feasible, have, invite the public to attend certain of these meetings. The alternative is maybe something similar to what I think we've done in some other initiatives in the past, where either the board members may appoint two of its members to an ad hoc that then meets with community stakeholders, or more formally creates the committee with the board retaining responsibility for the appointment of the members. In either of those circumstances, those would be Brown Act compliant bodies. But as I understand what Supervisor Lane is proposing, it's simply a group that is advisory to her as a single decision maker. Since I think she has graciously taken up the lead and bringing some of these matters forward, she will then be able to kind of take the input she receives from that in conjunction with some work with staff to bring matters back to your board for consideration.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
And nothing would
clarification.
prohibit her from doing that tomorrow, right? I mean, that's really
correct.
the advantage of
Right.
that. Just move
That's
on.
correct.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, so given that,
And then I'll have
What is your
something to
thought?
talk about on the to and froms.
Okay.
I'll
Oh,
bring,
right. You're-
regular updates as to where we're at. I think, there's an appetite to really get going on this. And so I think once we get into it, we'll know if it's going to take us 6 months or a year. And we can make some other maybe in between changes to the ordinance. Or maybe it's something we get through much faster and we can bring all the changes at once. So I think we have to dive into it before I can be really clear on how long I think it's going to take.
okay, so what is the will of the board on the direction for today?
One more question though, just,
Sure.
I can't remember now. One of these you said was really broad and, we could talk about for days, and I thought it wasn't the actual
Code enforcement.
code enforcement itself. That one, I don't think we can defer to an advisory committee. That's really more, I think, in the hands of the board. And I don't know how we want to talk about that further though, because there's a lot of thoughts about it. I mean, we did talk about it during the budget discussion. I want to follow up with that to say that right now, and I could be wrong, I think we need to involve the sheriff in this conversation because the sheriff keeps getting pulled in. I personally don't think that's a good use of our law enforcement time to go take noise reports. People have said that to us many times, that doesn't seem like a good use of our resources. And so is that something that, but do we have to have a law enforcement present, like one of those security officers, does it classifications? Is that something that we should look at? And I thought about it this morning, sorry. The sheriff has a designated hot team for homeless issues. Do we need to ask the sheriff involve that and say, can you have some designated people for the VHR thing? Issues and increase the fees and the permits so that it pays for itself. I think the more that we really get on this and make it clear that we're serious, I think all this will kind of quiet down. But until then, so I don't know how to explore that code enforcement part, you guys. We can't give that to an advisory committee. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, can we use the STAR program too?
Oh.
Is a possibility?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, and what you're talking about with law enforcement is a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, but that's.
Agreed, but I know, but
they do that.
we need to
so
get
STAR
there
program.
somehow.
Yeah.
Well, and I think code enforcement is part of the bigger package, that would be discussed locally with through myself. I would bring back ideas for the board to think about, but code enforcement, more revenue towards the program, what it looks like, maybe it's one-stop shopping that's been brought up. There were ideas at the public forum about through the use of the transient occupancy tax, some of those revenues to pay for a sheriff that is dedicated to responding to the calls. There's a lot of ideas. It's going to be up to the board to decide how eventually you want to take it on, but I think we should at least have a little bite of the apple.
What about our CIO? What are your thoughts? Because you administer the county and you interface all the departments together, and this is a multi-department issue. What do you, have you've been listening? What do you think about how we tackle this? I know.
Thoughts on staffing or thoughts on how to pay or thoughts on process or
moving forward.
Yeah, how do we, because I do think we need to involve the sheriff with this conversation, how to best use staff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
So how do we do
starting to get a
this?
little nervous at the amount that we were discussing the sheriff's office because I don't
agree.
think that they've been part of
Right,
this. I mean, they're
exactly.
obviously part of the conversation. I know they're the first responders up in Tahoe. But I think we need to have a focused discussion with them to see what their resource needs are. Generally, sheriff's officers are more expensive than our code enforcement staff. I know we've talked previously about whether there's union issues and having people work weekends. We need to just, I think we just need to wrap our head around that. So as far as the code enforcement component, I think you're correct in making a distinction between what gets discussed in this community group versus what we kind of maintain with staff. I think there's a general consensus that we need more enforcement. Let staff figure out what more enforcement looks like. We heard the board's desire to allocate funding for more enforcement. There was a conceptual approval to discuss that when we come back with the adopted budget, putting more TOT funding toward additional resources. Let's find out from staff what those resources look like. I think as far as you reaching out and working with the community groups, I think that's an outstanding idea because you can really kind of roll your sleeves up. And it sounds like you have some really willing partners to come together, which is wonderful. And I think you need to hear from that before you get the board directing staff to make revisions to ordinances, which is not an easy endeavor. Don't want to waste resources. I think those are my thoughts.
I want to clarify on the STAR program. I just looked it up a little bit. And the STAR member duties include patrol, deploying and radar trailer, home checks, assisting in substations, transporting sheriff's vehicles, neighborhood watch programs, vehicle abatement checks, and You're Not Alone programs. I think it's a good thing we do that because we already have it in Tahoe. And basically they're the eyes and ears of the community. So I think we need to look into it, especially when it's volunteer based.
Well, thank you for that.
All right.
So Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to move forward on 4 of the 8 items, which I think are pretty non-controversial and easily implemented. And staff can let me know if they're not. But it's item 1, include compliance with vegetation management in the ordinance. Increase the fine amounts for health and safety violations SB 60. Include additional permit suspension options and local contact allowed to be decertified. Those seem to be pretty simple, straightforward amendments, and we can start making progress. That takes 4 of the 8 off the list.
All right. And can
So
that focus
unless staff
discussion?
tells me that one of those is going to take a long time, I just don't see it, but.
Any additional staff comments before we get a second on it?
I concur. I think those may be the more straightforward ones. I think it will take some time for us to, again, work with a defensible space group, make
Okay.
sure our timelines are consistent and work out some of the nuanced language with how do we handle renewals in the winter. Check with council on SB 60 to make sure that there's not other accompanying requirements there.
Sure.
And then, yeah, working out suspension options, I think is fine, and decertifying the local contact, that's fine.
Do I hear a second on that?
I'll second that. Well, I should defer to Supervisor Lane,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, it's fine.
My bad.
No ownership here.
Well, no, truly it is. There's a lot of ownership here. So I want to make sure you're comfortable with that.
Well, and I like the fact that my colleagues are, that you're supporting it, so.
Okay, so
Okay.
I
Right
hear,
ahead.
I hear a second from Supervisor Parlin. So is there, everyone have clarity on what the motion is? Okay. Kim, do you understand what the motion is? All right, so all those in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so motion carries unanimously. So that narrows your focus down. Okay, great. And so no additional board action is necessary for her to go off and create the stakeholder group. All right.
Awesome.
Well, thank you everyone for engaging in this very robust discussion. And thank you Supervisor Lane and Parlin for digging into this. I think where we landed was a very good process going forward, and we look forward to the results of your community engagement to see where we go from here, help inform the process.
I do too. And thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So what I would, at this point, what I would like to do, and I apologize to everyone that our morning got away from us, but this was a really important conversation that we had to postpone at one point. I'd like to go ahead and do number 46, which was our 11 a.m. time allocation, our mental health awareness proclamation. And then we will break for lunch. We will come back for open forum at 1. Because we have been getting a lot of public comments, we are limiting when we have, especially full agendas. Now that we have full agendas, we are limiting public comment to 90 minutes. And so we will be back at the very latest at 2:30, and at which point we will do item number 39, which is our DOT road closure resolution, which I know there is a lot of interest in. Does that sound good to the board for timing?
And
Yeah.
it's 90 minutes for the entire public comment.
For the, right.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
Now,
that's the
if
best
it-
we can do.
If
so.
it does, we could only go an hour or so. We don't know how
Yeah,
long open
exactly.
forum is. So at that point, we
Okay.
will come back. So at that point, let's move on to our item number 46, Kim.
Item number 46 comes from Health and Human Services Agencies recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the County of El Dorado, and 2, receive a presentation from the National Alliance on Mental Illness El Dorado.
All right, well, thank you. Oh, there she is. Good morning. Nicole, you were in the back and
Looking
I
around for
moved.
you.
You
I was
moved. Welcome, pardon me.
No
We're glad
worries.
you're here. Do you have any opening comments before I read the proclamation?
I do not. I just wanted to say good morning to the board and the chair, and thank you for hearing this and doing the proclamation today. So please go ahead.
Well, it's our pleasure. And as we have continued to discuss over the last several years, mental health is such a critical need in our communities, in our nation, in our families. And it affects each and every one of us. And so it is my pleasure to, raise that awareness in our county, so folks can bring a level of understanding and compassion to their neighbors that are struggling, and to encourage us all to come together and work towards solutions to help meet the needs of our community, which are great, whether it's our youth or whether it's our seniors or everyone else in between. So at that
So
point,
true.
this point, I'd like to read the proclamation. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado, recognizing May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas mental illness will affect nearly 1 in 5 adults and children in a given year, regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, social, economic status, or religion. And whereas mental health is essential to the overall health of every individual in our community. Whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our county, with many individuals experiencing times of difficulty and stress in their lives. And whereas the public health emergency related to the coronavirus has had an impact on the mental health and resiliency of El Dorado County residents. And whereas mental illness among children, adults, and older adults is a condition deserving priority attention, including prevention and early intervention services and medical and supportive care. And whereas through effective prevention, early intervention, and treatment, individuals with mental health conditions can maximize the opportunities for resiliency and positive change. And whereas the cost of untreated mental illness and addictive disorders to American businesses, governments, and families has grown to $100 billion annually. And whereas the stigma of mental illness deprives many people from seeking mental health services they need and deserve to fully enjoy a quality of life in their community. And whereas research shows that the most effective way to reduce stigma is through personal contact with someone with mental illness. And whereas greater public awareness about mental illness can change negative attitudes and behaviors towards people with mental illness. And whereas through honest, respectful communication, education, and positive community-oriented collaboration, we can break down stigma and provide recovery-oriented mental health services throughout the county. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, hospitals, and schools in El Dorado County to increase public awareness of the importance of mental health, promote greater understanding and hope for those who live with mental illness, to reduce the stigma and discrimination, and pay tribute to all who devote their skill and expertise to the cause of better mental health for our citizens. Passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting held the second day of May, 2023.
Thank you so much again, Chair. And for the record, I didn't mention, I'm Nicole Ibrahimi-Nukan, Behavior Health Director, and stand here before you to just express our gratitude for you taking this proclamation to the board for this month to declare May as Mental Health Awareness Month, and also to recognize that the Behavior Health Division, as much as that is what we do, we support the community with behavior health services, but we're only one of many, many, many partners that try to address the needs in the community. And so today I brought one of those partners, very important partners, Diane Rabinovitz and Jolene Aguilar, who are from our local chapter, NAMI, National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, who also have information to share with you. So I want to hand it over to them.
Thank you,
Thank you
Nicole.
again.
Yes. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I'd like to also express my appreciation for you guys declaring that May is Mental Health Awareness Month for our county and all the associated other things that you said. I want to offer you Mental Health Awareness
You
Month.
can give those to our clerk. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And ribbons. So I'd like to announce a few events that NAMI has scheduled for honoring this, emphasizing this cause in our county. We'd like to invite the community to participate and support us in NAMI walks this Saturday. You can find details on our website. And on May 12th, we will be screening a film called Orchestrating Change about a conductor with bipolar disorder who successfully created an orchestra specifically for people impacted by serious mental illness, just to emphasize that even people with serious mental illness can live lives of dignity, creativity, and contributing to the community. And on May 19th, we invite the community to a screening of the film Ernie and Joe, Crisis Cops. This film explores the challenges faced by law enforcement and behavioral health to resolve crisis calls in a way that engages the person in treatment. We applaud the work of the Department of Behavioral Health in including our clubhouse proposal in the MHSA plan, and we hope you will lend your support to this life-changing project. And finally, we recognize, along with Housing El Dorado, and many other agencies in our county, the imperative to develop supportive housing in our county so that people with medical and/or mental health conditions are no longer discharged from the PUF or the jail to homelessness, and they can ultimately have a place to live in dignity. We hope all agencies and systems of care will continue to collaborate on this effort. And next, we have a proclamation. We'd like to honor Jeffrey Whitlock, Deputy Jeffrey Whitlock, for his work in creating 40-hour crisis intervention training for every single deputy, every single law enforcement officer in the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Diane. Appreciate it. Thank you for all you do to meet the great needs in our community.
Thank you. Yes, it's our
Welcome.
honor. I'm Julie Aguilar. I'm also a board member. Our honor to be here every May to acknowledge some of our local law enforcement that are contributing to our community in the area of mental health. So we would like to recognize Deputy Jeff Whitlock, and this is actually his second time being recognized. Whereas mental health is essential to the overall health of every individual in our county, nonetheless, mental illness will affect nearly 1 in 5 adults and children in a given year, and often law enforcement responds first to individuals in mental health crisis. And whereas Deputy Whitlock consistently demonstrates strong leadership and law enforcement's best practices when addressing the needs of our county's mentally ill population. And whereas Deputy Whitlock has established a collaborative powerful, multidisciplinary, inclusive approach to law enforcement and mental health. And whereas Deputy Whitlock's advocacy for and leadership with El Dorado County Sheriff's Office programs, including the Crisis Intervention Team, the CIT training, and the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, which serves as an example to law enforcement throughout the county. And Deputy Whitlock's personal commitment to accessibility and response is valued by the county's mental health communities and by NAMI El Dorado County. Whereas Deputy Whitlock's integrity is demonstrated with open, respectful communication and positive community-oriented collaborations, which model the way to effective relationships between the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office and our county's mental health communities, such that we can break down stigma and provide recovery-oriented mental health services throughout the county. And now therefore it be it proclaimed that the Board of Directors of the El Dorado County affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness does hereby recognize Deputy Jeff Whitlock of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Deputy Whitlock's strong leadership, understanding, and compassion are examples to both law enforcement and the mental health communities. This proclamation is concurrent with the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors proclamation establishing May 2023 as Mental Health Month and calls upon all of us to increase public awareness of the importance of mental health, promote greater understanding and hope for those who live with mental illness, to reduce stigma and discrimination, and pay tribute to all who devote their skill and expertise to the cause of better mental health for our citizens. Passed unanimously by the Board of Directors of the El Dorado County affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness at a regular meeting of that board held on May 8th, March 2023.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Deputy Whitlock for his compassion and expert care for our community. Excellent. All right, so at this point, before we bring this back to the board for any comments and motion, we will open public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board and just I'll start our comments. I have the privilege of serving on the Behavioral Health Commission, and Dr. Claver, thank you for being here to support this today. And I can just attest to the intense, dedicated efforts by our staff, our county staff, our community partners, as well as just everyone that is just very cognizant of the great needs in our community and is working diligently to address them. Just very grateful for everyone's very intentional efforts. Any final comments before?
I have one, and I just wanted to give everybody a heads up that at next week's meeting on May 9th, we will be reviewing the Mental Health Services Act 3-year program. That's extremely important for all of us to understand as to what our expectations are, how we're setting the programs up for the next 3 years of activities. Is broken into a number of different categories. But I want to give the public a heads up on that as well, because if they have interest in really understanding what our programming is all about and what we're trying to emphasize, where we have the resources we're going to apply and how we're going to apply them, that MHSA review is a good document to understand and know where to go get those resources in the future. So I look forward to a very healthy discussion next week relative to the act.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Heddle. Appreciate that. All right. Do I hear a motion for approval? Any final comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Great. Thank you very much for being with us. And so at that, we are adjourned and we will be back at 1 o'clock for lunch. So thank you for being with us. right. Well, welcome back, board and the residents of El Dorado County. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are now at the 1 o'clock time allocation for open forum, and we have had a packed agenda that we are not even, maybe we're halfway through. We have a long afternoon. So once again, we are going to be limiting public open forum to 90 minutes. And so just to encourage you to, when you want to speak, just go ahead and line up, and everyone will have 3 minutes to speak, and we will adhere to the time limit. So with that, but not yet, we'll let our, yeah, I know you're ready to go. Perfect. You can stay right there. You're just fine. But with that, Kim, would you like to open public forum?
Of course. Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, come on down, and if you could please push the button, you'll turn that green, and you're on.
Very good. Good
Welcome.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Fred Ott. I'm the president of El Dorado Gold 1848. It's a nonprofit corporation that was formed about 2.5 years ago. The sole purpose was to acquire the building over at 515 Main Street, which was originally built in 1940 as a U.S. post office for Plattsville, and subsequently became the home of the district attorney until they moved to the new facility behind Buttercup Pantry. So my board of directors asked I stop by and thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to actually purchase the building and for your confidence. We think we've done a pretty good job so far. We got a lot more to do, but thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
My name is Marcus Worthington. I live in District 2. In addition to being a public servant, I am an athlete. In high school, I competed at nationals for cross country, was ranked 7th in the country for track and field, petitioned CIF to make ultimate frisbee a sanctioned sport, and found time to play roller hockey on the side. In college, I rode crew for Sac State and played hockey for them as well, in addition to multiple intramural titles. 14 months ago, work from home gave me the opportunity to start running again. Since then, I've lost 48 pounds. Last week, I completed the longest run of my life at 20 miles and have completely stopped taking my anxiety medication. And asking you to stop Project Frontier, I'm asking you not to take that away from me. I tell you this because I was also born with asthma. You don't know what true fear is until you're gasping for breath as your airway closes up. The shame of having to drop out of your last race in high school from CIF finals because the air quality of Los Angeles triggered an asthma attack. Being asthmatic doesn't look like this. Even though other distance runners carry the goo, I carry an inhaler. Asthma looks like this. This is a nebulizer. It's an air compressor that aerosolizes medication for people with chronic asthma. And it sounds like this. When I became a father, I wasn't the person who was afraid of normal things, but I was paranoid about my daughter's breathing. My eldest daughter does not have asthma, but is predisposed to develop it at any point in her life. My greatest fear was realized when our second daughter was born, and after only 3 months was diagnosed with asthma. The doctor had to give us a special nebulizer for children that is intended to make the process less scary. It only looks different, but it doesn't sound different. At 3 months old, the mask was the size of her head, and giving her breathing treatments was my biggest fear realized. She still screams in terror whenever we need to use it. Being asthmatic doesn't prevent individuals from being athletes, nor successful ones, but air quality does. I was lucky I grew up in the county with the #1 air quality in the state, but under the NFHS, NCAA, and CIF air quality guidelines, students at current and future planned schools near Project Frontier who suffer from asthma would be completely prevented from participating in sports. For those of us with asthma or predisposed to develop asthma, the importance of air quality cannot be understated. If you hear me being one of the loudest voices or screaming, it's because my life is literally on the line. The lives of my daughters are on the line. Without exaggeration, you can sit here and talk about jobs and tax dollars and TIM fees all you want, but what is my life worth? What are the lives of my daughters worth? I don't hear you talking about that, and we deserve an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for your heartfelt comments. And my 3-year-old granddaughter has a nebulizer, so I understand. Thank you for your comments.
Whitney Worthington against Project Frontier. Last year, despite the fires, El Dorado County still had over 226 days of AQI in the green. Large fulfillment centers like Project Frontier result in local AQI levels between 110 and 150, which is considered unhealthy for sensitive groups, people with asthma, older adults, and children. These are my children, Ella and Amelia. Amelia is asthmatic and has been receiving breathing treatments since she was 3 months old. I can't express the stress and fear of having to give breathing treatments to an infant so small, the mask basically covers her entire face, and a doctor prescribes a nebulizer that looks like a seal to make it less scary for her. If mega warehouses like Project Frontier are allowed to be built so close to residential neighborhoods, you will be condemning thousands of families to go through the fear and stress of giving their children regular breathing treatments. The rates of asthma and other lung problems from living in diesel death zones that are created by these mega distribution centers is astronomical and only increasing. The long-term health effects of inhaling diesel particulate matter day in and day out cannot be understated, and it will not be limited to those currently living here. Diesel particulate matter is so fine, it gets in your tissues and organs. And for people like me in my prime childbearing years, it means that if I get pregnant, my unborn baby will already be absorbing the diesel particulate matter that I am forced to breathe. This results in reduced lung development, growth restrictions like low birth weights, and preterm labor, which will have consequences for them the rest of their lives. Children who are exposed to diesel particulate matter from mega warehouses and trucking corridors are at risk for impaired mental and motor development, stunted lung function, increased risk of asthma, childhood cancers, heart disease, stroke, and infant mortality. We are already seeing this happen firsthand in the Inland Empire. These are not speculations. It's happening right now. In 2016, ambient air and household pollution caused 543,000 deaths in children under 5 years of age, and 52,000 deaths in children aged 5 to 15. Do not let our children become another statistic. Please help to protect our families and communities from drowning in diesel particulate matter. Our children and our future generations' lives are literally on the line. You have the ability to either save us or doom us. The board needs to direct the Planning Commission to review the project application in its entirety, not just the conditional use permit for the height variance.
Thank you, Whitney. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name's Jackie Phillips. I live on Patterson Drive in Deer Park in the original subdivision. And I'm here on a double dare, so she's listening. Okay. In 1987 to 88, Mercy Group and Farm Home put in 3 subdivisions there are about 100 homes. Included in that plan was an access off of Union Mine, and another one through the old Farnsworth Mill. We're still waiting. Patterson, well, I'll just give you dot figures. That'll work for you too. Okay, according to the dot figures, 7,256 cars drive through there on a work day. Weekends are just only 4,493. We have a lot of senior citizens there. We have a senior citizens mobile home park, Deer Park. There's 293 units. There's Lake Oaks mobile, which is Lake Oaks, okay. And then we have a seniors, low-income senior on Motherlode Drive. And of course we have Gold Country. There's a lot of older folks there that can't even get out of their own front door. They're going to have to be evacuated, and if you do want to get them out, okay. Yeah, this is hard.
You're doing great.
Well, you know, it's yeah. I understand that you want to go ahead and tap into that new subdivision that you're talking about. How do you think they're going to get through when you have 4,000 to 7,000 cars a day They're not going to go. They're not going to go anywhere. They're going to be the first ones to, when the fire comes, they're going to be the first ones. I can tell you because I've lived there 50 years and I've seen more than 1 or 2 fires. There is only one will be a 4-lane road, and that's Missouri Flat Road to Highway 50, which is going to be where everybody wants to get to. From South Shingle Road to Sly Park. There's only one 4-lane road for us to get out. That's it. And if you get a truck and a trailer and they get jackknifed, we ain't going nowhere. I can tell you that from my own personal experience. The only thing that I ask is that you at least look at and oh, one other thing, we have a very bad intersection.
Thank you, Jackie.
Okay.
Feel free to email me with your comments because I know you're in my district and would love to hear your full concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, my email's on the website. Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Woodruff. I'm in John's District 1. I'm speaking in opposition to Project Frontier. In the past 8 weeks, whatever, we've all had lots of opportunities to read and learn more about the applicants and the potential application. My understanding is that Amazon is looking at changing their entire distribution strategy to take the first mile strategy that's employed now with a bunch of warehouses and Inland Empire next to ports and distributing to many, many fulfillment centers far and wide, and instead bring product from China or wherever directly from the ports to large first mile centers like the 5-story building that's being proposed for Project Frontier. It's therefore, this is not anything that's been done before. The gist of my comment is the lack of respect and appreciation that the applicant and the Amazon, I assume, have shown to our county. They don't come to our county and say, we understand there's a 50-foot height restriction. Here's a proposal that complies with your requirements. They're not coming in, they're just the boilerplate that they throw at us, just as, again, every one of them is a lack of respect. When you look through it, every piece of justification they've got for the noise, for air quality, for traffic, it's garbage that comes from Amazon, not from Demuti. Demuti is just passing it through. Again, lack of respect. One example is some of us, perhaps in our lives, have lived on hills. One thing about living on a hill, you open the windows, you hear a highway from a mile away. Highway 50 is a mile away from my house. I bought the house and I knew when I opened the window, I would hear Highway 50. And I do, and it's no big deal. There is no sound wall in the world that will keep sound because sound travels linearly. So for the folks that live in Blackstone on the hill there, to have a proposal come to your desk that says, here is our sound mitigation strategy, and not talk about the fact that the community that's going to be affected is on top of a hill, again, lack of a respect because nobody developed anything specifically for us. They're just jamming it down our throat. So along with many of the other people who are talking here, please instruct the Planning Commission to open it up. Demand that they make a proposal that's targeted to the application, to our community, and go from there. I think we'll know what the result is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bill. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Matty Keard, and I also live in Blackstone and concerned about Project Frontier. I want to thank you for moving Project Frontier to the Planning Commission. Hopefully that also means that they'll be able to look at the entire project and not just the height issue. Last week I emailed each of you some detailed information on how Project Frontier is being misrepresented, how they're on their claim that there's no impact to the community, et cetera. So just reviewing some of the bullet points, zoning and type of use, they claim that they're a wholesale distributor and they fit into research and development. Well, according to the county definition, they're really industrial specialized. and they are not allowed in R&D zones according to your matrix. The 24/7 operation will generate constant noise, vibration, odor, dust, smoke that's going to extend beyond the borders of the property. And that's what says it doesn't fit into R&D. The environmental questionnaire, they claim the 4.8 million square foot facility will have no impact on the area. Seriously? They didn't address any of the air pollution, smoke, odors, noise, vibration, or all-night lights in that part of the questionnaire. But they did say that they could mitigate the dust during construction with water trucks. So thank you for that concern. Traffic projections, Dermody projects 5,000 vehicles a day. The Institute of Traffic Engineers Handbook project 39,000. So 5,000, 39,000. Somebody's off. I suspect it's Dermody. Acoustical study, they hired a New Jersey firm that thinks that the project is 1 mile south of 50. It's actually 3 miles. So they predict that somewhere along maybe just a 1 mile stretch, there won't be any noise. I'm really not sure. They also said that they claim that the noise coming from 175 loading dock facility is going to be insignificant. And they used the noise from 6 trucks to make that justification. So I'm sure there'll be more than 6 trucks and 175 loading docks at any one point in time. The economic benefit to the county, they started out saying you're going to get 10 million to 25 million in revenue. Then after a number of questions, they reduced that down 80%. Now they're saying it's 2.3 to 4.6 million. And as of last week, I understand they think it's only 1.2 million. So I would suspect whatever they tell you. You guys can stop this. I mean, you can stop the stress and the anxiety that we all have. We have sleepless nights worrying about this, worrying about where are we going to move? How much are we going to lose on our houses when we move? Because we're not going to stay here with this. So please understand and please say no to this project. It really doesn't belong here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Maddie. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
So I'm here. My name's Trent Manning, and I live in Blackstone as well as a few other people here. I have a few questions for you. You don't have to answer them right now, but I would like you to just think about these questions, right? Building on what he was just talking about the tax revenue, right? It started out as going to be $20 million to the county or to the area, and now we're back down. I think it was an auditor that was hired by the board, I believe. And this is just recently, the emails have gotten out to the public, and it is back down to barely anything. So if the impacted area isn't getting any tax revenue, what's in it for you guys? Okay. Now, don't answer the question right now, but I want you to think about that. What's in it for you guys? Okay. That's my first question. My second question is, how many times have you seen people line up right here and come in and talk about being in favor of this project? How many of your constituents have come on their own time and lined up and talked to you about it? I'm probably going to guess not very many, correct? Okay, so listen to your constituents. They're trying to tell you something. Another thing, I guess there was the traffic impact study that was done, apparently was done during COVID, I think. That's from what I understand. And you guys, you can tell me if it's not true or not. But during COVID, obviously there was a lot less traffic on the road, and anybody with common sense would understand that there's going to be more of an impact to the traffic when people are actually driving. Okay. So, another thing that I want you guys to take into consideration. I've worked for I worked for Caltrans for 31 years, 31 plus. I've been involved in a number of traffic impact studies, and I can guarantee you that you can make that traffic impact study anything you want and give it to the public. Okay, it's just what you guys want. And if you're taking the impact study, the traffic impact study from Amazon or from whoever have paid to do the impact, they can do anything they could do anything they want to make it look like it's going to work. Have you guys, this is another question to all of you. Have you driven down Highway 50 at 5 o'clock in the afternoon lately over by East Bidwell? Remember, when they started all those projects out there, they said there was going to be no impact to the traffic. Okay?
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Inslee. I live in District 2. My wife, Kimberly, and I own a home in Blackstone community directly adjacent to Latrobe Road. So I have spoken to you before about how Amazon facilities, large Amazon facilities, and fulfillment centers operate. I learned something new about Project Frontier in the last week. Apparently, no shipments outbound from Project Frontier will go directly to homes. Project Frontier is 100% big trucking, inbound and outbound. What Amazon does is they operate a network of facilities. Some of the facilities are called sort facilities. That's what they call today the last mile facility. That's where the tax revenue is generated. So the sales tax revenue for Project Frontier appears to not exist because they are bringing in semi trucks of inventory, stocking them in the two big buildings. They're taking orders online. They're filling up big trucks again, and they're shipping that product to sort facilities. And they can be 20 miles away, 50 miles away, hundreds of miles away. They can be on the other side of the United States, and they'll be shipped via planes or long trucking. So this is the model they're setting up. So the tax revenue appears to be a farce. I believe Dermody said 3.6 to $16.6 million for the county for sales tax. It isn't there. It's zero. There's one other question. They also presented a $6.2 million estimate for property tax. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but if the other numbers are all wrong, I'd be looking at that really closely. Is it all discounted? Is that like 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, it's going to be $6.2 million in property tax? Or is it day one, 6.2 million? So the revenue numbers, not looking good, not at all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments.
You bet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Kimberly Inslee. I live in Blackstone. And I'm here today because of some events that have happened recently. And I just have a few comments and observations. The El Dorado Hills APAC members have done an outstanding job to point out deficiencies in the applicant's submitted reports and estimates. The conclusions are apparent. A, the applicant has merely called it in, and B, the intent was to circumvent the real impacts to the community. County leaders seem to have demonstrated an extreme lack of willingness to vigorously verify the true impacts. Maybe now that will change. And as far as I know, county officials have continued the process seemingly with little or no curiosity about Dermody's stated proposed business operations of this fulfillment center. Now, we, the public, know that this was a critical piece of information because 71.5% of the $10.1 to $23.2 million of tax revenue, as stated by Dermody, was to be generated by this fulfillment center. However, as we, the public, now know, this was not meant to be a last mile facility, which is the source of retail sales tax. I'm a little shocked that county officials did not do the proper due diligence to discover that critical piece of information. The applicant has demonstrated bad faith by submitting deficient reports, disingenuous estimates, and misleading descriptions of the business operations. Please instruct the Planning Commission to do an entire evaluation and not just the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate your comments. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How's everybody today?
Good, thank you. Thanks for
Good.
being with us.
My name's Chuck King. As I'm sure most of you know already, I'm the president of Citizen Support of El Dorado Hills. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Turnbull has represented his constituents in a fair and open-minded evaluation through this Project Frontier debacle, and I appreciate that. But I'd also like to take time to thank Supervisor Lane, Supervisor Parlin, and Supervisor Heidel for the time that they've given me as well. And I look forward to possibly having opportunity to speak to you as well.
Would love to.
Okay, thank you. At the same time, I'd also like to thank Auditor Controller Joe Harn for the letter he wrote last week. It was both frank and enlightening, and I think it brought a lot of needed information for everybody on both sides of this issue. I want you guys to understand how I feel and how the people of El Dorado Hills community and El Dorado's county in totality feel about this project as I hear it. No developer should ever be able to sneak through the process under the cover of an NDA. It creates questions as to whether the process is properly administered. It creates unrest in the community. It creates misinformation as residents struggle to understand what is happening, and it creates distance between the constituents and the supervisors. And I think we've all seen all of that happen with this NDA. We all know this project is not the diamond you once thought it was. Dermody's original assertion that the region would receive $10 to $23 million now appears to be grossly overstated. The damage this project would cause to our environment, our home values, the traffic level of service and town center would be devastating and will in all likelihood result in a burden to the county rather than a boon. As this gets to you, I want you all to remember you were selected by the majority of the voting public in your district because they believed you were the right person, the person they most trusted to represent their interest. And that is definitely the case with me and Supervisor Turnbull. So I urge you to finish the job and send Dermody packing. There's so many issues in this and there's so many secrets and so many questions that can't be answered to date that you should be making each of you ask the question, why not? And I appreciate your time and I appreciate any future communication we have.
Thank you, Chuck, and I look forward to meeting with you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. I'll just cut to the chase. Kevin Ernst, I live in El Dorado Hills. I don't come to speak in front of people very often. I don't have a lot of prepared notes. But what I've seen about this process, specifically the FAQs, which were about the most dishonest thing I've ever read. This shouldn't be bypassed. It should go to the Planning Commission at a minimum for an absolute full review. I went to the APAC meeting and heard all the discrepancies. It's just a joke. So either deny this application outright or at least at minimum send it to the Planning Commission for a full review. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Thanks. Steve Simmons, Blackstone resident. I'm also part of the board of directors. I'll be really short. Everybody gave me quite a few compelling comments and arguments against Project Frontier. 7 years ago, when we decided to make this subconscious move up here from the Bay Area, my wife and I were talking for 2 years while our house was being built in Blackstone. We're never going to move. We're never going to move because our daughter brought us up here. That last moment happened. I won't tell you why, but she decided she was done with the commute and stuff like that in the Bay Area. We moved up here. It's been the most fabulous decision of our married life for 30 years. We've been really enjoyed it, and hell, if I could tell, I was going to be on the board of Blackstone at that time. Now we're at the same point. We're really considering leaving because of this decision that's coming down and forced upon us, like many people have said. You've heard some really compelling arguments, but the one thing that I want to ask you, let's talk about facts. The environmental impact review that you guys have done is so outdated. I mean, I have kids that were in diapers at that age, and that's scary given my age when this was done. We recently were in a meeting with a very rational, very strong, board certified critical care pulmonary disease doctor, Dr. Vanessa Walker, spoke to us and talked about actual facts about what will happen when the amount of diesel particulate matter hit these streets. And I have two young granddaughters, 5 and 3, who are going to schools nearby this proposed facility. And this is not something anybody would put on their children or grandchildren. And it's the fact that we've not heard anything about modernizing or creating a new EIR to look and evaluate the impact of this is unbelievable. And as many have said, you guys are elected to support the constituency. I think it's time to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you being with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Beverly Handelman. I did not come here intending to speak today, but I'm very impressed with everyone's comments so far. They've really hit the nail on the head. The only thing additional that I wanted to point out was since the income tax revenue is going to be so low or non-existent, and the county is responsible for widening the road and all of the road maintenance, it seems to me that it's actually going to cost the county money to have this development that nobody wants. So I think that's another point that should be looked at.
Thank you, Beverly.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room before we go online? Thank you for your comments.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. Can you guys hear me? I just wanted to make a statement basically to Lori Parlin. Like I said, people always tell me stuff. So when you put your Stop the Recall Lori Parlin website up, apparently it said that the GOP, along with others, the local Republican Party, was supporting your recall, or it implied that. And as I'm speaking as myself, not representing them, but I am a committee member, and we never voted on supporting a recall against you, nor did we even discuss voting on it. We did allow somebody who was heading this recall to come and speak at our meeting, as we allow you, Lori, and anyone else who would like to come and speak. We're always welcoming and inclusive. But no, the GOP never endorsed a recall against you. In fact, I think it would be a horrible thing, because the reason why you were elected is because you were somebody that cared about land use. Everything that's happening with this Frontier Amazon project, this is right up your alley. And I hope that you step up. This is your time to shine, Lori. This is what you were put here for. This is what you sat in that audience for years before you were actually elected. This is your thing. So no, the GOP did not endorse a recall against you. I don't support it, although I do support anybody's right to do a recall against any elected official. That is their right. But we all know, unless it's coming after the county or the city noose, you're really not going to get too many people excited about recalling you, Lori. You've done a lot for your district. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. There are a lot of people that do support you. And I'll just say it again, this is your time to shine, Lori, and I hope that you do. And I hope that you clarify on your website or somewhere that that was a mistake to put that up. So thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Terry Demizo.
Good afternoon, Terry.
Terry, can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
Hello,
Are you
welcome.
okay? Thank you. Chairperson Thomas, members of the board. I am Terry Demizio, a retired public servant. My oldest son, also a dedicated public servant, lives with his family in El Dorado Hills. His home is only 150 yards from Project Frontier and the speculated mega Amazon facility. I am deeply concerned and distressed for their family and for the future of beautiful El Dorado Hills. Prior to my public service career, I was in real estate for 20 years. I know through my experience that this facility will adversely affect property values throughout your community and not just for homes directly adjacent to the proposed facility. My 10 years with the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department tells me this mega facility will adversely affect your county health ranking, an important county measure, and put your community at health risk. The recently published 2023 report ranks El Dorado County the 17th healthiest county out of 58. This report analyzes many factors, including air pollution, fine particulate matter, where your county's daily value was 7. Much lower ranked and heavily impacted by industrial activity, San Bernardino County's value was 15.6, far above state standards. Better air, better health outcomes. It is reasonable to assume that Project Frontier will significantly increase vehicle emission, harming air quality. Growing up in Southern California, I experienced what were called smog days, where the air was so bad, school didn't let us outside to play. This facility will bring in thousands of vehicles, including semi-trucks, making every day a smog day. For years, I worried about my son due to his daily 4-hour commute so his family could live in El Dorado Hills. To my relief, my son recently secured a position close to home, yet suddenly without notice, we find out about Project Frontier. Asthma is a constant concern for our family. I, my son, and my granddaughter suffer from this respiratory condition, which is greatly aggravated by poor air quality. Buying a home and raising a family in wonderful community of El Dorado Hills is a dream for my son and his wife, and took many years of sacrifice and investing everything they had to achieve. They can't just move, as comments I have seen, and they don't want to. This is a terrifying situation for families, and families' futures are at stake. Francis Collins, former director of the National Institute for Health, said, genetics loads the gun and environment pulls the trigger. We may be genetically predisposed for asthma, but the environment is a bigger factor. With regards to this project, you are holding a loaded gun pointed directly at my family. Please do not let the trigger be pulled. I beg you to stop Project Frontier.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate your comments with us.
Now taking public comment from Richard Perrin.
Hello, everybody. Unable to make it there and be in person, unfortunately. I would ask the Board of Supervisors to really evaluate all this information that we have and basically stop the process. At this point in time, it's Dermody's the devil in the sheep's clothes, and Dermody is on a mission to basically ruin the entire Sacramento area. The information that's been on the news about how they're forcing their way into Rancho Cordova because they accidentally signed something that they didn't really know what they were signing. Thank God we're not at that point. But they're also trying to jam something into Roseville. They're trying to jam something into Oak Grove. And it's not the name on the building, it's the developer that we all have to be afraid of at this point in time. And with the misinformation that's been given, the amount of trucks that'll be on Highway 50, I drive a fair bit for work. And as I come up basically from Prairie City all the way up to Silva Valley exit, and I try to count how many semis I can see at any given time, the maximum I've ever had was 5, 3 going westbound and 2 going eastbound. We're going to have 1 going each direction every minute of the day. Therefore, when anytime there's a wreck or any kind of traffic that's going to be on the freeway, it is just going to stop the traffic, just as it did last week when there was an accident and 50 going eastbound backed up for almost 3 miles. And I know some of you supervisors don't handle or don't take care of districts 1 and 2, but guess what? It's going to affect the people in your district. Nobody's going to want to go to Apple Hill, to South Lake Tahoe, or any of those areas if they have to sit in gridlock to get there, because they're going to have to do it going and coming from the area. I'm an asthma survivor. My parents, when I was born in Pasadena, the doctor told them the best thing they could do was to move out of the Southern California area because the air was so bad 58 years ago. And we moved into San Jose and now up to Sacramento. So therefore, I understand the asthma issue. At the end of the day, there is so much that is flawed in this that everybody's brought up. And if I was asking for a building permit or a use permit for anything at this time, you guys would hand me basically a go back, start over comment and paper. That's where we need to be with Dermody. Dermody, none of what you said makes any sense. We've evaluated this stuff, and turn around, go back and come back with the proper information if you want to continue. Otherwise, leave our county. Goodbye.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawala.
Hello.
Hello, Kelly.
Hello again. Hi, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. I'm in my car, but I'm pulled over. So I want to go back to what I was talking about with Supervisor Lane and how do we balance progress with general plans, quality of life, existing development, and future development. And really that takes us back to our general plan and the efforts, and very long efforts, even before me when it all started, of the county and the community coming together for a vision of our county. And we understand progress is a really weird word, because I don't believe that progress also has to interfere with quality of life. And what I really hope that we can also focus on when we're evaluating what is our progress, what is El Dorado Hills on the map for? Most people, when they see and think of Folsom, when they think of industry, you go right to Intel, or maybe in the old days, you'd go to Aerojet. I personally do not want to be known as the land of Amazon. I recently had a really informative conversation with the Teamsters president of Northern California and their efforts to educate communities on why it is not progress to bring in companies like this to your community. I also had a really great conversation with a school board member of the El Dorado Union High School District and some of the issues that it can bring even to our school districts. Bringing poverty to our county does not make us net revenue. In fact, it can suck us dry. I want to be innovators. I want to have ladder climbing industries. And I want to have places where people can start and build a career that can then build them a home and a life in our community. And I think through our efforts of, yes, do we need to focus on having available housing options for people in those situations? I don't think many people disagree. But if we bring in mass poverty creating jobs, all it's going to do is displace from our small businesses and suck them over to this warehouse. I would invite anybody more interested. We are hosting an information night on a wonderful documentary, The Amazon Empire, this Thursday night. If anybody's interested, hopefully you know who I am on Facebook, and you can find us if you're interested in learning more. And all of you supervisors are certainly welcome also. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Andy.
Good afternoon, Andy.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Go right ahead.
Okay, I just have a couple of comments. I've lived in El Dorado Hills in District 2 since 2016. I moved here for the quality of life for El Dorado Hills. And I've read through this whole 345 pages of this application regarding this Project Frontier. And going through it, I keep going back to the first 2 pages. The first page being the application, which is for a conditional minor use permit. Now, minor use to me doesn't sound like it's got to be a big change, but this is a 5 million square foot building we're talking about here. And so then I read the second page and it says required findings for this minor use permit. The issuance of the permit is consistent with the general plan. Well, my understanding when I moved here was that this was an R&D area. And this facility is very much not an R&D facility. So to my way of thinking, it's not consistent with the general plan. And 2, the proposed use would not be detrimental to the public health, safety and welfare, or injurious to the neighborhood. Well, I think that's patently obvious that this is going to be definitely detrimental to the public health. We've all discussed the particulate matter from the diesel, the safety and welfare for 2 diesel trucks every minute during the day, 24 hours a day. That's obviously going to impact people going across the street, this type of thing. And then injuries to the neighborhood is, again, patently obvious. So, and then number 3 of the required findings is the proposed use is specifically permitted by the minor conditional use permit pursuant to this title. That seems like a catch-22 thing to me, so I don't really understand what that is. But to me, none of these 3 findings, this project doesn't meet any of these requirements. So then my other comment is I've thought about how this project is going to affect the property values in our area. And if each just 1,000 homes drop $50,000, and I don't think that's out of the question if this comes through, right? There's $50 million loss of property value for those houses. And what, there's maybe 5,000 houses at least impacted by this, and they're all in that value. So this is going to have a heck of an impact on the neighborhoods again for that reason. So my way of thinking, I don't see how you guys can believe the smoke and mirrors have been presented to you and think that this thing could be permitted under a minor use permit. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon.
Hi, we can hear you now, Jonathan.
Hello, my friends. God bless you all. And I've been listening for the last hour and a half, some wonderful comments. And I can't see how you can miss the forest for the trees in what's being said. For it to be an R&D area, research and development, from what I've heard, when you have a wolf in sheep's clothing, I guess you could see the sheepskin, but something happened to the sheep. The sheep got killed by the wolf. So he's got a sheepskin on, but when I listen to the deception and the deceitfulness of the numbers, not just the tax revenue, but it's ridiculous to have a 345-page application and have this much corruption and deceit in it. I saw the words R&D for research and development, but it sounds more like rape and deception, to rape, rip off and deceive. I've lived up the hill here for 30 years, and I'd like to have more done for those that don't have more than enough, like so many of us do. I was raised, and my parents moved into Manhattan and lived on 53rd Street in Lexington. Paul Newman lived in the building where we were. But when I went up on the roof of this 9-story condo or apartment that I was blessed to live in, as I would go up there and want to lie down for a suntan, as I lay down, all types of particulate matter would land on my body. And I feel the fear, and it's adequate fear, to not let this monster come into El Dorado County. You know, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's probably a duck. But if it walks like a wolf, even if it's got sheepskin on, and if it talks like a wolf, most likely this project is a wolf. And your job is to protect the beautiful county that we live in from wolves. There's plenty of open space along Highway 5 up by the airport and beyond that. But when you look at those monster buildings, none of you want that building in El Dorado County. I believe none of you want that building. Let's turn this thing down. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from Sue W. Good afternoon, Sue.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Williams. I live in the Heritage 55 plus community, and I'm making this response personal. I'm a widow of a disabled vet and have worked hard all my life. I lived in El Dorado County since '89. I pay and have paid property tax. I buy locally and contribute what I can to the local community. I thought buying my forever home in El Dorado Hills was a smart way to go to live out my golden years. If I had known what was in store, I would have moved outside of the county. My future looks bleak. Can't sell my home. What senior would buy a home in a community that has air, noise pollution, horrendous traffic, and more? I may no longer be able to sit outside my house, enjoy the wildlife, play pickleball, or even walk my dog. Please, please, no on Project Frontier for me and for so many people like me. This is wrong in so many levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hello, Sue. Sue, oh, there you go.
Hi, I found it. So 3 of you could actually stop this freight train called Frontier Project at any time. I hope the board is proceeding very carefully, and I would put a handle on the actions being taken by your planning commissioner or director, especially in regards to the Frontier Project, so as to not give the applicant any justification for future challenge to the county's decision on this project or on their project. We hope you are not collaborating with them or making promises that have not been vetted by in front of the public. You need to reject this project based on misleading information on the application, or otherwise reject the application. The activities of this project do not meet the requirements of what is allowed in a research and development zone and use. I think that's been brought to you enough that you should know that. Industrial uses are not allowed in R&D zones. Go check your zoning general plan use matrix. It's right there in front of you. As stated by the long-term Caltrans employee that spoke today, we do know how developer hired consultants can tweak the numbers and reports to favor the developer. There are letters from Caltrans back to 2014 stating that the area around the El Dorado Hills interchange is already at level service F. Then you look at the mitigation offered to get these trucks westbound. It must be a joke. Apparently, they do not even know their east from their west. Deny this application based on the misinformation that so far has been presented, based on the violation to our transportation circulation plan requirements. They cannot meet the levels of service that are required in our general plan. And they want to, if they really want to reapply and come back, they need to reply with a general plan amendment for industrial, heavy industrial, which this falls under, a rezone and a full EIR. And I also plead with this Board of Supervisors to stop using the Economic Development Department to lobby for these type of projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon, Robert.
Yes, good afternoon. Last week, midweek, the El Dorado Hills APAC officers submitted to the Planning Commission a series of 5 studies that were generated by a group of very dedicated volunteers relating to the impacts of Project Frontier. In addition to that, a letter was submitted at that time to the Planning Commission outlining many of the issues that we have unearthed in that process. I will not at this point belabor all those points. Certainly, this information is available on the APAC website, but I would like to take an opportunity to encapsulate the final conclusions in this 10-page letter. Basically, what we stated was El Dorado Hills APAC believes that Project Frontier will result in negative and harmful impacts on transportation and circulation, air quality, noise, fire and emergency services, biological impacts, cultural resources, public safety, and property values. Once this project has been thoroughly evaluated by the Planning Commission, we would encourage you to take a look at these reports when it actually to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. We are very encouraged by the kind of transparency that, and I'm speaking now as an individual and not as an APAC officer, but the kind of courage that Joe Harn showed in reversing his position on the economic impacts. And I encourage everyone on the board and in the county administration to look toward that example as we move forward. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Robert.
Now taking public comment from Roxanne Cathy.
Good afternoon, Roxanne.
You hear me?
We sure can. Go right ahead.
This is Roxanne Cathy, and I live in Blackstone. I'm going to make this short but sweet. I have attended some meetings in person and via Zoom, and notice how some of you seems to be very rude. Like you don't show any respect to the person speaking at the podium, and it seems like you're not listening and not paying attention because your head is always down. So please show some respect and look at the person when the person's speaking. Also, you should know that we're not giving up or stopping until Project Frontier is beat. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. Appreciate your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all for being with us again. I'd like to get a few questions answered, and let me reassure you that we are walking through this together with you. We hear your concerns, we hear your angst, we hear your anxiety. Don't think that that doesn't fall on us. I think it is important to recognize that this item has not become before the Board of Supervisors for action right now. It does not mean that we are not individually digging in as much as you are to all of the information out there and thinking critically through that. I can assure you, I can speak for myself. I am absolutely doing it, and I have full confidence in my colleagues as well, who are very thoughtful, engaged people. I also know that our planning commissioners are excellent. We handpicked each and every one of them, and they are equally as engaged and dedicated to our community. So, please know that, an application has been filed and they have a right to walk through a process, and that's what's being done. But, and this is America, and we are founded on private property rights. We are founded on the ability of a property owner and an applicant to walk through a process. But that doesn't mean we don't hear you and that we don't share your concerns and we aren't digging in. So there were a couple of comments made that 3 of the Board of Supervisors, could just stop this project, or why don't we just stop it? And I'd like to get that answered as much as we can. Also, I know there's been comments online that, we see, Supervisors Hydal and Turnboo, which is districts 1 and 2, it's down in the El Dorado Hills, and they are your supervisors. Why don't we all come to a meeting? And we were all invited to a couple of meetings today, and want you to know that would be a, violation of the Brown Act if we were all to show up at a public meeting. So the fact that we are not with our colleagues at those meetings doesn't mean we don't care. And I want to address that as well. So, so County Council, can you please address the concerns of, why isn't the board jumping in and stopping this process? What restrictions are we operating under, and what is the process on this?
I can certainly take a stab at it. And I think you did a great job of introducing the discussion. As you noted, the project at issue is still in process with the planning department. It is a conditional use permit, and by the county's ordinance code, the Board of Supervisors for conditional use permit is designated as an appeal body. That is very clearly designated in the county's ordinance code. I'm only aware of one policy the board has that provides the board with the opportunity for early input into a development project. It's the policy J6 that applies to general plan amendments. And even then, that process does not provide for the board to either approve or deny a project at that preliminary stage. Rather, it is an opportunity for early comment to provide some conceptual review, but nevertheless still allow the applicant in that case to proceed through the planning approval process should they still desire to do so despite board comments. I do think there is some concern that I would have about board members attempting to intervene outside the county's established process. There is authority to support the proposition that such actions could be used to demonstrate some form of a bias of a supervisor against a project, which could give the applicant a potential challenge based on deprivation of due process. So I think for that reason, it is important to adhere to the process, which, as I noted, does not have a role for the board at this point in time.
Thank you. I think that's helpful.
Can I request one thing to kind of expand that discussion? The proposition of the scope that the planning commission will hear this. The decision has been made. It will go to the planning commission. For people who haven't heard that yet, that has been decided. When it goes to the planning commission, it's coming in the form of a conditional use permit. The typical way, in my experience, that's approached is you look at the information related to that conditional use permit, and those are kind of the boundaries. And then there's a recommendation. In this case, this planning commission could make a decision which could be appealed. But by what means would the board, for instance, direct the planning commission to open this up into a full discussion? I've just never seen that kind of a process, because I think, again, we're going against property rights, and there is a bias that would be implied, I would think. Can you give me just a little bit of feel for some of those things that have been suggested on the scope that the planning commission would hear this under?
Yeah, I think that the concerns that I raised previously apply in the scenario you just identified about the board engaging in the process in a way that is outside of what's contemplated in our ordinance code. I trust that your planning commission, they will review the project as they believe is necessary. That's been my experience having served with them and watched them over the past few years. And again, for the board to take action to provide some direction as to the manner by which the planning commission would consider that. I think that type of action that takes place outside the county's established process could give rise to an allegation that the board members have some type of bias, again, giving rise to the applicant having a cause of action against the county. And that is, I think, as we are guiding county staff through this process, we are trying to ensure that whatever decision is ultimately made is one that is in accordance with all the laws applicable.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then another question, and this is for our CAO. Can you talk about how, what is our verification process for the numbers? I know there's been some changing understandings of the economic impact and potential revenue of this project. What is our county doing to do our due diligence in reviewing those numbers?
First, planning staff in general when they receive an application, they review all of the technical documents that are provided. So that is not unusual to any project. So whether it's biological resources, cultural resources, traffic study, economic impact analyses do not come with every project, right? So this obviously came with an economic impact analysis. Because that's somewhat unusual, county staff have contracted with an outside consultant to conduct a third-party review of that analysis. And I think I mentioned this at our last meeting, but county has a website for this project. If you click on the county's webpage, there's a banner that says Project Frontier. You click on it, it takes you to all the project documents. And one of those project documents, the impact analysis, is there. And it actually says on there, which I didn't know, which is great that it's there, that it's being reviewed by a third-party consultant. The other study that is specifically being reviewed by a third-party consultant is the traffic impact analysis.
Great.
And that is also, there's also a link to that on the website.
Great. And I think it's important for you, and we're currently in that process. So I think it's really important for everyone to understand that we are doing our due diligence to look at the traffic and the revenue impacts, and we're not taking anything at face value. So once again, thank you for sharing your concerns with us. We appreciate it, and we're walking through this process together. So thank you for your comments. At this point, we'll take just a 5-minute break, and for any of those that you're all welcome to stay for our afternoon. We're going to be here all afternoon, so you're welcome to stay. But we'll hear item number 39 in just a few minutes. Once folks Okay, perfect. All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming back and being with us. We've just had a lot to attend to and still have a lot to go this afternoon, but appreciate you all being with us. So with that, Kim, let's hear item number 39.
Item number 39 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing the Department of Transportation Director or designee the delegated authority to approve temporary road closures.
Welcome back, Raphael.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Raphael Martinez, Director of Transportation. You guys here shortly. So, with that said, there we go. Okay, well, welcome all, Board of Supervisors, as well as those here for today's presentation. I greatly appreciate you waiting till this afternoon for our presentation. But today's presentation will be that of the Department of Transportation, giving you an overview of our collaboration with Parks and Trails and County Council on the closure of roads and trails within El Dorado County. So with that said, Kim, next slide. Thank you. For several years, the Department of Transportation has been wanting to tie up some loose ends and clarify its responsibility concerning the closure of county roads and trails due to emergency, maintenance, or engineering purposes. There were multiple resolutions and various state and federal policies that were being utilized to perform this one simple task. Needless to say that the department was challenged late last year when one of many winter storms rolled into our area last December, when a weather condition called an atmospheric river presented itself. The Department of Transportation directed that the Rubicon Trail be closed due to environmental parameters that were apparently imminent. Due to the sudden and swift actions of the department with such short notice, many in the off-roading community were perplexed and questioned the justification of this immediate closure. Several days after torrential rain, the Board of Supervisors declared a state of emergency in El Dorado County on January 10th and officially justified the closure of the trail. Now, seeing the confusion amongst the stakeholders that were present that day and some of the back and forth with staff, the Board of Directors directed the Department of Transportation to come back to the board with some clarification and be able to rectify some of the concerns, questions, and issues with that quick closure of the trail, and basically clean things up, make things better, and come up with a policy and procedure so that everybody was on the same page. Next. So the Department of Transportation reached out to a variety of stakeholders who share in the use of the Rubicon Trail. The county had a constructive meeting to hear everyone's concerns and questions on how best we can work with the community while still providing safety and the environmental benchmarks that many state and federal agencies look to the county that we must adhere to. The group discussed how best to improve on the existing resolutions, as well as how best to communicate and provide transparency to the Department of Transportation's actions. On March 6th, the department sent out a draft resolution to 12 stakeholders requesting comments and revisions to be sent back to the Department of Transportation by no later than March 13th, in hopes that maybe we can get back to the board with a resolution and a discussion by, let's say, mid-April. Initially, there were approximately 6 reoccurring questions or comments that were received and addressed in collaboration with the stakeholders. But various subsequent meetings were held and as well as telephone conversations, other meetings, and other emails that help provide further improvement to the resolution, which delayed that presentation that we were going to give in mid-April to actually today's board date. But in the end, we felt that was well worth it in order to get a more clarifying and over-encompassing resolution and understanding of our procedures and our policy. Next slide, please. So here are the initial comments, reoccurring initial comments that we received after having our stakeholders meeting. In coordination with Parks and Trails and County Council, we collaborated with the various stakeholder groups, basically to address their concerns and to reassure them that the closure of the trail would not jeopardize their usage for access to this wonderful gem that we have here in El Dorado County. The primary topic that we could all agree on, and that I want to make sure that I harp on today, is that first one that you see there: communication, communication, communication. Next slide, please. Which is why there isn't one, there isn't two, there isn't three, but multiple methods in which now the Department of Transportation and Parks and Trails are disseminating our information out to stakeholders, out to the public, so that they are well aware of our actions, our reasonings, our justifications, and that and giving them information up to date on a regular basis so that they know what they can expect. As you can see here, we have web links to multiple locations in the Parks and Trails website, county websites. We have the email, the push out email system through the Go Delivery. We have the Transportation's website, as well as Transportation's maintenance Facebook page, all of which will be disseminating the information of the Rubicon Trail if it ever needs to be closed for environmental or maintenance or construction purposes. Now, furthermore, you can see that we do have a link. The last bullet point there is for the Go Delivery system. If you go to that link, you will be prompted as to how to sign up for the Go Delivery system. And immediately when something occurs out in the Rubicon Trail, as well as some other county critical issues that can come up, that residents can get notification on those hot topics. And then as well as the link to the county's website, as you can see there through El Dorado County Government Rubicon link as well. Next slide. The last time I spoke here, there were several members of the public that wished that I show a map that showed where the Rubicon Trail is, and it's just located just a little ways up here up the hill and on top of El Dorado County. It is accessed by approximately 2 to 3 different roadways leading in from El Dorado County, 3, as well as 1 access point coming in for Placer County, which is the reason why we had to have a point in the resolution that spoke about potential maintenance. At times, Vicki Sanders here, who oversees the Parks and Trails, has maintenance that needs to be performed on the Rubicon Trail, and we have helicopters flying 2-ton rocks over the area. And because of that reason, they will not fly in a jurisdiction that has public underneath them. And so then we have to close it off, not only from our side, but as well as from the Placer County side, to just err on the safe of caution that there is nobody who could potentially be harmed by any of the operations that come up due to that maintenance. And then my closing statement, and I stated this, I made this statement at the stakeholders meeting, and we've kind of made it our, I guess, our mission statement or our mantra in the Department of Transportation when it comes to the Rubicon Trail, and I'll just read it off here. And that is that El Dorado County supports and values the Rubicon Trail and the community of its users. We recognize that the trail is a social and economic benefit to the county, and we will do anything and everything possible to make sure that it is open all year long. So that concludes my presentation. We do have some of those stakeholders that are here today, as well as some of the stakeholders who couldn't be here today, who gave us letters of support. I want to thank them all for taking the time to meet with myself, County Council, Parks and Rec, so that we can have this conversation, this talk as to what are their concerns, what are their issues. We are listening, we do understand, and we want to do everything possible to make sure that we are working together to collaborate and get communication when need be as most effective and efficient way possible. So that concludes my presentation here today. If you have any questions, myself, Vicky are here to answer them if you'd like.
Thank you, Raphael. And
Sure.
First of all, I just want to commend you for this process. When this first came before us, we were kind of in an emergency situation, and it was just everyone was just going full board just to address the immediate needs. And yet through that, concerns came up, and I thank you. And I'm sure we all share that you worked together with the stakeholders and those that were concerned about this and dug into it together to look at all of the issues, to come to find common ground. And then I so appreciate you went back to the stakeholders to review the resolution with them and then come before us today. So I just commend you and all of you for the process. It makes our job easier when that has occurred. And
I'm sure I can
thank
speak
you
for
that.
Vicky as well as myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
that.
So Supervisor Heidel has his button.
You talked about communication, and that's obviously the key to most of this. Do we have requirements for signage being posted, the size of it, the location of it? If we have to have an emergency closure, is it going to be very obvious to anybody going up the road that you shouldn't be here?
I'm going to open it up to Vicky. I'll let her explain what we've done in the past. So.
Okay.
Hi, Vicky. Thanks for being
Hi
with
there,
us.
Vicki Sanders, Parks Manager. And when we have a closure, we actually have signs up Ice House Road. So we have one right at Highway 50 that says the road will be closed 32 miles away. And we have 3 more further up. So they'll see that. We also post it on our website, and then we send out the Gov delivery. So anybody that signed up for Rubicon updates or Parks and Trail updates gets that email. And that's
How
what
about
we've
other
always
than the
done.
Rubicon? We have a lot of other roads we may have emergency closures on. How do we make sure signage is there so people realize?
The other roads I'll give to
closed?
him.
Very similarly,
Thank you.
very similarly. Like I said, we utilize our Facebook page. We utilize our transportation.gov page, as well as we have signs, and whenever possible, we do deploy our own changeable message signs well ahead so that we can notify people prior to getting to that location, to that point, so that they can deviate around the area that is closed. So when it comes to county roads and as well as the trail, that is the process that we are going to abide by.
So all I suggest is that we pre-manufacture emergency road closure signs that are very readily movable to a site when they have to be put in the case of an emergency, that would refer to a phone number and a website. For more information, call this number, which is the DOT hotline, or visit this website, but something that would be ready to go in an emergency so that people don't get up on a roadway and somehow get stranded because they didn't realize how bad the situation was. It's a public safety part of it that I'm concerned with.
Sure. No, I completely can understand that. And I will work with Vicky as well as with my staff and see, we have a sign shop that we can easily make signs. And if something can be installed that is the turnable one, similar to the chain control, we can maybe install something like that, that we can get up quickly so that, we don't let people go up 30 minutes, 45 minutes into their drive and then find out that, there's a closure up ahead. So typically we haven't had that comment. Vicky and her staff, as well as my staff, have been very expeditious in terms of getting signage out there very quickly and preventing people from going up there. But yes, if we could have something that is even more quicker or more efficient, by all means, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in and say thank you to everyone that, came together and worked on this. You're right, Supervisor Thomas, it came at us fast and furious that first time. And kind of because there was an emergency and all that. So it was nice to be able to, after the emergency, talk about what we really wanted out of this resolution. And I think we did a great job. I'm going to pat myself on the back because I did get to talk to some of the stakeholders, and we kind of made our own little red line version. Everybody knows I like red lines. And then county council and Raphael kind of fixed it up. And I think it works with the 7 days and checking in with everybody, that 7-day thing. It's, because we understand, and it's in here somewhere. I can't see exactly where about.
It is.
Trying to get it back though. There's no, DOT doesn't want to close roads. We want them open, and we're talking about all roads in the county too. Just like with the emergencies and where we had culverts, swept away by the storms and stuff, Volcanoeville Road, South Shingle, everywhere. You guys were on it, getting our roads open. So I think the spirit of that's in this resolution. I hope everybody feels that. And just wanted to thank everyone for coming together to get this done.
Sure. Thank you.
Well said. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Raphael, for bringing this presentation to us today. It's been a big issue, and my biggest concerns was the Forest Service, especially when this thing gets closed, if they, won't open it back up. So it's been, especially the environmentalists, because they've been attacking the Rubicon Trail forever. That they don't even want it there. So that's one of my big issues with this, especially when, I've been on the Rubicon many, many times. I don't know if anybody's here ever been on the midnight run, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's amazing. And let me tell you, it's scary too, especially when you don't know where anything's at. So, and I kudos to you, especially with the issue we had on Latrobe Road. But I think the signage needs to be a little bit more. I think especially when we need to be flashing lights and stuff, because that Latrobe was terrible. And they were people going around or even moving the barricades is what they're doing to drive through. It was crazy.
They did do that.
And then Clear Creek, that was a big deal, especially when they got a call that the road and the CHP goes out there and drives into the ditch. It was like about 6 foot that washed away. So his vehicle was stuck there. So anyway, I think we need to get, more signage like John was talking about.
Sure.
And it needs to be done.
Okay.
It really does.
All right.
And a phone call, so they can at least call DOT and find out what's going on and how many days that it's going to be closed.
Okay.
Especially a lot of people don't have internet access, especially even out where I live. So.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Any further comments before we take public comment? All right. Thanks so much, Raphael.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your good work on this. And thank you, Vicki. All right, Kim, let's open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members and staff. My name is Jesse Barton. I represent the Rubicon Trail Foundation. I would like to start by thanking county staff, especially Mr. Livingston and Mr. Van Koolwick. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I actually spelled it here phonetically.
That's funny.
On drafting the resolution that you have here before you today. We had numerous issues with the first version of this resolution, but I think that this current version manages the vast majority of the concerns that I and my client have had with it. While this resolution does not address everything that we would like to see in it, and it also does not have some things in it that we would prefer to see in it. But RTF is willing to endorse it as it is written. A reason for our tepid or our less than enthusiastic support of the resolution is our concern. I shared this with Mr. Livingston as well as Mr. Van de Koolwick, is the concern with regulatory creep or perhaps even abuse of what's written in this resolution. As far as regulatory creep, what we're talking about today, there are 3 specific instances in which the trail can be closed. The conditions in the easement, health and safety for maintenance, as well as emergency declarations. And so those three instances, fine, as long as we follow the letter of what those indicate. But what we're concerned is that a year from now, that 3 will increase to 4, and that 4 will increase to 5. And that is something that we are very concerned with, or even where the 3 conditions are stretched to where they were not intended to apply. And so for that reason, and I very much don't want this to sound like a threat, but RTF will be watching to make sure that when the trail is closed, that one of those 3 conditions is met, and only one of those 3 conditions is met. Anytime any element of the last time I was speaking, the fire alarm actually went off, and I accused the county council of doing it on purpose. But nevertheless, what we're concerned with is it's going to move off the letters of the page, and that's what we're most concerned with. And so as long as we stick with those, and any portion of the trail or the trail is closed, as long as we're consistent with what is in the resolution, 10 seconds.
No,
Nope.
sorry,
All
everyone
right,
gets 3
very good.
minutes. Sorry. Thank
Okay.
you for your comments, Mr. Barton, and we
Yes.
welcome your oversight.
Thank you.
So thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm John Arns with Rubicon Trail Foundation. I'm a director. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. Mr. Barton outlined a number of issues with this resolution. As you know, in every collaborative process, there are compromises, and that's not unexpected. Although we aren't 100% sanguine about this outcome, we are appreciative of the collaborative process. The DOT has engaged with us. County Council has engaged with us, and we appreciate that engagement and hope to see it in all departments with our future dealings. That being said, RTF is in support of the resolution as written. Look at that, 45 seconds.
You
Thank
nailed
you.
it. Thank you, John. Appreciate it very much.
Lots of pressure.
Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chairperson, and the rest of the board and the staff. My name's Ken Hauer. I'm the president of the foundation at this time. When you enter the Rubicon Trail, you see a sign that you guys own. One of the Friends of the Rubicon painted that sign. It says, "Welcome to the historic Rubicon Trail, the crown jewel of El Dorado County." We know the El Rubicon Trail brings in millions and millions of dollars to this county. And that was made possible by the board in 1877, establishing their RS 2477 rights to the trail and making it a public road. That was reaffirmed again 112 years later in 1989 by this same board, and reaffirmed that RS 2477 rights. In 2012, 23 years later, we were back here to pass the easement that gave El Dorado County 100% control of the road from the Forest Service, and the scientific conditions that were required to close were included. So we've solved the environmental issues in that resolution. And now 10 years later, we're back and we have hopefully solved the safety issues with the Rubicon Trail. So let's all hope that is a much longer gap than 10 years before we're back here again to talk about anything else. I do want to thank everybody that was involved with the process. Especially want to give some kudos to Brooke, who was newly elected, and she jumped in headfirst to figure out what this was all about, because she didn't know. And so I want to give her credit for that. And thanks to David, working with our council to get, and the stakeholders to develop a document that you guys are going to vote on today. And thank you for putting that together.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
That's it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Bob Sweeney, President of Jeepers Jamboree. I want to say thank you for working with the stakeholders and not destroying what was set up 10, 12 years ago when my dad was sitting in the same position you guys went through heck back then. I appreciate DOT coming on board, helping parks and everything, the Rubicon is our crown jewel. We bring in thousands of people to our community. And if it wasn't for all of us, that would stop. And that's bucket lists and bucket lists for people. So again, thank you for not rewriting the whole thing. I'm glad Raphael spent the time and stuck with what the board fought out years ago with the board, or with the water board and everything. The Rubicon has been working very well. We took a chance of losing it once. We fixed it. Let's go on the way we are. I'm glad there's no sunset to this or nothing, and we can go forward. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Anyone else?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Percy Umlauf.
Good afternoon, Percy.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. So this, my name is Pierce Umlauf with Jeep Jamboree and Mark Smith Off-Roading Incorporated, and I just wanted to make a couple comments here. I wanted to, first of all, I think mimic the sentiment in the room, which is complete the appreciation for the DOT's collaboration and engagement with all the stakeholders. This is a very hot topic, and it has been for years. And Raphael and Kelly did an extraordinary job, amending this resolution to really quell the anxiety of the general public. And I think the biggest issue we have had on this trail for many years is building public trust. And this document, I believe, as a landowner of two different property groups up there and running commercial groups up there, really instills the trust in the county and the stewardship of the county of that trail in perpetuity in many years to come. And so I think Raphael and Kelly did an extraordinary job listening at the end of the day to the concerns of the stakeholders up there, and did an excellent job with this resolution. And it's something that unanimously by all of the groups up there supports. And that is something that is extraordinary. I don't think that's happened in a very long time. So I just want to commend the county for doing its due diligence. And I also want to state that, we know, I want to comment really quick on Mr. Barton's comment. I think that accountability is critical to this. And I don't want to that be overshadowed with the fact that we also understand as stakeholders of the Rubicon that the county has a vested interest in this and wants to keep it open. And that was made clear in this resolution. And, as other groups around the United States look at El Dorado County as leaders in for trail management, we have seen what El Dorado County has done be adopted by trail systems around the United States as the way to do it right. And this was an amazing example and an exceptional example of, I think, working with enthusiast groups. This should be a model that is used on whatever other activities you have in the county, whether it be waterways or other activities. You guys did an extraordinary job listening to the user groups, and that was exceptional. And so we very much support this resolution, and just want to thank everybody involved.
Thank you, Mr. Umlauf. Appreciate your gracious comments.
Now taking public comment from Tim Green.
Good afternoon, Mr. Green.
Good afternoon. First, let me echo pretty much what everybody in the room is saying there, and I apologize for not being able to be there in person. We were there this morning. A huge thank you to the county as a whole, to Raphael and his team and the parks team and everybody concerned listening. It's very refreshing listening, having the government listen and take concerns and also furthermore make adjustments based on that input. So that's greatly appreciated. I looking at the resolution, I think we all came up with something that works for everybody. And when we talk about that, one thing that I had brought up in the DOT meeting, and thanks again, Raphael, for that opportunity, is we use the term stakeholder. And actually, I heard it a lot this morning in regard to other items on the agenda. I'll just add that with the Rubicon, the term stakeholder, if you look at that word, a person or organization with legitimate interest in a given situation, I think given the magnitude and the far-reaching aspects of Rubicon, it's fair to say that just about anybody that puts in the time and effort to be on the Rubicon could be considered a stakeholder, not just property owners. I'm a property owner myself, not just organizational groups or nonprofits. It's the Rubicon as a whole. And I think the county, stakeholders, everybody concerned with this process did a fine, fantastic job of keeping that in mind when working towards this solution. I truly feel that we should be in a very good position moving forward. All of my concerns were heard. I think most of the concerns from the group was heard. So all in all, to finish up, I think it was a fantastic job. And I look forward to a continued relationship with the Rubicon in regard to the county and everybody involved.
Thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
Wow.
That's some.
Well done. Well done to everyone. And all of you, thank you for being with us this afternoon. I am so sorry that the morning got away from us and that you had to come back. We hated to do that, but as you heard, there were some critical issues that we had to dig into.
Oh.
We had to see that through. But you're really commend each and every one of you for coming to the table in good faith and working together, as was saying, to find something that works for everybody. And that is often not easy to achieve. So kudos to all of you. Kudos to our staff and to our county council, who are often unsung heroes. I know how critical you were to this process as well. So this is just a really feel-good item.
Yeah,
So,
it is. And remember, Raphael, communication
Yes,
solves
say
all
that 5
problems.
times. So with that, if there's not further discussion, I would love to move to approve this item.
I'll second it.
all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Well done, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you so
well done.
much. That was a fun one.
Yeah, it was.
Yay.
All
Hey, you
right.
should have told Tim when's my next ride.
I know, I'm couldn't stay.
All right. Thank you all.
Yeah,
We'll give just a few minutes. Yeah.
yeah.
That was funny.
It was funny when you spelled that his name. That was so funny.
All right, Kim, let's go to item number 40.
Thank you. That was so
Item number
cute.
40 comes from Planning and Building Department, Airports Division, recommending the board, one,
Oh.
provide conceptual approval for the delegation of signature authority on airport ground leases, county-owned hangar leases, and temporary use agreements. Corrado, Director of Planning and Building, and two, provide conceptual approval for the delegation of signature authority on airport tie-down agreements.
I hope this is just as fun, Chris.
This is absolutely just as fun.
Pressure.
We're talking about,
Yeah, exactly.
we're talking about airplanes, economic development. This is good
True, all
stuff.
right, bring it on.
Yeah. So good afternoon, Chris Perry, Assistant Director, Planning and Building. Kim just mentioned we're here for conceptual approval for delegated signature authority on county-owned hangar leases, ground leases, temporary use agreements, and that would all go to the Planning and Building Department Director for delegated authority, and then to the Airport Operations Supervisor would go tie-down agreements. Tie-downs are kind of sometimes overnight, quick stops. They can be monthly as well, but a shorter term. So you'll recall we were here a few months ago asking for conceptual approval on temporary use agreements that would bind the new lessee from the period they take ownership to the point where we actually get a full lease in place with your board. So on the back end, this will make a little bit more sense. So let me walk through it real quick. So in the process of doing that, though, we wanted to make sure we're constantly streamlining our operations to make it easier to do business with the county as it relates to the airports. And this is a theme we kept revisiting with the Airports Advisory Committee over the past year is, how do we improve the leasing process? So we kind of felt like this may be a little bit of low-hanging fruit, to be honest. So as you know, all leases currently go to your board for approval. In fact, you had two this morning on consent.
Yeah.
So there's a process that obviously before that would still stay in place, and that is staff's going to engage with that lessee or that new owner, make sure they have a copy of the lease that they can read and review and get comfortable with. We still need to collect insurance information, get it approved through EBIX, our system for risk management, and all those steps still need to occur. However, I think with conceptual approval for delegated authority here, it's going to streamline this at least by a month, because right now we're out usually 2 months. And I say that loosely because it kind of depends on the back and forth with the lessee or the new airport hangar owner. It just depends. So if we can reduce at least that month lead up to goes to the board and get this down to 2 weeks, we have significantly improved this. So the vision here is to have that temporary use agreement to bridge from, the second they step foot onto the property up to the point where we can get them in a lease that has been signed by our department director at that point in time. There's still going to be a small gap in there because we still need to get all the insurance information verified through risk management. And the authority that we're operating under is 25537C, it's our government code. And there's a provision in there that asks that staff provide a 5-day notice to each of the supervisors' offices, letting you guys know that indeed there will be a new lessee coming in. So 5 working days, that is. So give or take, we could probably get this done in best case a week, 2 weeks, assuming we get full cooperation from the lessees to get their insurance into us and get it verified. So again, just a real, I think, easy streamlining process. The lease templates that we're working off of, they're under a blanket blue route by county council, and Danny's still sitting here. And this is a fixed lease template for these types of leases. They do not change from owner to owner. The only leases that do have an opportunity to change are fixed based operators. We only have 4 of those right now. Those still would come to your board because those are negotiable. These leases that we're talking about for delegated signature authority are not negotiable. So it'd be a standard template, plug and play with the owner, the hangar, the tie down space, so on and so forth. Pretty straightforward. If your board grants conceptual approval, we'll come back with an ordinance and we'll capture all this for you and we'll get going. So that's
This
it.
just makes sense because our last process was cumbersome and lengthy.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, my first question relates to EDSO's helicopter. Have we got exemption provisions for the helicopter to be put out on the Placerville Airport and housed without having to go through this permit process? It would seem that's an emergency vehicle type of use. Have we considered that so that we don't get caught in this, okay, now we got to spin our wheels to try to get a permit?
So it depends on what that vehicle looks like. So
okay,
we're right now there's a process going on looking at building a new hangar on the east end of the Placerville Airport.
Okay,
that's a fairly lengthy process, requires FAA approval to build a new hangar, of which we haven't had a new hangar at any of our airports. It's been years. So I can tell you, we're going through this all new, all of us. We're relying heavily on our consultant right now to communicate with the FAA on that, because none of us that are currently here have ever built a hangar at an airport. So that process is in the works right now. We have a good back and forth going on between our consultant and the FAA, and vice versa over with the Sheriff's Department. Myself and Under Sheriff Golmitz have walked the ramp a couple times looking at the space. So that's one concurrent process. The other process going on right now is just trying to identify if there's a resource currently available at the airport that can temporarily house the new incoming helicopter and when it comes in October. So that process is in place. And again, it just depends on how that falls. I mean, if it happened to be a county-owned hangar, I mean, it's a county facility to begin with. So that's a different process than, say, if there's an owner that already exists on the property, and that's a different type of relationship. So suffice it to say, very much in process. We just had a call about this a few weeks ago just to make sure that we're staying on track. So when it gets delivered, we have a good home for it. So
then the second question, with the construction of the new hangar space, have we basically put out a marketing type notification that new leases for the new hangar will be coming available at some point? What is the demand? Because my interpretation is there's a lot of unused space that could be turned into lease income, lease revenue. And why wouldn't we do that if we're going to build a new hangar?
So you're still referring to the one hangar, correct?
Yes. Well, I presume you could build more than one, right? Because if you got one space within a hangar, is that what you're calling a hangar? It has one compartment. It's not multiple compartments.
It is. It's one. Yeah. So all the ones we're talking about right now, these are individual hangars. So we have a handful of county-owned hangars. So that is clearly we own the property, we own the land,
right?
And then we also own the building. We don't have many of those. Placerville and Georgetown are by and large. They rent the ground space, but the hangar lessee actually owns their hangar. Those are portable hangars. They're supposed to be able to
Okay.
be removed and
Okay,
moved.
they're portable.
That's easier said
They're
than
not,
done.
yeah, okay, yeah.
But that's
Air quotes,
right,
portable.
right. But theoretically, that's what they are. They're portable ground lease hangars. And they're individual. There are not multiple aircraft housed within these. A typical one would be a T hangar where it has two doors that open so the wings can go in and then the body goes in the middle, for instance.
Right.
A rectangular hangar would be more like what the sheriff's office would be looking for because it's a wide open space so the propellers don't, hit any of the doors. So
Okay, it just seemed like there was an opportunity to, to collect some additional revenue for space that's not being well utilized.
So right
why
now
not
we
encourage it. So,
right now we do have tie down space, but we don't have hangar space.
okay,
We have a wait list for county-owned hangars. The ground lease hangars that are private property, privately owned, those all happen private party to private party when they sell them. Obviously, we sign off because they need to get into an agreement to get into a lease with us. They can get
Okay.
their access card to get onto the property. But we're not a party in the private to private sale of those types of hangars. As far as opportunities to develop and potentially lease, I will say we're almost at the conclusion of an RFP process for an economic development consultant to come on board. Last year, your board was generous enough to give us $50,000 for an economic development plan study. We just responded to some questions on that RFP. We're looking at towards the end of the month, we'll hopefully have someone on board through answering to that RFP to start investigating what we can actually do to develop out these airports. And it would include potentially new hangar space at the east end of the airport that we could be using for.
excellent. Thank
Yes,
you.
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Very
we've
good.
been looking forward to that for
Yeah.
a long time,
yeah,
actually.
me too.
Yeah, I think before I got on the board, we were talking about
That's
that,
true.
so.
Supervisor
Um,
Parlin.
Yeah, so really, thank you for this. This is very exciting to get things, anything we can streamline, everyone appreciates. So, and not having to put these through the board agenda, I'm sure is going to make you guys so happy. So makes total sense. Just curious, a couple of things is, how long is a typical lease? I know it says here in the government code, it can't be 10, more than 10 years. How long are they typically?
We go right up to that limit.
That's
We
what I
go
was
right to
thinking
10
too.
years.
So.
Yeah, and
that's
there's an
kinda
option in
nice.
there to have discussions with us to go an additional 10 after that, but they're 10, no
Oh,
more than
10
10 years at a time.
Okay, and then
Yeah,
the
we
other
cap
thing
out the
was
government
with the
code.
tie down ones, this one I'm a little confused on. Because you're saying that it's a form for at the airports. We don't have staff at all the airport, both the airports all the time though, right? So,
We will soon. We just hired our
There it is.
second individual, Keith, shout out. So he'll be starting, I believe it's May 8th next week.
okay,
So we will be able to have staff shuttling between, initially it'll be a training period, obviously,
Okay.
but it's not, I mean, when folks fly in to tie down, we'll have a process in place. If we need to send Jeremy,
Okay.
whomever from our staff up, we'll make sure that they can get tied
that's what I was
down.
kind of wondering.
Yeah,
when it's-
yeah.
Yeah, I think this will be really nice though to encourage that because, up at Georgetown, they had that fly-in event.
Right.
So much fun. There's so much potential there. And there's actually a campground, I guess. I don't
Yes.
even, did you guys know there's a campground at the Georgetown Airport?
I know that.
No.
I know, right? So people for the fly-in event, they would actually fly in and use the campground. So there's just, people are really excited that we're going to look at this economic development there.
Yes.
So yay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Very good.
And refresh my memory, Chris, is there, do we have escalating clauses in the leases as far as, especially options? It
That-
just, I don't need an answer necessarily, but that as we're working through this,
Let me,
That might be
we
something
have
important to-
discussed
Yeah.
that. I will check back and I'll get back to you on that. Yeah.
especially if they're for 10 years and you renew them for another 10 years, the time value of money over 20 years changes.
Yes,
So
it does.
It's just,
Yes, it does.
That's a good point.
yeah, it's just some thought as you're working through this.
Yes. Yeah. And I will say, obviously, we'll, as we continue to work through this, we want to have a more open process with the Airport Advisory Committee. They have an interest in seeing changes that are made to the lease, to the
Sure.
standard lease agreement. So we've committed to them that we'll be, as more open and transparent about that. But suffice it to say, Danny's been doing an outstanding job, really keeping us up to date with all the changes that go on at the federal level to make sure that we're doing things exactly as we need to be doing them per FAA. Things change. So, that blanket blue route does have a tendency here and there to have very minor changes, nothing major, but we'll make sure that we're going out and communicating that with the airport users so that they're feeling comfortable, they're involved in that process.
That's perfect. Appreciate that a lot.
Of course.
Okay, great. Any further comments before we take public comment on this item? Thank you, Chris. and Thank
All
you,
right.
Danny, for your
Thank you.
work on this. All right, Kim, we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And let's bring this back to the board for action. Any further comments or do I hear a motion?
Both.
Great.
Chris, you also with the Airport Advisory Committee, if I remember right, you've established some kind of an email, GovDeliver something to
Yes.
communicate with them now that we didn't
Yes.
have before. So, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
In fact, we
it's a
have
big deal.
two,
Yeah,
we
it
have
is.
two means of communication. We have a listserv that's been cultivated throughout the years of exclusively airport users, but then we've dumped that into GovDelivery, period, so that everyone has signed up in any way to receive updates about airports is receiving those. And we just sent one out about a month ago to give an update on some of the things that we're working on, this included. So
Very good. I just wanted to point that out, that we've been trying really hard to increase that communication, and we're doing it. So thank you for that. It's
course.
been long overdue.
Yeah.
And again, that's been asked for a long time. So we did it. We did another thing. So if nobody else has any further discussion, I'd like to move this item.
And I will second it.
Very good.
Right. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your work on that, and that was rather fun.
Keep the fun coming, okay?
Yeah, we got a theme going.
All right, well, with that, let's go to item number 41, Kim.
Item number 41 comes from Supervisor Heidel recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to support the CSAC at-home coalition for accountability.
Yes, so
Thank you,
I
Supervisor
think,
Heidel.
yes, I think all of the board members have received information on the at-home program. Hopefully it got distributed okay and you had a chance to read through it.
Mhm.
This resolution really kind of highlights why this is important across all 58 counties, that we're unified in doing this. It's noted in the resolution that there's 172,000 unsheltered individuals across California, and that's what we're trying to address primarily with at-home. But it's the first time there's been a comprehensive approach to address homelessness at the statewide level with all applicable agencies. That's the state, the counties, the cities, and to a certain extent, the federal government, but to a lesser extent, the federal government. So this is really an all-up effort to try to make sure that we have a successful program. We know that the taxpayers are upset because a lot of money has been spent in various endeavors to try to solve the homeless problem, whether it's the city of Sacramento, the city of Los Angeles, San Francisco. They have been miserable accomplishments at best, I guess. There have been some successes. I don't want to deny that, but it has not been a comprehensive approach. And so the heart of really the at-home program is the A, which is accountability. Who's responsible for what? And that includes multi-year funding, year-over-year funding, not just here's some grant money this year, but we're not going to commit anything next year. So it's all those elements that go into the at-home program. But I did want to bring this forward to the board because I think it's extremely important that our board supports it, as has most of the counties in California that I'm aware of. At least I haven't seen a final count, but it's in the right direction. It's going to move hopefully successfully with the governor's endorsement. Ultimately, he's not really embraced it per se, because there's a certain level of, I guess, of autonomy, the way I'm reading it, that they'd like to kind of do their own thing, but we're not going to let that happen. We're going to try to make sure that it's done in a comprehensive manner, and all entities, all counties, rural counties, high density counties, whatever, get the same kind of level of accountability and funding opportunities. That's what it really comes down to. So with that, I would just ask the board's support for this particular resolution, and we can answer questions or open it up to the public, whatever you'd like to do at this point.
Okay. Do any fellow board members want to weigh in at this point or have questions for Supervisor Heidel?
I kind of do.
Okay.
And I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this part of the meeting, so I apologize about that. You know, I read the attachment about the at home, and when Graham Noss, you know, at CSAC announced it, I was really excited though to see that, you know, CSAC's very serious about tackling this. But I have some concerns about things that are in this document. And so I just didn't have a good feel for how well has this been vetted by everyone? Has RCRC had a chance to weigh in? I personally haven't seen anything yet at RCRC. I haven't had a chance to check in with them either. Because to me, some of the things that are in here kind of take away some local control, maybe apply better to urban areas. And so I just don't have a lot of inputs on it. And so I'm a little concerned about just doing a resolution. A resolution just seems so serious until we know more about this. Do you know any counties that aren't?
I do not know of any counties that have not approved it, but I think a lot of it's work in progress.
Right.
The request just went out recently, so I'm sure I could go back and get a count of how many counties have signed up. But I'll assure you with CSAC, there's basically 3 levels. There's large counties, moderate sized counties, and small rural counties. Each one of those has a separate caucus. Each of those caucuses have looked at this and reviewed the words relative to, is this the language that would be suitable for their type of an application? And what I've heard in the meetings I've attended was that, yes, this is satisfactory to get the established criteria in place and move forward with it. So at some point, you know, it's, when do you stop going back and forth with these things? Because we do have 58 counties involved, but the primary emphasis is to get the governor and the state really to endorse it and stand behind it and work with us to make this successful. I will say the California League of Cities was invited to the last CSAC meeting to participate in the discussions of at home. And they weighed in saying unanimous support from everybody that was represented there. That may not be every city.
Right.
I'm talking about the representation. Their board or committee representation was fully endorsing this. So
They did. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see them involved in any of the stakeholders. I obviously CSAC. It was counties.
It was a CSAC board meeting where basically the afternoon session, it was a combined meeting between California League of Cities
Okay.
and all of the counties. And there was a lot of back and forth discussions. Graham Nass led the discussions. But there's minutes of it. It's a recording, but everything I heard was, hey, this is a good document. We've got to move forward with it. Time has come to make this happen and not just wait. And I think the biggest threat is with the deficit budget we have in the state of California. Everybody's concerned with the governor starting to maybe pull back on certain types of funding. This is not the time to pull back on funding to solve the unsheltered homeless problem. This has got to be a longer term commitment. So it's not just this year, but next year that's the concern. If you don't get these standards established early and everybody kind of on board marching to the same tune, then it kind of waffles away. So that was the concern, I think, in trying to get this going as quickly as possible. We know we're in a budget cycle. We don't know what the governor's revised budget's going to look like, but you can read all kinds of things online about proposed changes to various things, some of which might be helpful, some of which probably aren't. But I think the consistent item is we need to address 172,000 homeless, and this is a good start in making that happen. So.
Right. And I get that. And I know that at RCRC, it's been brought up many times, and I've reported out to you that one of the biggest concerns is that we get one-time money and you can't sustain a program with that.
Right.
So one-time money is like, yay, and then you can't keep it going. So I totally understand that part. But so on this resolution, I guess that maybe, are we only endorsing, no, it says the 6 pillars. Are we endorsing just the one pillar of
No,
accountability or all of it?
It's all 6. But the key to the whole thing is getting the agreement on the accountability. If you don't get the agreement on the accountability, the rest of it's kind of moot. I mean, it's important, but if you don't get the state level commitment on accountability, we're all going to be responsible for our part of the activity. We're all going to step up and do the right things and hold ourselves accountable and each other accountable.
Right.
Because that's what it comes down to. So that's why I emphasize the accountability, and that's why it's really the A in at home is it comes first. But there's several things, but the continuous
funding is a significant part of it. Employment opportunities, the outreach part of it. So there's a lot of information in here. But my opinion at this point, it's just time to commit and get this going and hope that the governor accepts it, embraces it, and we get moving. And he identifies the monies necessary to make these things happen. We all know about the care court and all those kinds of things. There's no certainty that all that's going to continue and be successful. We know there's pilots going on, but is that really going to be a successful program? Because that was done somewhat without buy-in from the counties. It was just kind of, okay, the legislatures decided, the governors decided this is a good thing to do. And then the counties are kind of looking at it and saying, what is our part in this? What is our commitment? Where's the funding to support these things? So this would hopefully tie those pieces together. If we're going to work together and we're going to make co-commitments, then the funding has to be there to support it. And if it's not, it's on you. That's the way I look at it.
Okay. Well, okay, so I'm looking like specifically, this is.
Yeah.
What page? Other page? Oh.
The
Well, it's
resolution?
The one that says, no, the resolution is really short. I'm talking about
Okay.
this document that
Right.
we're signing on to.
Yeah.
So I think it's on page 1. Well, it says at-home accountability, and then the top says provide HCAP funding ongoing, that page.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. So when I look at that, it's kind of interesting how it says as a condition of receiving HAP funding, which the governor has threatened that before and made us sign something. Nobody liked that, so he should stop doing that. But then it delineates counties have this responsibility and cities have this responsibility, and it kind of makes them seem so separate the way they are in here.
But it is somewhat separate, because when you consider our local condition and the homeless situation we've had in the city of Placerville, the city has certain responsibilities to uphold their part of the homeless activities, in terms of their equivalent to the hot team, their participation in the hot team, whatever it is, the county has responsibilities. So the responsibilities are shared into a certain level, but they're also an independent responsibility. If, for instance, that's Placerville Police Department were to say, we have no resources to support any homeless activity, that would not work well for the county, right? We have to do this together. And so that's what it's trying to, I think, identify is where is it that things have to happen? For instance, the third bullet down says cities shall be responsible for siting, funding, and supporting shelters. So ultimately, what that means, the cities in conjunction with the counties is the way I read it. I mean, it doesn't say that.
Doesn't say that.
But they're primarily saying that the cities are where most of the homelessness occurs. And so the determination of where homeless facilities would go are typically within the city's domain. In our case, it's different, right? And you look at South Lake Tahoe, different again, right? Because it really isn't within the domain of the city of South Lake Tahoe. They're interactive with it, but it's a separate nonprofit group that runs that homeless shelter and stuff and the programs. So it's never going to be perfect, but they were trying to just delineate everybody has an obligation to do their part. And this is the way it gets started. So I'm sure there's crossovers, there's changes that can happen, but we needed to start somewhere. And this is kind of where all three of those various caucuses arrived at is let's just move it forward and get it going. So,
Okay, so that's to me very concerning the way this is worded, this section.
I
because
understand.
Our
More
county and
clarity is what I
city
need.
we don't operate like
Well,
this. I don't think.
if you would provide me your comments, I'd be glad to feed them back into
Yeah,
them. Because I don't know what RCRC
We have a
obviously.
meeting next week,
Okay.
so I'm guessing this will come up. I guess I should check on that, make sure it's on our agenda.
I don't, yeah,
Because we need to talk about this as a whole.
Right.
I think that this is not going to fit a lot of the rural counties, quite honestly. That's my big concern, but I don't know that yet because our meeting's next week. So,
okay.
and then the other part that I really did not like is the page that starts off at the top at home housing. I mean, it talks about streamlining, categorically exempt. Streamlining's on here, I think, 3 times. And we already have the state doing that to us with legislation, and we're not appreciating it. So I'm really hesitant to even endorse more streamlining. It feels like they're just trying to take away any local control.
yeah.
And I think that as a county, we've done really good at trying to address this issue without streamlining everything away. And I don't like this approach at all. I'm just keeping it real. I mean, every other day it feels like the state's doing a new bill, taking away our local control. Why would we sign on to more of that? I just don't. I'm very concerned about this. And then it says like the other one that is address significant barriers of well-intentioned tools. What does that even mean? I mean, these are not reassuring words to me. I just.
What you read into it, I guess, but yeah.
Well, right. So why would we support something that you could interpret differently that I could interpret it? That's not good.
This is a 6-page
governance.
summary. There's a lot more detail on this.
Yeah.
If you'd like me to send you all the detail, we can all wade through it.
That's my concern. And anyway, I'm
These are the
not gonna
bulletized
support
items,
this
but anyway.
today. I'm wondering somehow to see what other people have for concerns and how we could, like when we do support bills, we have a policy for staff to look at bills before we endorse them kind of thing. So is this something that we should do the same thing with, or?
This is not a
So
bill.
let's get some
But
comments.
anyway,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I'm
See where we
saying.
Yeah,
like,
that's
see what
fair.
everybody else
That's
is
fair.
thinking.
So Supervisor Turnbull.
I just think we need more clarity. I don't want to end up voting on something until I get the answers I need. There's so many bills that are out there. There's a crazy bill that's submitted right now that if there's people that are squatting on your property that are homeless, you won't be able to remove them. So it's just, some of the stuff is just absolutely crazy what is put on by the state. And I want more clarity. And Mike Laurie said, we got to have local control. We need the control. So that's my biggest concern.
This is not the state that's
Well,
promoting
I
this.
know that. I know.
This
I'm
is
just saying.
Association of County
But
Government.
it's still taking.
All right, so
All
Supervisor Lang, you don't have any further comments on this right now? All right, well then, I will weigh in. First of all, John, I appreciate as our CSAC rep, you bringing this forward to
Yeah.
us. I know this has been a long time in the making, and I certainly agree with you that we all, as jurisdictions, need to be thoughtful and intentional and proactive. And I applaud the intent of this. I do have some strong concerns though with it as well that I'd like to voice as I dug into this, and I've read all of this. And so my primary concerns, and I'm also bringing this forward as having, been at the city of Placerville for 8 years. So I'm looking at it from a city lens as well.
Okay.
And let me start with the city side. I do not know how our cities across the state.
So which page are you reading?
I'm at the at home there's no 2 of the at home accountability.
Okay.
Where it talks about that the city shall be responsible for setting funding and supporting shelters.
Yeah.
And for sitting permanent supportive housing within their jurisdiction.
Citing, yeah.
Yeah, citing, citing, and then cleanup and sanitation of encampments, which I understand. I agree that if each city and county took care of their own within their jurisdictions, we could maybe wrap our head around and make progress on homelessness. So I applaud the intent of that. That said, let's take the city of Placerville at 6 square miles. They don't have a health and human services department.
Mhm.
I don't know how in the world they would be able to do their own, their shelters, full permanent supportive housing for their population. I also have concerns, and I'm talking statewide with cities and counties, that this setting it up for turf wars, where a city or county is responsible for the point in time count of the homeless within their jurisdiction. It would be real easy to move folks across city or county lines to reduce their numbers. And that's a challenge, especially if a small city like the city of Placerville is responsible for setting up enough permanent supportive housing and having the resources to do that. They don't have a health and human services department. They don't have the expertise for that. It's just not possible.
Is it a funding issue or is it a staffing issue?
Staff and funding.
Okay,
I mean,
because staff comes with funding. So to me, the whole crux of it is the funding.
It would
If the
also,
state provides the funding, it should happen.
well, as you said, though, we are in a budget deficit. So I
Right.
have strong concerns that across our state, in all the cities and counties in California, that there would be adequate funding for each jurisdiction to have the resources they need to stand this up. I mean, it would create how would the city of Placerville create a whole, basically Health and Human Services Department have the expertise to address this?
I suspect they wouldn't. They'd contract for services.
Well, it's, and I have concerns that we've all seen that when a mandate is put on a city or county, maybe there's adequate funding at the beginning, but as budgets come and go and as elected officials come and go on a regular basis, that funding is not guaranteed. I mean, do we know of a state program that has sufficient funding for it? So I have concerns about that too. I think the other thing that I'm bothered by this concept with is I don't see the state in this at all. It talks about cities and counties being accountable. I don't see the state in here. For example, let's take mental health. We all know that mental health the needs are so great in terms of having mental health facilities capable of really addressing severe mental health challenges. Once again, I do not see how each small city and county can have the resources to meet those needs. Really, I do know that there in the last several years have been regional talks about regional centers, especially with the healthcare systems in Sacramento have come together, and we're trying to move forward a more regional approach to mental health services where they combined resources. And so we could contract with them or a small city like Placerville to meet that need. That hasn't gone anywhere with the governor. So if that approach hasn't gone anywhere with the governor, I don't see how we could do it. I really, we have talked about the need for more regional type of facilities for mental health. And if that was embodied in this, where the state was a partner in this, in meeting that need, I think that would have that would be a good addition to this. The other thing I don't see in accountability is there's no accountability for the individual in this. It's making cities and counties accountable for people's free will. And I think that is another challenge too. I had a brief talk with our staff and they hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. And yet, as we talked about it with both behavioral health staff and our health and human services staff, they are just slammed right now. I think that's important for us to realize with the CalAIM and the CARES Court that's coming down the line in 2024, I believe. I would have strong concerns about them. They don't have time to look at anything else, to consider anything else, to consider standing any program up. My preference at this point, while I applaud many of the things in here, once again, I have strong concerns about a lot of it. Rather than us going off and having 2x2s of the city of South Lake Tahoe and Placerville, which I think would be our next steps, and digging into this with health and human services staff, they don't have time. I would rather prefer to take a wait and see approach and have each of us dig into it with our CRC and with our respective other groups that we're involved in, and kind of see where this goes, especially in the budget. But that's kind of my take right now, because this is a huge task. And I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but in this resolution, the state is nowhere in this. And that bothers me.
I really appreciate that you picked up on that, because that's something we've been saying all along, is that when the system started to decline is when all the state institutions were closed. We need that state support.
Right.
And and a lot of organizations have been asking for that. So yeah, good call.
And if the only role of the state is to take away our local control and offer adequate funding to do this, we know that adequate funding is not going to be there. So I have strong concerns about that.
I like your wait and see idea too, but give us time to research it. So
while I applaud the intent of this.
The biggest thing is when the funding runs out, where's it going to come from?
Yeah. And cities
That's
and
a
counties are
big
going to be
issue.
on the hook.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So we do nothing?
We wait and see and we watch it. And like I said, we each, I would love for our CRC, to get their point. And if any of us are engaged in collaborative groups that touch this issue, I would want to get their viewpoint. So.
Did Supervisor Lane, did you have anything to kind of chime in yet? Or
No,
did we
no.
use up all your brain power this
Yeah.
morning?
I'm done.
Yeah.
The month. No, it's a great conversation. I'd like the opportunity to bring this back to the basin also
Yeah.
and see what some thoughts are there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have a conversation with the city, you know.
Well, let me distribute all the details then, because you're getting down at lower levels. These are bulletized items and there's a lot of specific details on how this is supposed to work and the state's accountability and stuff. I think if I look at the accountability summary on here, allocate funding commensurate with responsibility of each entity, that is where it comes from, right? You can't be responsible for committing resources and doing things to provide permanent supportive housing, whatever it is, if you don't have the resources. So that's the limitation. If the funding isn't here, the accountability isn't here. That's the way I view it. So, but I can provide more information on it. We can continue the discussion, and yeah, I think it's a healthy discussion.
It's definitely a healthy
Because
discussion.
we need to make sure that people in our homeless shelter ultimately have a place to go.
I
We're
agree with
already
you.
experiencing some of
I
that, right?
agree. I agree with you.
And
I
this
share that.
hopefully will provide some funding to build transitionary housing or provide transitionary housing, whatever it is. Because short of that, we're just going to recirculate everything and it doesn't get better.
And I also would want to know where this funding is coming in. For example, we do know there's a push to divert mental health dollars toward housing. And once again, I have concerns that our county won't have the dollars that we need to meet the mental health needs of our community because it's being diverted for other purposes. So if they're looking at just reallocating dollars that we're already relying on other areas, we need to know that. So, yeah. A lot of questions.
I think the emphasis was the governor's budgeting process.
Mhm.
And if there isn't a strong voice from CSAC, from the counties that we want to move forward with this and the cities tied into it, that the governor will waffle, we won't get funding. So I think that was the impetus to try to get this out early and get his commitments, but
Okay.
whatever it is, it
Appreciate that.
is. So
Okay, appreciate that. Let's take public comment if there's
Yeah.
any further comments. Okay, great. So definitely a worthy discussion. So let's take public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Ryan.
There we go.
Yeah.
I want to thank you guys first for having a great conversation prior to public comment. That doesn't always happen. So thank you for that. California spent $9.6 billion on homelessness between 2018 and 2021. The governor promised another $14 billion in the next several years. Supervisor Hydal, you mentioned that the A is paramount and everything else is moot after that A. Well, on page 1 of the CSAC accountability fact sheet, attachment B, it states that funded entities can be held accountable to these goals only to the extent that the state provides sufficient funding. There's a cop out on page 1. Very next line, where's the funding come from? HHAP grant funds, right? It's the very same money and the very same plan that this resolution says is not working. You're doubling down on a failed system. Let's not pretend that anything in this system is new or groundbreaking. It's the same old failed system trotted out once again to capture as many state dollars as we can. I appreciate your guys' discussion. I'm right in line with all your opinions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Is there anyone else?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, good discussion. And where would the board like to go with this item?
That's a good question. Is this something that we want to continue and bring back after we give ourselves some time to do research perhaps?
that's my thought, consistent with maybe the budget cycle, which the governor will be approving his budget, his final budget. I think that's August. Maybe it's June.
So do we all need like 30 days or is that enough time for,
Maybe it isn't. I don't know.
to come back?
But again, I'm afraid we're going to miss a budget cycle if we don't get something going here. So yeah, but
Well, whether El Dorado County signs on to this or not, it doesn't mean that CSAC isn't going
Agreed.
forward with it. So,
Absolutely.
Agreed.
I think we just take a wait and see approach to this.
Okay.
so don't schedule don't continue it. Wait and see doesn't sound like a continuation.
Yeah, because I don't want to commit any staff resources at this time. I think we all just need to do our own digging in and wait and see and have our conversations, as we see fit.
Okay, so we'll table, and I'll report back to CSAC that we're non-participatory, right? That's what we want.
So
Wait and see, it's not off calendar. Right?
I know, I'm trying to figure out.
Where are you trying to go?
Do we
Yeah.
want to discuss this as a board again after we do research, or do you just want to let it go forever? I guess those are our options. What are our options? Okay, who down there at the end can help me with options? You know,
Our brains are a little
I
fried.
lean on you guys for options. Help me with options.
Yeah, I think that typically when the board does not take formal action on a matter, I think that typically what you've done is continue it off calendar.
Okay.
To Supervisor Parlin's point, if you want to ensure that this matter does come back to you for some further actions or some more formal discussion after you've had an opportunity to do your own research, I think that put a time on it. Say that you want it continued for, sounds like maybe 60, 90 days, whatever you think is appropriate. So this way it will come back on the agenda and give you an opportunity at that point to make a more informed decision as to whether, instead of not taking action for lack of information, perhaps at that point you will decide we support it or we've researched it and we don't, but give you an opportunity to make a decision on the matter as opposed to, I think right now it sounds like just not enough information.
Right.
So I'm going to move, we continue this off calendar so we can have a follow-up discussion at some other predefined or some other defined point in time when there's been adequate availability of time to socialize this and discuss it and come back. And if that's, 3 months or 6 months or whatever, so be it. But I do think we need to get back and talk to it about some point. So that's
But to
my motion.
continue it off
But continue
calendar.
it off
And
calendar.
then when you get some more, like, you'll bring it. kind of
Yes.
thing, and
Yeah.
We'll let it go like that then. Okay.
Yep.
I
and so
appreciate
we get
that.
more
Yeah.
detail, more information, then we can decide it's time to discuss it again. And
Okay.
And that can also allow us to have a wait and see approach and see
Right.
what other.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll second that.
All right.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. All right, thank you, John, and thank you all for
Thank you.
the good discussion on that. All right. Kim, let's take item number 42.
Item number 42 comes from Supervisor Heidel recommending the board, one, contribute $50,000 in American Rescue Plan Act, state and local fiscal recovery funds to the Boy Scouts of America Golden Empire Council for their youth development programs, and two, approve and authorize the chief administrative officer to sign a funding agreement with the Boy Scouts of America.
Thank you for that. And so I would just like to note is written up in the staff report. We're asking for $50,000 of ARPA funding out of a $2.4 million surplus. I'll call it, it's an audit reserve, ARPA funding. So we're not talking about taking money away from a given program. It's for purposes of audit reserve. And the other thing I'd like to encourage is to allow James Rhodes Dryer to respond to the questions from the last discussion about what is the benefit to El Dorado County scouting participants, to give you some statistics and numbers. It was my pleasure to participate in Eagle Scout Court of Honor this last Sunday. And very, very impressive young men who are getting their Eagle Scout award. And they show videotapes and a lot of, events that they've participated in, the learning curves that they've gone through. It just creates great leadership skills. And so that's why I think it's something that's going to be maintained across this country. And we all know there was a bankruptcy issue, I think, at the national level, but all of the local councils were resolved to continue the scouting activity. And we basically had to contribute towards the commitment that national had to do the settlement. But scouting will continue and it will get back and be stronger. It's just how quickly we can recover. And do we miss a group of kids that would have benefited in terms of life experiences because they don't have the money to participate in scouting? So that's kind of the way I view it. But if we could allow James to respond at this point.
Please come on up. You've been with us all day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our apologies.
No, none needed. Hello, thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Yeah, James Rhodes Dryer, the CEO of the Golden Empire Council. And let me tell you, this brought me back. I'm an Eagle Scout. Part of the requirements of earning your Eagle Scout is the citizenship in the community merit badge, at which time I think was the last full Board of Supervisors meeting I attended in front of so many years ago when I was 17. I appreciate you bringing this back on the agenda and continuing the discussion. I thought I'd highlight a few key points. One, to sort of identify and make sure we're clear of who the Golden Empire Council Boy Scouts of America are. We are an independent 501c3 nonprofit corporation incorporated in the state of California. We are joined with 252 other local councils across the nation that receive a charter from the national office. There's been a lot of noise, a lot of distraction over the last couple of years through the national office's Chapter 11 financial restructuring bankruptcy. I want to be clear that the Golden Empire Council is a standalone entity. We did not file for bankruptcy. We do not intend to file for bankruptcy. And it is our vision to be here for another 100 years. John mentioned we did voluntarily contribute to a victims trust fund that was part of the national bankruptcy. However, our corporation has not and is not filing for bankruptcy, nor would this funding go towards a bankruptcy of any kind. Second is just to make sure we are all educated on who we serve, because I'll admit scouting in general has not done a good job at the major program shifts that have happened over the last 3 years. There's been a global pandemic and a couple of things to take our attention. Scouting is for all youth from kindergarten to 21 years old, regardless of age, of race, ethnicity, gender, or sexuality. Scouting is for the family. For any youth that wants to be a part of it, that falls within those age ranges, they are welcome. If they're younger, they can come as a sibling. If they're older, they can be a leader. It is for the family. And I'm very proud of that, those steps that have happened over the last 5 to 10 years. Now, let's talk about scouting here in El Dorado County. Currently, we serve over 1,100 youth, your youth in El Dorado County. My council, the Golden Empire Council, does cover and deliver the scouting program to 16 counties in Northern California, but here we're talking about El Dorado County. Those youth receive the program through units, packs, troops, ships, crews, and there are over 40 units within El Dorado County to deliver the scouting program. Now, the bankruptcy noise. The pandemic was devastating to scouting, as it was to many other organizations. Trying to, and I'm a father of two. I have a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old, and to try to run a Cub Scout Den meeting on Zoom after the youth have had all day in school, so hard. Trying to share the aims of scouting, which are leadership, character development, citizenship, and physical fitness through a 2-inch screen is not impossible. Also is going out and raising money. When the communities were shut down, scouting had to shut down for the protection and safety of all involved. Funding dried up. We have on average a $3 million annual operating budget that is all locally sourced and funded. And when during the pandemic, those funding sources were not there. Camps we had to shut down. It wasn't safe. We couldn't meet the county health requirements. Events, golf tournaments, recognition dinners couldn't happen. However, we were fortunate enough to have some unrestricted net assets, and we weathered the storm. We survived, but we took a huge financial hit, again, as many organizations did, both through membership and financially. But we've learned to live within the pandemic, and we are emerging from the pandemic, and now is the time for scouting to regrow, rebuild, and thrive and continue to change the communities. I mentioned we currently have 1,100 youth in El Dorado County. Pre-pandemic, that was closer to 1,700. It should be double that. It could be double that. But we need help and support. We need resources. We need to recover. What's the phrase? Rome wasn't rebuilt in a day, something like that. Well, scouting and nonprofits don't bounce back immediately. But we do need help recovering from the pandemic. And we've come and asked El Dorado County to join with Sacramento County, who has provided some ARPA funding to help assist us to deliver scouting in your community, to change the lives of your youth. I look at your core values: collaboration, integrity, service, financial responsibility, and being accountable, that's fantastic. Those are in line with the Scout oath, which is a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
I got it.
Yeah, John, next time John will do that. Our communities need scouting. I've heard throughout the day lots of healthy discussions, and I hope we can end with a feel-good discussion here like earlier. But I see a trend, right? There are two groups. Earlier, you passed a proclamation for commending public service employees who are giving of themselves to enhance the community. And at the same time, we struggle with individuals who have vacation rental homes who are avoiding paying fees and cheating the county out of the way, or have found themselves in need of government social assistance through homelessness. There are many, many good organizations out there that treat the symptoms, the immediate need. Not only does scouting do that, but scouting treats the cause. It's our goal that as these youth develop, we instill in them the moral compass so they won't cheat the county out of their vacation rental taxes, or they will have the skills necessary to not need as much support in things like homelessness or addiction. It's a fact that individuals involved in scouting are more likely to give back in their community, to join a civic or religious organization as they grow older, to give back, to volunteer, to find a vocation that brings them purpose and happiness. And I'd like you all to consider in 20 years, what type of communities do you want? Do we want? Do we want leaders that had the opportunity to learn from scouting, or ones that don't? Scouting is here. We stand ready, but we need your support. And we just humbly ask you consider, granting us the $50,000. We stand prepared to provide any sort of reporting necessary to ease any concerns of this board. But together, we can continually impact El Dorado County youth specifically. That's my comments.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Additional questions, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for, standing up. I was a Boy Scout. I belonged to the Young American Foresters. But some of the issues that I have here is the use of ARPA funding. We have a station in Cameron Park, Station 88 is going to be closing here pretty soon. And they're at 275,885 in shortfall. And now every year it's going to go up 5%. So what do we do to put you can't put a price on public safety. You really can't. And we've already gave ARPA money. We gave, for the new boat in El Dorado Hills, it was $200,000. Lake Valley Fire, I think they got over $1 million. So this is, to me, I think this is more appropriate, especially when we need money to be able to keep this fire station open in Cameron Park, because it's a big issue to the residents down there, and they're very concerned about it. So I just want to bring that to the attention. If there's any way we can do to help them, I would really appreciate that.
Let me get clarity on this, because this item is specifically
Yeah, I
related
know,
to
I
ARPA
know, I know.
and this request.
But
So,
it's ARPA funding, so I just wanted to bring that up.
I guess I appreciate that, Supervisor Turnbull. So I wanted to get clarity from County Council. What are the parameters of this discussion today? I mean, are additional uses of ARPA are not up for discussion? Are they? But I understand it also ties in with a larger ARPA discussion. So
exactly.
where's our guardrails today?
Yeah, I think this one is limited to the request as stated, the $50,000 for the specific use. If you wanted to have a broader conversation about ARPA money similar to what was had previously, I would suggest agendizing it for that.
Okay, thank you for that.
right.
So
But I think it's fair to say, though, that the bottom line is with the ARPA money, we have a lot of need and a lot of priorities. That's, I think,
Yeah, that's
the
what I was
message I'm
getting
getting
at.
from you, Supervisor Turnbull. And then, I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Oh, my name is James Rhodes Dreyer.
Thank you.
It's a mouthful. You can thank my parents for that.
So I just wanted to find out, 16 counties, Sac County gave ARPA funding.
$100,000 of ARPA funding.
Who else has given? What other counties?
Well, we have plans to approach Placer, Yolo, Buttes. We basically serve from Grant Line up through the base of Mount Shasta.
Right. So you haven't approached everybody else yet, is that right?
Not yet. We have a staff of 16 and a volunteer force that I wouldn't trade for anything, but it is a slow process.
Okay.
Resources are limited. They don't have to be.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious because not all counties are in the same financial situation. And we have a lot going on in our county and a lot of need and priorities. And this one just, my boys were in scouts, and I think I mentioned earlier, my daughter even did some scouting with the exploring stuff. So
Fantastic.
yeah. And we love scouts. That's not the point. The point is that we already had our ARPA nonprofit process. We had our small business process. We've allocated money. We have other needs. And I just think that it's not fair to reopen a one-off on ARPA funding because, like I said before, I think we could all reach out and find easily places to spend $50,000, $100,000 in our communities. We've already done this as a board, and I don't think we should be doing one-offs. That's not how I think we should do things.
Any other questions or discussions for Mr. Rhodes Dryer? No? Okay. I guess my question is, how would we know that these funds would be spent in El Dorado County? Would they be solely spent in El Dorado County to support the 40 units, or would they support the larger district? Or
Sure, absolutely. So scouting costs the council just over $400 per youth. That's our cost to deliver the program when we look at insurance, properties, and everything wrapped together. You know, we only ask $75 per family. It's our goal to make it as financially attainable as possible. All the other monies are being subsidized by other organizations, regardless of where those organizations are. The youth in El Dorado County do benefit from that. I think it'd be very easy for my county department to show $50,000, although is a considerable amount of money, is very quickly eaten up with today's costs of service and growth in the community.
thank you so much. All right. Well, let's take public comment then, see if there's any.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us to all day.
Thank you, James.
Answer our questions.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for action, and I'm really torn on this because I do support scouting. I think it's so important for our youth to gain those qualities and leadership opportunities, and bring families together in healthy ways. I wish that we had known about this opportunity as we were going through our nonprofits and our other funding opportunities these last couple of years to support the Scouts. But as I also agree that doing one-offs, and we have so many needs.
So many needs, especially in our counties.
That through ARPA that weren't funded, and in addition to the $3.7 million that we've denied our staff through our budget process at this point too, I just am reluctant to do a one-off for something that might not have direct El Dorado County benefit, although I recognize that you support the system that supports our youth here. So, you know, with that, I am torn. So any further discussion or motion?
Let me just also remind everyone that there's 40 units of
Mhm.
scouting. Did we expect each of those to submit an application as a nonprofit to receive ARPA funding in that cycle? That's why this is a regional type of process. And that's why this came late in the game, because none of those individual Cub Scout dens, packs, Boy Scout troops, Explorer posts recognized that there was a timing associated with requesting ARPA funding at the local level. They didn't get the message. They were busy trying to survive. So just remind you of that. That's why it was brought on as a one-off. Anyway. So with that, I'm going to move the item.
Is there a second? Don't hear a second. So at that point, it just dies for lack of a second.
Yep, that's it.
All right. With regrets. And thank you for being with us. So, all right. So with that, we are at the end of our agenda items. And before are we expecting any report out from closed session?
I am not.
Okay. So at this point, should we do our two froms and then recess to closed session?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Who would like to start that? I'll start. Perfect. I have no report.
Oh, my gosh.
That was easy.
And I suggest everybody follow my lead.
Oh, my gosh. You know, once you get your little advisory group going, you're gonna have
That's
so
something to
much
talk
to
about.
report.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you're gonna have so much.
That's exciting. Who
Funny.
else would like to go?
I'll go.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so going back to Wednesday, April 19th, George and I had the CDAC, excuse me, ad hoc focusing meeting. I'm calling it a focusing meeting because it was to discuss what is the direction forward? What are the key elements we need to have? I think there was a good exchange of information, very small group, but I think we're putting together a plan as to how we move forward to make sure that we've addressed all the issues that the board has defined and that we really focus on making sure that it's a representative group that would support our hopefully community and economic development activities, but with the focus on what do we need to do to support the strategic plan? How those elements of the strategic plan carried into economic development? How is our staff committed to perform those? And what can CDAC do to support those elements of the strategic plan? That's kind of the fundamental piece that we came out of it. So make sure we have the right representation, which has to include the ag community, various other entities. So we'll get into more of the details, but I thought it was a really good place to start. And so that was the first one. The second one, same day, George and I both attended the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee meeting. The subject was Project Frontier, and there was a whole series of Project Frontier subcommittee reports leading to the motion to submit their letter, which we've all received. So we have that in hand. And I just want to extend my personal appreciation to Rafael Martinez, who attended the meeting and who got an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns expressed about the traffic study and be able to identify the fact that his staff is doing an independent analysis compared to what the proponent's representative is. And then also he has a consultant on contract that he's tasked to do a third independent analysis, if you will. So we're going to get multiple inputs in terms of, are the assumptions made in that traffic analysis legitimate? What do we really think the traffic demand is going to be? What are the models showing us? You know, our TDM exercise, et cetera, et cetera. So we should end up with a much more comprehensive response to what is the traffic situation associated with this project. So again, thanks to Rafael for sitting through a whole night down there and providing that input. Thursday, the 20th, we had our building naming ad hoc committee. And we kind of selected Yolo County's resolution as kind of a starting point because it's very simple. We're going to make some modifications, but staff provided us a number of examples of resolutions that other counties had in place. We kind of went through and cherry picked the things we wanted. We identified some additional features that we need to have in the resolution. And so there was good notes taken. They're going to go off and work a draft and then we'll get that back. So I'm hoping that that's going to be a quickly converging thing to come back to the board for a bigger discussion. It doesn't seem like it's that onerous a task. So that was all good. And then later that afternoon, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting, and most of the subject matter was SB 1383 and what we have to do to satisfy the composting requirements. And so those discussions are ongoing. There'll be a lot more to come on that. Fortunately, our staff has found an alternative to what the Pioneer Community approach was, and theirs is basically buy credits, and we don't do anything with it. You just give a cash disposition. It's all out of sight, out of mind. But the thing I emphasize with staff is that we have to know total costs, because I want to know what's it going to cost the county to operate this kind of a system. If we have to have procurement involved and everything else versus a 3-year contract you buy in, it's somewhat self-automated. And we don't have those annual things that we have to deal with, because the other part that's uncertain is what is the ag's community's receptiveness to take this compost. I went through the chemical analysis part, and I think it's very, very informational in terms of the soil supplemental aspect of things. So you can use it as a supplement for rebuilding soils. It's got very low nitrogen content, 2%, but I've started getting that out to the Farm Bureau and other organizations because it turns out they haven't been contacted. We need to get them involved very quickly. So we're starting that process now, but there'll be more to come on that. But I guess the drop dead for us to make a decision is like the end of June, just so we know. Because otherwise we miss the contract opportunity with Pioneer and then we're kind of on our own, where we're going. But it will cost the county money. No matter how we do it, the state mandate is going to cost the county money. And ultimately that's usually ratepayer money, right? So moving beyond that, on Friday, the 21st, Lori and I had a discussion on Chili Bar with our environmental management about restrooms, and I'm gonna let her comment on that. So, and then Wednesday through Saturday, the 22nd through Wednesday, the 26th, I was attending the SAC Metro Cap to Cap, as were supervisors Parlin and Thomas. I was part of the transportation committee. There was a lot of good discussions that were held. But again, the emphasis at the federal level, like our state level, is the interest in spending money for transportation is in rails. It's in bike paths. It's in those things that are not expanding capacity of our roadways. So we keep hearing that over and over again from every entity, the state, the federal government, that they're looking at moving goods more so than, you know, handling the capacity of added population and the impacts on the highways. So I think it's just a reality that we have to understand that trying to get funding for road expansion, road improvement type aspects of infrastructure are probably going to be really hard to come by in terms of grants. And then lastly, yesterday, Pioneer Community Energy held their employee health and welfare subcommittee meeting. I participated in that, and the discussion was about wages and benefits, and that's at their organizational level. But we're doing comp studies as you normally would. Everybody's doing the same kind of thing. What was other agencies paying? How do we get our make sure that we retain the employees appropriately? And that's a kind of a combination of what can we do in benefits. Although in this case, we have some opportunities to select some things that, for instance, El Dorado County would not be able to select because it's a JPA and it's really kind of getting started down that path. So that's it. That was my report. Thank you.
You have been busy, my goodness. Thank you
just a little
for
bit.
your engagement and all that. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, John and I attended that CDAC meeting. It was very, very informative. I think we're putting something together. It's going to be really good for our county. Also, we had the APAC meeting, and I did, you know, briefly a little bit, which I want to thank staff and I want to thank Dave and everybody working on that. They worked really hard on this thing. So now and Karen Gardner, that it's going to go to the Planning Commission, and I commented on that down there. So that was a good thing. Also, I attended a Cameron Park luncheon where Joe Patterson spoke, and basically a bill that's proposed right now. It's actually from Jim Patterson, and it's basically about doing away with solar, especially with people that were impacted by fires. So that's a good thing. So hopefully this will go through. So, and we have something that'll be coming up, John and I, next week, that supporting that bill. Also, in Grizzly Flat, we had a debrief with Lauren Hernandez and about some of the issues that are going out up there, you know, for them. And she has wrote a letter to Senator Padilla about asking for $7 million in money to be able to help fix the infrastructure for the Grizzly Flats Water Agency up there. So it's a good thing. And also we're trying to gather how many homes were impacted that had no insurance to see what kind of money that she can get state. And then Kevin Kiley's working on federal money to help those people out there. So anyway, and then I met with Chief Rand, some of the, you know, it was kind of a good conversation. I haven't talked to him in a little while, so it was great. And he was telling me about some of the issues that's going on in Placerville and stuff. So that was good. Also, I attended a rack and pack and print ribbon cutting ceremony that was in Cameron Park. So that was a good thing, you know. And then that also, oh, I got to tell you, I also attended a funeral for Ethel Lawyer, which is Ray Lawyer's daughter, and it was down in the park in Coloma. And it was a good event. There was a lot of people showed up to that, and Ethel is my cousin. I know you all probably know that. I probably, like Lori says, I got a bush. I don't have a tree. So anyway, I'm related to a lot of people, and I explained how we're related, and it goes way back when, because it was Hugh Turnbow's brother started that, which was James Turnbow that started in Coloma and Lotus. So anyway, really sad. Ethel was a really good, she was a really good person. She always had a smile on her face, always. And she was really good for the community. And so then I attended the GOP event, and Jeff Laycock was speaking, and he was talking about Tri-County and about the issue with the drugs and stuff. And he also wants to start a program called Shield, and he's talking about it. So I think there's a fundraiser coming up this week or this Saturday to promote that.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Supervisor Parlin.
All right. So our ag commissioner, Leanne and I went down to Jackson for the University of California Cooperation Extension, UCCE Advisor Committee meeting. It's an annual meeting that we have. And not surprising, they asked for more money. And I'm letting you all know that because we are going to be having a follow-up meeting with our interim CAO, looking at budget, looking at what we get for it and all that stuff. And then there'll probably be a presentation to the board with an ask. So just heads up, that will be coming. Don't want you guys caught off guard. And then Supervisor Lane, you did have something to talk about. Your forum was on the 19th. But anyway, I really, again, appreciated being there to hear everybody's, it was great, really great conversation. It was well done. So
That was
thank
really
you.
important to today's
It
discussion,
really
so
was.
appreciate
It
both
was,
of you
it
on
was
that.
really well done. Supervisor Turnbow, you and I had an ad hoc
Oh, I
meeting
forgot
with the,
about that so
with the
far. Yeah,
biomass.
biomass, yeah,
Well,
so
not the
far.
SOFAR one, but our biomass ad
Biomass.
hoc first. You're right. And then, and we're making great progress on many biomass projects. I'm so excited. I just feel like we're.
It's very
Oh,
exciting.
We got
It really
these,
is.
working with SPI on a fatal flaw study and all kinds of stuff. So I'm just very excited that we got that in our strategic plan too.
Yeah, exactly.
And then heads up, I think you may all be approached, but I had a meeting with a veterans representative about our monument, and I guess they're still talking about the monument. So I'm guessing there'll be a board item coming up. I don't know. I thought that we took care of that last time, but I was wrong. So wanted to let you know, kind of I'm going to call it a sensitive issue. We had an El Dorado Opportunity Knox special meeting, EDOK, continuum of care meeting. Was that a special meeting? I'm going to call it a special meeting, but the executive team basically was asking the EDOK board as a whole to approve a matching grant amount. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was with the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. And I think I did a pretty good job of explaining that that is a sensitive issue in the county right now because of the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless's current situation. And our staff, I think HHSA staff did a great job of explaining that they would like an opportunity to do their due diligence into an audit of those funds and their, what's the right word? Are they going to be a sustainable organization? So I was able to, tried my best. I was a little bit, it took a long conversation, you guys. I mean, it went way longer than it was supposed to, but I was able to persuade everyone that we really needed that grace period to allow staff to do some investigation into it. Because you have to remember that things that are passed by EDOK then come to the Board of Supervisors. So then it would be in our lap. So I really appreciated that conversation. It was really good and a little bit intense, but it was good.
You did a fantastic job.
Yeah,
walking through
that was a tough one, but I was trying to be thoughtful for everyone's sake. So thank you for that. And then, yeah, Supervisor Hardell, you and I, Chili Bar Ad Hoc Committee had a meeting, kind of follow up on from our on-site visit. We had our own meeting with environmental management regarding, well, talking about toilets. And we're trying to site possibly a vault toilet out there at Chili Bar. And just so y'all know, my husband and I bought 100-foot measuring tape, and we're at Chili Bar on Sunday. And I strongly believe that we can site a vault toilet there. So we'll have our next Chili
The 100
Bar.
feet has to be away from the well.
Yep,
well, right?
and the high water
And the
line.
high water
And
line.
my
So you get
measuring
2
tape.
points you have to.
Yeah, and my
Point it.
measuring tape said, yes, we're gonna do this. So just
Okay,
so y'all
good,
know, I'm very
good.
excited. Can you
Okay.
tell?
You got any pictures of that?
I do. I took photos of the measuring tape because I didn't want anybody to say, Lori, come on. No, really, I do. It's hilarious. And then yes, cap to cap, we were gone from, Saturday, all day Wednesday traveling, but I, on the water resources team with Supervisor Thomas, just really appreciated meeting with our congressional Forest Service, you name it, all these meetings and talking about water storage, which relates to forest management, protecting our watershed. And then the, for lack of a better, the community funding earmarks that we've been advocating for, those are all starting to happen. So I thought it was a great trip. And Supervisor Thomas can tell you more about being a movie star. And because that was really fun. You did a great job. So I'll let you spill. Yeah, that was good. And then, yeah, we had our so far biomass working group meeting, which again, just biomass.
Which is really good.
And then last Friday, I had a meeting with the cannabis representative because, we're going to be having some workshops and kind of looking at potential changes to the ordinances to help streamline things. And so heads up, in case you haven't had your meeting yet, I think you're going to get one. And then talk about biomass again. Yesterday, I was at the Biomass Energy Technology Summit. It was hosted by Placer County Air Pollution Control District and Placer County Water Agency. And wow, it was almost a full day of talking about biomass and all the different technologies out there. And it was really encouraging to see so many people there in support. Everybody realizes that our forests are just thick and we've got to take care of this, and to stop talking about the product from the, doing forest management, stop talking about it as waste. It's an asset and we need to turn it into something else. So this was great. And AQMD, our AQMD staff was there, in addition to our consultant for biomass, Greg Stanton was there. So I left there all energized and people were really glad that we were there. El Dorado County was there. So it's a very collaborative approach to things. So lots of biomass.
Well done. That's wonderful. Well, I'll try to make this brief. Great work, everyone. Had the privilege of I guess it was Friday, attending the child abuse prevention event at the Diamond Springs Firehouse. And it's always a really solemn event, but it's always a privilege to be there every year. Our group and our staff and our community partners do a wonderful job about highlighting the importance of supporting families to protect the children in our community. And it was a really lovely event that was very well done. Privileged to be there. Had a great meeting yesterday or so with about the Diamond Springs Community Park, and met with Vicki Sanders, our staff, as well as representatives from the Union Mine High School District and the Motherlode School District. And our goal was to add the consultants on this project. And before we launch into the EIR, we wanted to make sure that we had all of our details nailed down as to what we needed to study in the EIR in terms of traffic, what intersections, in terms of access, whether, and the connection between Union Mine and this new park, and what that looked like, because that might impact what we needed to study in the EIR, because we wanted to make sure everything is looked at. And so I so appreciate how diligent our consultants are being. They are excellent. And we had fantastic meeting with the school districts, because they are a critical partner in this. And you need to know that both Union Mine and the El Dorado High School District, as well as Motherlode School District, are very excited about this park, see it as very much a collaboration with both schools. They're open to having, access as needed between the two schools. So, if a tournament goes in the park, we can open up access to Union Mine and use the parking lot. Just a very collaborative meeting. And our EIR is going to be very thoughtful, very thorough, and give us all the information we need. So just really excited about that. We're moving forward in a very very real way.
Who's the lead agency for CEQA? The county?
The
right?
county, yeah,
Okay.
the county.
So have we done an initial study? Because I'd like to look at the initial study. I
We
didn't know
did
it was done.
yeah, listen, last year or so,
So
yeah.
it's on our website?
We did
It's on the
feasibility study.
County
and
website? I can go find it?
We can get it.
Okay.
Get it for you.
sorry.
We
Just
did
like
a
to look
phys-
at it, yeah.
we did initial feasibility study last year, all that. So,
Okay.
yeah. So that's exciting that is moving forward. Had a SACOG board meeting in Roseville. And the reason I bring this up is over the next couple of years, the SACOG board is going to go to all the different counties of jurisdictions. And the purpose of that is to get to know each other, because as a regional board of 6 counties and 28 cities, it's hard to make collaborative collaborative decisions on transportation projects that connect us if we don't have a feeling for what the issues are each other is dealing with, especially our rural counties. So I really appreciate that. And I don't have a date for a meeting here. I think it'll be maybe next year, but it's been very helpful to get a broader view of the SAGHOG region than from just the narrow Sacramento County lens, which most people equate it with. We're a very large region and we're all being very intentional with understanding each other. And I like that.
Are they gonna have tours when you guys do it though? So if you just come to Placerville, you do not get a feel for our county. So are they gonna like take the SACOG board out beyond just?
When it comes to our turn, I can be, flexible with perhaps doing that. What they did have is we had a presentation from the mayor of Roseville and then a presentation from the county supervisor. And they did a very thorough history of Roseville and presentation on the issues in the region. So,
Okay,
yeah,
got it.
but
Thanks.
yes, great idea. Yeah, and they definitely take advantage of an opportunity to educate us on that. Very briefly, as far as cap to cap, I think the most exciting meeting that we went to as far as the water resources team was with Jeff Marcellet at the Forest Service. And those of you who may remember, he was the El Dorado County Forest Supervisor here. And he was promoted back in Washington. And I didn't have an understanding of what capacity he was in back in Washington. He is one of 6 deputy directors of the United States Forest Service. And he is in charge of wildfire and aviation for all of the Forest Service in the United States, which I think is fantastic. His family still lives here. He's planning on retiring here. So he is still connected to El Dorado County. And I love that he is at that very elevated position. And he was very clear in saying his door is always open to us. And we had an amazing discussion. I think one of the highlights was him saying that we were talking about our resiliency measures here in El Dorado County. And he was saying that our Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resiliency is only one of a handful in the nation. We knew it was leading the way in California, but I didn't have an understanding of how important it was across the nation. And he said that El Dorado County made a bold move and stepped into this space after the devastation of the Caldor fire. We chose to bring our professionals together to convene, to come together on a collaborative approach and to be proactive in moving forward, and just really commended the county on this approach that was really quite revolutionary. And he did mention that coming forward, there will be community wildfire defense grants, that there will be $1 billion available. And that because we do have this collaborative approach of all of these professionals and agencies together, that we will be very what's the word, elevated, in competitive in the process. And that you have to have, there's 3 areas that you need to be competitive. You have to have been affected by a wildfire. Well, unfortunately, check. Yes, we have 2, right. You have to have disadvantaged areas, well, check. And you have to be in a high wildfire severity zone. So El Dorado County will stand up very well with $1 billion available in grants. And I know our office is, engaged in that process. So it gave me just a lot of gratitude and respect for all of those that are engaged in this process, and it will serve our county well. So that's the gist of my report. So thank you everyone for all your hard work.
I got one go back. I attended the new employee orientation.
Oh, those are fun.
So it was kind of fun, and Tiffany was there, and I hope I didn't bore him too much talking about my family history. You know what I mean? I hope they're still gonna work for the county after that, so anyway. So
Oh my
anyway.
God. Those are fun. I always
Yeah.
enjoy those.
Okay.
County CEO's office.
Nothing to report, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 47 and 48 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 47 and 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Thank you, Kim, for being with us all day. Really appreciate it. All right. So with that, we are recessed to closed session. Thank you all for being with us.